Chapter 5. The Church and Labor. Among the editorial comments following the second annual convention of the National Civic Federation in December 1901, one that easily found especially gratifying appeared in the Catholic World. For the first time in the history of the country's industrial life, the leading journal of the Catholic hierarchy in America editorialized, did the accredited leaders of hundreds of thousands of toiling masses look into the sympathetic eyes and grasp the friendly hands of men who control much of the invested wealth of the country. The editorial was entitled, Marriage of Capital and Labor. 1. Role of the Catholic Church. The blessing bestowed on the policy of class collaboration embodied in the Civic Federation was not an isolated incident. It reflected the program of the Catholic Church in its activities to exert influence on the thought and practice of the American labor movement. In 1933, David J. Sapis called attention to this aspect of labor history, emphasizing that the significant and predominant role of the Catholic Church in shaping the thought and aspirations of labor is a neglected chapter in the history of the American labor movement. Its influence explains, in part at least, why the labor movement in the United States differs from others, and why it has become more and more reactionary. 2. Since Drive. Sapis advanced this thesis. A number of studies, published and unpublished, have provided important evidence to substantiate his conclusion. 3. The unpublished correspondence in the archives of the A. F. of L. The Papers of John P. Mitchell and Archbishop John A. Ryan at the Catholic University of America, and the archives of the National Civic Federation add still further substantiation. It is clear today that the Catholic Church made intensive and successful efforts to permeate the American labor movement, particularly the A. F. of L., with social principles based fundamentally on the ideology of class collaboration, the ideology of conservative, pure and simple, trade unionism. 3. Although no statistics are available on the religious affiliation of union members, there is abundant evidence to prove that the Irish Catholics were the largest single group among the membership of the A. F. of L., America's largest labor organization of the period. Another sizable nationality group in the A. F. of L was the German American, a large segment of which was also Catholic. A study of the A. F. of L leadership reveals also that in this period the Irish Catholics were dominant in it. Of the 8 vice presidential officers on the A. F. of L. Executive Council, at least 4 during any one year were Catholic. More than 50 Irish Catholics were presidents of A. F. of L unions in the same period. These included the key unions in the Federation with the greatest influence in determining its policies. Among the unions headed by Irish Catholics were leather workers, meat cutters and butcher workmen, sheet metal workers, metal polishers, brass and silver workers, pressmen, typographers, hatters, lathers, molders, electrical workers, photo engravers, hotel and restaurant employees and bartenders, retail clerks, papermakers, switchmen, longshoremen, glass bottle blowers, plumbers and steam fitters, textile workers, iron, steel and tin workers and miners. 4. In short, Catholics, especially the Irish Catholics in the skilled trades, were the dominant religious group among the rank and file of the A. F. of L unions, among the officers of the international unions that comprised the Federation, and on the Executive Council of the A. F. of L. Papal encyclicals. Keenly aware of the composition of the trade union membership and leadership after 190 less than greater than, the Catholic Church made a concerted and well-organized effort to impose its views of the labor-capital conflict upon the labor movement. Catholics might be trade unionists, the church dignitaries made it clear, but they could only be good Catholics and trade unionists if they accepted the doctrines of the church on social issues and applied them in their activities in the labor movement. These doctrines were set forth in a series of papal encyclicals, the most important of which was issued in May 1891 by Leo XIII, entitled On the Condition of Labor, otherwise known as Rerum Novarum. Acknowledging that the position adopted heretofore by the Church on the labor question had caused most workers to look upon Christianity as a mockery and religion as an enemy. The Pope determined to rectify the view that the Church, Protestant and Catholic, was a capitalist tool was voiced frequently by unions in the labor press during the 189 O's and 19 U's. During a strike of streetcar workers in Terre Haute, Indiana, 1902, the toiler observed, "Let the workers also remember that from no single Christian pulpit has there come in this sore hour a note of cheer. No, not one. The Church is true to its historical mission. It has ever been on the side of the oppressor." Situation. So far as the Catholic Church was concerned, by proving that it was not indifferent to the fact that too many working men were broken down in spirit and worn down in body by the inhumanity of the employers. During the past century, the Pope declared, working men have been given over, isolated and defenseless, to the callousness of employers, and the greed of unrestrained competition. And he asked, is it right that the fruit of a man's sweat and labor should be enjoyed by another? He answered, as effects follow their cause, so it is just and right that the results of labor should belong to him who has labored. The encyclical proceeded to advocate labor unions, asserting that a worker's right to join a union is his by his very nature as man, and even the state cannot take it from him. Up to this point, Leo XIII's encyclical was a great advance over the position taken by the Catholic Church until that time, for it indicated that the Church recognized that the employers were responsible for the unbelievably long hours of labor, starvation wages, filthy and inhuman working conditions in industry, denied that these conditions were a natural order of things with which the workers had no right to interfere, and accepted the right and necessity of workers to organize into trade unions. No militant worker, regardless of his religious persuasion, could disagree with these sections of the encyclical, and the socialists could and did point out that the Pope's statement, "It is just and right that the results of labor should belong to him who has labored," was in keeping with their own objectives. But the Pope went on in the rest of the encyclical to outline the conditions under which the organized workers must operate if they were to win the Catholic Church's approval. The workers were bound, never to injure capital, to reject the doctrine of the class struggle, to refrain from joining unions which sought to get within their grasp the whole field of labor, and force workingmen either to join them or to starve, and, especially, to condemn socialism which, the Pope declared, would injure those whom it is intended to benefit, would be contrary to the natural rights of mankind, and would introduce confusion and disorder into the Commonwealth. In essence, Rerum and Novarum made it clear that the Church would accept the existence of trade unions and not oppose them as long as they operate along conservative lines in harmony with Catholic principles. It also made it quite clear that should the trade unions develop a socialist orientation, the Church would condemn them and expect Catholic workers to leave them. 5 day. When a rich and soulless corporation assaults its weary, worn, half-homed, half-fed workingmen, the pulpit is as dumb as death and no echo of the voice of Christ is heard in the temple that profanes its name. The Toiler, February 7, 1902, in Eugene V. Debs' Scrapbook, Tamiment Institute Library, New York City, No. 5, pp. 278-9. Hereinafter cited as T.L. After 1891, it was no longer proper for the Catholic hierarchy to oppose trade unions in general. But it was both proper and necessary for the hierarchy and all devout Catholics to work for the ideal of Catholic ethics in the trade unions and to seek vigorously to keep the trade unions from succumbing to socialist principles. Pope Pius X reiterated the Church's opposition to socialism in his encyclical letter of 1903, asserting that apostasy from God was the great evil dragging society to destruction. In 1912, Pius X again warned Catholic trade unionists that unions, in order to be such that Catholics may join them, should abstain from all principles and acts which are not in accord with the teachings and regulations of the Church or the legitimate ecclesiastical authority. There should be nothing reprehensible regarding these principles in their writings, their words, or their acts. 6. One Catholic historian has declared that the result of these three papal announcements was that opposition to socialism was acknowledged by devout Catholics to be the fundamental issue within the trade unions. It is important to note that when the Pope releases an encyclical, he calls upon the entire apparatus of the Church from cardinals, archbishops, bishops down to parish priests to devote their full energy of mind and power of endurance to carrying his message to members of the Church and to applying its principles in their daily activities. In addition to the clergy, it also becomes the duty of the vast Catholic lay apparatus, newspapers and magazines, universities and schools, war veteran associations, pious associations, fraternal organizations, and nationality groups to propagate the Pope's message and carry it into effect. 7. The papal encyclical letters summoned Catholics to a dual crusade to assist the workers in their organized efforts to remedy the intolerable conditions afflicting them, and a crusade to eliminate radical and militant objectives and methods from the organizations of labor. While a few Catholic clergymen, particularly those on the lower branches of the hierarchy who were in closer touch with the working class, tended to place stress on the first objective, the vast majority laid complete emphasis on the second. And even those who emphasized the first always made sure to couple it with the second, acknowledging the danger that some Catholic clergymen might overemphasize the first part of Rerum. This is illustrated in the work of Rev. Peter C. York in San Francisco during the period 1900 to 10. Father York actively assisted the unions in their strikes and in their campaign against the open shop, which he vigorously condemned. But after he had established a reputation among workers as a champion of organized labor, he devoted much of his energy to warning the workers of the dangers offered to trade unionism by socialism. He founded a publication, The Leader, which he used primarily to warn trade unionists against independent political action, which he labeled a socialist plot to weaken and destroy the labor movement. Sec. Bernard C. Cronin, Father York and the Labor Movement in San Francisco. Washington, 1943, pp. 55, 741-75, 79, 87, 90, 92, 97, 98, 105, 113, 11 grams minus 20, 127, 139. and overum to the neglect of the second, which it considered to be more important, the Catholic world warned. We are to be careful to distinguish between the lawful sympathy we may and should have for injustice done to the laboring classes and the unlawful sympathy we feel disposed to indulge for their lawless methods of seeking redress. Nor can we afford to adopt the error that capitalists need all the corrections that is to be given in the solution of this problem. Working men also need to have their erroneous views corrected, the more so that for the most part they have become too willing disciples of the perverse propaganda conducted by the materialistic and atheistic socialists of our day. 8. Attitudes of cardinals and bishops. It was not until after 1900 that the Catholic Church in the United States began to play an active role in correcting the erroneous views current in the labor movement. In 1896, Archbishop Ireland observed that there was nothing to be feared from socialist influence in the trade unions since full reliance could be placed upon the good sense of the American workers. After 1900, this attitude of complacency disappeared. The formation and growth of a unified socialist party in 1901 and the break from Daniel de Leon's sectarian approach to the existing and established trade unions filled the church with consternation. Within a few months after the Socialist Party was organized in July 1901, Archbishop Michael Corrigan, in a series of sermons delivered at New York's St. Patrick's Cathedral, condemned the new movement. Socialists, said the Archbishop, were bent on dominating the trade unions and turning them into engines of social discontent, and Catholic workers must be on their guard to prevent this development. In Buffalo, in 1902, Archbishop James E. Quigley issued a pastoral letter to the churches in his diocese in which he exhorted the priests to warn the people against the theories advocated by the socialists through the trade unions. Quigley warned that no Catholic can become a member of a social democratic organization, or subscribe for or in any way contribute to the support of a social democratic newspaper organ. The Catholic Union and Times, a weekly published in Buffalo, featured articles by Quigley and others warning Catholic trade unionists of the danger of socialism. 9. In Peoria, Illinois, Bishop Spalding called the preaching of socialist doctrines to American workers criminal and ought to be punished by law. William Strang, Bishop of Fall River, urged trade unionists to turn to the church and not to the socialists for the answer to social evils. In the confessional men will find more peace of mind and rest of heart, for the story of the formation of the Socialist Party, the doctrines of Daniel de Leon and the break from them, see Foner, Op. Cit. Volume 2, pp. 388-403. Than all the fanatic schemes of socialism can furnish, in Milwaukee. Archbishop Sebastian Mesmer echoed Quigley's sentiments by warning the Catholic workers. A man cannot be a Catholic and a socialist. Consequently, the fight is on and will be continued as long as the Church is a power in the history of the future. 10. The three American cardinals also undertook the task of warning Catholic workingmen that they could not join the Socialist Party and remain in good graces of the Church, and they emulated Bishop Quigley in applying rerum and overum in the United States. Cardinal James Gibbons declared in one of his addresses, reprinted by the American Anti-Boycott Association, that trade unions have need of leaders possessed of great firmness, tact and superior executive ability, who would strive to improve the conditions of the membership, without infringing on the rights of their employers. They should work incessantly to prevent the labor movement from falling under the control of designing demagogues, who would convert it into a political engine. They should, therefore, be careful to exclude from their ranks that turbulent element composed mostly of men who boldly preach the gospel of anarchy, socialism and nihilism. Cardinal William O'Connell issued a pastoral letter to be read in all churches of the Archdiocese of Boston on Sunday, December 1, 1912, in which he urged Catholic workers to combat socialist influence in the trade unions. There is not and cannot be a Catholic socialist, he warned. Cardinal Farley of New York outlined a whole series of methods for Catholic trade unionists to combat the common enemy of church, employers and workers socialism. 11. Catholic message to the A.F. of L. Sermons and writings of other Catholic clergymen followed the same pattern. These emphasized that labor and capital had common interests, that the most sacred right of man is his right to private property, that Catholics must support conservative trade unionism and, above all, must not let socialism attract them or let it become affixed to their trade unions. These principles were directed at the A.F. of L leadership as well as the Catholic Unionists' rank and file. But the Catholic hierarchy went even further. The A.F. of L leaders were specifically reminded that the Catholic workers were the backbone of the Federation's mem. Actually, there were a few Catholic socialist labor leaders such as Frank J. Hayes, who was elected president of the United Mine Workers after John P. Mitchell resigned in 1907. There was at least one socialist Catholic priest, Father Thomas J. Haggerty. Even after he was suspended from parish duties for his socialist activities, Haggerty maintained that he was still a Roman Catholic priest in good standing. I am a Catholic prick. Street, as much a Catholic as the Pope himself, he told an audience in 1902. Robert E. Doherty, Thomas J. Haggerty, The Church and Socialism, Labor History, Volume 3, Winter, 1962, page 44. Bishop. The Church made it clear that it was not unwilling for Catholic trade unionists to participate in the A.F. of L. In fact, the Church offered to assist the A.F. of L in its struggle for recognition. On the other hand, it would only be a friend as long as the A.F. of L conformed to the Church's idea of how a trade union should function. Should the A.F. of L ever depart from Catholic principles of labor organizations, should it veer toward a socialist ideology, then the Federation would find in the Catholic Church an implacable enemy. The Church would not only withdraw its support of the A.F. of L, but would instruct the body of Catholic workers in the Federation to leave. 12. To prove its conservatism to the Catholic Church, it was not enough for the A.F. of L to condemn socialism. It had also to concentrate on limited economic demands, avoiding strikes in the process, and not become involved deeply in politics. Independent political action for the working class was the same as socialism in the eyes of the Church, and any endorsement of it by the A.F. of L would bring down upon it the Church's condemnation. On the other hand, the limited type of political action espoused by the A.F. of L, the details of which we will discuss below, won the endorsement of the Catholic hierarchy and lay organs of opinion. Reverend Marshall Borman, S.J., wrote that the A.F. of L is respected because it has been conducted on sane and conservative principles, and because of its independence of political parties. The German Roman Catholic Central Society hailed the A.F. of L because it intends to be a purely economic organization. 18. Catholic spokesmen were very specific in charting the course workers should follow in the field of politics. Father William S. Kress of Cleveland used the question-answer method. Question: can the working class secure protection without going into politics? Answer: labor unions have gained many notable concessions from employers and have secured a considerable amount of legislation without going directly into politics, or what is the same thing, forming a distinct political party. Question: what political principles would you advise the working class to adhere to? Answer: to vote for capable and honest men, whom no amount of money can corrupt. Here was outlined the precise political philosophy being followed by the A.F. of L. 14. The Central Blatt and Social, Ustas, official organ of the German political policies that would be a departure from the slogan, reward your friends, punish your enemies. It continued. No politics in trade unions may be trite, but it is a true guide to safe conduct. The attempt to commit our unions to a specific political party should not be tolerated in our midst, neither by resolution, by financial aid, by giving politicians special privileges to carry on a campaign in our unions or in our official journals. Our business is not politics, but economics. The Friends of Labor are the men for unionists to support, and the policy of unionists is well expressed in the shibboleth that we should reward our friends and punish our enemies. One is. The phrase, reward your friends and punish your enemies, was, of course, the political slogan of the A.F. of L.I. Catholic labor societies. As early as 1902, Catholic workingmen's associations were established in several cities. The St. Anne's Workingmen's Society of Buffalo, New York, founded by the Reverend H. J. Mackel, S.J., was the first such society formed in the United States. In a number, priests who were members of unions affiliated with the A.F. of L played leading roles. These men were also quite influential in bringing the Catholic position to the unions of which they were members. The Arbeiterwohl, or Catholic Workingmen's Welfare Association, came into existence in St. Louis in 1909. It was founded by F. P. Kenkel, then editor of the German Catholic Daily, America, and the Reverend Albert Mayer of one of St. Louis's industrial parishes, St. Andrews. These men feared the influence of the socialists in the local trade unions, especially among the brewery workers, and, with the assistance of a number of employers, they organized the association. It issued a paper which was read by every German-speaking priest in St. Louis and could be found in most of the taverns frequented by German-speaking workingmen. At its annual convention in 1909, the German Roman Catholic Central Vereins's president asserted that the duty of the members was to contact Catholic unionists in the A.F. of L to arouse them against socialist penetration, and to teach them Catholic social principles. For this purpose, he declared, the Central Society is urging its more influential members in the various cities of the U.S. to gather around themselves in groups and circles, Catholic laboring men, members of the American Federation of Labor, to instruct them on their duties and the Christian principles in the labor question, to enable these to counteract the baneful activity displayed by socialistic agitators among the laboring men of the United. Guarding Catholic religious and civic rights. As a permanent solution of the problem of safeguarding Catholic laboring men, the Central Society advocates the formation of Catholic labormen's organizations, of course, without detriment to the American Federation of Labor. 16. These organizations, it is clear, were not to function as trade unions and were in no sense to be competitors to the A.F. of L. As articles in Central Blatt and Social, Ustis pointed out, Catholic workingmen's societies will prove indispensable to the trade union movement, for they ought to form the natural focus from which to project the rays of Catholicity into its heart. They were to operate as an education apparatus to instruct Catholic trade union leaders and rank and filers as to their special duties to church and society according to precepts laid down by Leo XIII. Only when so instructed and fortified will Catholic laboring men be able to do their full share in preventing this insidious enemy from capturing the trade union movement and turning it into a recruiting ground for socialism, into an appendix of the Socialist Party of the United States. With this objective in mind, the Central Society formed Catholic workingmen's societies in several cities. 17. The Militia of Christ. The Central Society was only one of several Catholic organizations that devoted themselves to combating socialist influence in the labor movement and to directing the trade unions along the lines of pure and simple unionism. Most of them, however, were not organized specifically for this purpose, and were not primarily composed of trade unionists. The most important organization of this type was the Militia of Christ for Social Service, the brainchild of Reverend Peter E. Dietz. Father Dietz's activity in the labor movement began at the convention of the Ohio State Federation of Labor at Toledo in 1909, which split over the issue of independent political action. When the socialist delegates carried the convention on this question, Father Dietz led the defeated minority out of the hall, and assisted in establishing a new anti-socialist Federation of Labor. For years, the two federations fought for supremacy in Ohio. Having contributed towards splitting the labor movement in Ohio, Father Dietz turned to the national labor scene, and in the same year, he attended the annual convention of the A.F. of L at Toronto. Before the convention closed, Dietz organized a rally for Catholic delegates, after which a committee was set up to establish a national organization of Catholic trade unionists to combat radicalism in the labor movement. In February 1910, the committee, headed by Father Dietz, met in St. Louis with Most Reverend John J. Glennon, Archbishop of St. Louis, who endorsed the plan. At the 1910 A.F. of L convention, Father Dietz appeared as a fraternal delegate from the American Federation of Catholic Societies. Addressing the convention, following an enthusiastic introduction by Gompers, Father Dietz assured the delegates of the Church's support of conservative trade unions. On November 21, 1910, during the progress of the A.F. of L convention, the Militia of Christ for Social Service, the first national organization of Catholic trade unionists in the United States, was organized. Its constitution and charter laws stated that it was founded by a band of ardent Catholic trade union leaders, as religious, patriotic and unionist fraternity, and that it champions, coordinates and unifies the legitimate interests of all classes of society as against the teachings of class hatred. Its chief objective was set forth in Section 3. This shall be henceforth the proper dominant note of the Militia of Christ. To cultivate the aspirations of the workers to better their conditions through organization in conservative trade unions, through collective bargaining and trade agreements, conciliation and arbitration of industrial disputes. 18. Father Dietz was the executive secretary, and the other officers in the directorate included an imposing array of Catholic trade union leaders in America at that time. P. J. McCardle, head of the Amalgamated Association of Iron, Steel and Tin Workers, was chosen president. Thomas J. Duffy, leader of the Brotherhood of Operative Potters, secretary. The other officers were John S. Whalen, ex-Secretary of State of New York, Peter Collins, Secretary of the Electrical Workers, and John Mangan, editor of the Steamfitters, Ernle, vice presidents. The directorate was made up of 4 members of the A.F. of L. Executive Council: Dennis A. Hayes, head of the Glass Bottle Blowers; James O'Connell, president of the Machinists; John R. Alpine, head of the Plumbers and Steamfitters; and John P. Mitchell, former president of the United Mine Workers, T.T. V. Connor, president of the Longshoremen; and John Golden, head of the Textile Workers, made up the rest of the directorate. Noting its composition, the Socialist Journal, as Father Dietz wrote, "In the Catholic bosom there is no necessary conflict between the rich and the poor, the employer and the employee, the trade unionist, the laborer and the farmer. What is to the interest of one is to the interest of all." Peter E. Dietz, The Metamorphosis, Central Blatt and Social, Ustis Review, Volume 2, July, 1909, pp. 7-10. T. John Mitchell was not born a Catholic but became converted to the Catholic religion in 1907. His wife was a Catholic, and in October 1907, she had written to Father Curran of Wilkes-Barre to pray that her husband would embrace the Catholic faith and save his soul. 2 months later, Mitchell became ill and thinking he was dying, asked for a priest so that he could join the Catholic Church. He lived on as a Catholic. Indeed, he usually dressed like a priest, wearing a long ministerial black coat and a white collar. Masses observed. The American Federation of Labor is getting more and more into the hands of the Militia of Christ. 19. In the first year of its existence, the Militia of Christ depended almost entirely on Dietz. The directorate, he complained to John Mitchell, was doing little beyond lending their names. But in 1912, the organization began to obtain active support both from the Catholic trade union leaders and the Church. With the assistance of the A.F. of L., the militia furnished weekly newsletters to nearly 300 labor papers, and sent lecturers to hundreds of trade union meetings and conferences which it sponsored. By the end of the year, Dietz was able to report that the idea of the work is now spreading very rapidly. The American Federation of Catholic Societies praised his work. Through correspondence, conferences, the weekly news service, he was able to exert a strong influence in the interests of legitimate trade unionism. 20 Sapis is more specific, describing the Militia of Christ as a secret organization of Catholic labor leaders designed to combat radicalism. It counted among its members the leading Catholic labor leaders, and had the approval of Gompers and the conservative labor leaders. The Militia of Christ was an auxiliary of the Church. It had large funds at its disposal. It was manned by an able staff. It immediately became a formidable factor in the fight against radicalism. It issued literature and retained a corps of propagandists and lecturers. In addition, it routed outstanding labor leaders and priests who had distinguished themselves in labor affairs on tours where they spoke to working-class audiences against radicalism and for the conservative brand of laborism. 21. Two of the militia's corps of propagandists and lecturers were Peter W. Collins and David Goldstein. In the preface to Collins' Triplets of Destruction, there is the comment, perhaps more than any other man in America, he has for nearly 20 years made a nationwide campaign from the lecture platform, through the magazines, the press and by special pamphlets, running into the millions of copies, against the menace of socialism. He was International Secretary of the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers for 8 years, resigning that position to devote all his time to fighting socialism and radicalism. He was editor of the Electrical Worker for 8 years. Over 15 years ago, 1904, he served as president of the Boston Central Labor Union, and was instrumental as president of that body in organizing the first national movement for bringing labor and capital together to settle their differences by conference and agreement, rather than by lockouts, strife and strikes. 22. One item is conspicuously absent from these biographical details: that Collins was part of a machine that ran the Brotherhood of Electrical Workers in the most corrupt and undemocratic fashion, making deals with the employers at the expense of the workers, and that he was forced to resign as secretary of the union by the opposition of the rank and file. David Goldstein was a Jewish socialist who was secretary of the Boston School of Political Economy, founded by Mrs. Martha Moore Avery, originally established in 1899 as a study center for the Boston Socialists under the name of the Karl Marx class. Mrs. Avery changed its title in 1901 with the aim of teaching Marxist economics minus Marxist philosophy, whatever that meant. In 1903, both Mrs. Avery and David Goldstein repudiated socialism, and in September of that year, the two collaborated in the publication of an attack on socialist philosophy and practices entitled Socialism, the Nation of Fatherless Children. Endorsed by Gompers in 1904, more than 50,000 copies of the book were sold. In 1904, Mrs. Avery became a convert to the Catholic faith, and Goldstein did likewise in 1905. The Boston School of Political Economy became a source from which emanated publications and lectures hostile to the threat of socialist encroachment on the American labor movement and for the propagation of Catholic principles in the trade unions. 23. Father Dietz erroneously claimed credit for being instrumental in bringing Peter Collins and David Goldstein to the Catholic platform, but an examination of their speeches and writings reveals why he took such pride. They emphasized only one theme: the necessity of uprooting socialist influence in the labor movement, preventing its future growth, and imbuing the trade unions throughout with Catholic principles of unionism. Touring the industrial areas under the Militia of Christ's auspices, Collins and Goldstein preached that workmen have a common interest with their employers, that the capitalists were friends of labor, and that the labor movement had only one enemy. That enemy is socialism. The chief target of this enemy was the A.F. of L. Socialists are battering from without and boring from within, for many are still intent on the capture of the American Federation of Labor by the peaceful means of shelving the time-tried and true officials, and elevating to their places class-conscious socialists. The chief bulwark against this enemy were the Catholic workers. See below, pp. 166-67. In 1910, Archbishop William O'Connell invited Goldstein to participate in a series of public educational meetings, to give workingmen an understanding of the basic principles that underlie the problems that affect their interests, to show them the value of the remedies which the Church proposes. 16 meetings were held. In 19U, under the auspices of the Central Bureau of the Central Society, Goldstein began a speaking tour during which he made 90 addresses to trade unions all over the country. David Goldstein, Autobiography of a Campaigner for Christ, Boston, 1936, pp. U7, 12 OS5. Collins also addressed trade union meetings under Catholic auspices, before he began this type of work for the militia of Christ. The work which the Catholic men of labor have to do is an important one, and to a large extent it rests with them, whether or not the pernicious and insidious propaganda of socialism will succeed within the trade union movement. Almost one half of the men of organized labor are Catholic workingmen. Almost half of the delegates to the conventions of the American Federation of Labor are loyal members of the Church. These men and their fellows are a factor in the labor movement. It rests with them whether or not the pernicious and insidious campaign of socialism will succeed with the organizations of workers. 24. As a result of the educational activities of the Church and of such organizations as the Militia of Christ, Goldstein emphasized, the Catholic workers could be relied upon to assist the A.F. of L leaders defeat the socialist conspiracy to unseat them. But to merit such support, the A.F. of L leaders must continually prove that their policies were based on Catholic social principles. Devout Catholics would be obliged to leave the A.F. of L if that organization departed from the principles, and the Federation's leadership would lose its best support, those great masses of men who stand for the moral principles which are the bulwark of the family, the Church and the State. Once this element had departed, the A.F. of L would sink to its death. Nevertheless, Goldstein continued, the Catholic Church was confident that it had good friends among the leaders of the A.F. of L, and that these conservative officials were in agreement with the Church on the principles that should govern trade unions. Fear not, he assured Catholic workers. Such men as Samuel Gompers and John Mitchell stand as good security against so dreadful a fate as the capture of the A.F. of L by the socialists. They are too well versed in the principles of socialism not to heed the danger. They are too well acquainted with socialist tactics not to understand their modes of attack. The A.F. of L is too strong in honor and in purpose of integrity to sink to a lower place. Its prospects are bright and its face is squarely set toward the night. 25. Response of A.F. of L leaders. Goldstein cleverly coupled praise for the A.F. of L leadership with a threat to their power and, indeed, to the entire existence of the Federation if these men departed from Catholic social principles in operating the organization. This practice, as we have seen, was common among Catholic spokesmen. Usually this was left as a threat hanging over the A.F. of L, but in one case at least it went further. On the morning of October 13, 1909, the Spanish monarchy executed Professor Francisco Ferrer, founder of the modern school of Barcelona, the pioneer of secular education in Spain, a champion of trade unionism in that country, and known as the Tolstoy of the Latins. Ferrer was found guilty of inciting the riots which occurred during the Barcelona general strike in the spring of 1909, but his real crime was his opposition to church domination over education in Spain. Joining the worldwide protest movement, the A.F. of L denounced the execution, the Executive Council declaring, the cause of free speech, free press and free education have found in Ferrer another martyr, the more regrettable in an age when civilization boasts of having replaced the tortures and brutality of medievalism by toleration and enlightenment. The resolution was published in the American Federationist, and aroused the anger of many Catholic clergymen who charged that Ferrer was a radical atheist, who deserved to be executed. Reverend J. B. Sendler of Moline, Illinois, protested to John Mitchell that the resolution seems ill-advised in as far as it is not calculated to gain for the Federation the support of the large body of Catholics in this country. He continued in a mournful tone, There was a time when the Catholic press of this and other countries openly applauded the Federation for its clean-cut opposition to the introduction of socialist tenets in its program. But at present voices are being raised here and there to point out that the Federation is deviating not officially, but nonetheless certainly from its former position, and drifting towards socialism, and all it implies. 26. The Catholic Columbian, published in Columbus, Ohio, was so enraged by the resolution that it ran an editorial under the caption, "Get out of the Labor Federation," telling Union workmen who were Catholics that they should withdraw from the American Federation of Labor. Concerned by this action, the A.F. of L assigned John Mitchell to write to James T. Carroll, manager of the journal. Mitchell urged Carroll to reconsider the advice to Catholic Unionists. It seems to me, He wrote that this editorial advice is not warranted because it is based upon the incorrect assumption that the Executive Council of the American Federation of Labor had in some way criticized the Catholic Church. He pointed out that this could not possibly be the case since 5 of the 11 members of the Executive Council are members of the Catholic Church, and the others would not think of criticizing the Church. 27. The incident revealed how sensitive the A.F. of L leadership was to threats from the Catholic Church. Gompers may not have been in complete accord with all the principles laid down for the trade unions by Foner Day, commemorating the anniversary of the professor's death, was celebrated for many years after 1909 throughout the world. The meetings always featured Foner's last words before he was executed by a firing squad: "Shoot, and shoot straight. Long live the modern school." Industrial Worker, October 9, 19N. The Church, but as a practical man, he knew what Reverend Marshall I. Borman, S.J., meant when he warned in 1908 that, were it, the A.F. of L, to fall down before socialism, it would immediately burst asunder. The great majority of the A.F. of L are Christians and Catholics, and President Gompers, the English Hebrew, knows it. 28. In other words, the Jewish president of a labor federation, the bulk of whose members and officials were Catholic, was acceptable to the Catholic Church only so long as he proved himself a proponent of its concept of trade unionism. Gompers surely knew that an exodus of Catholic membership from the A.F. of L would end his tenure of office, for it would have placed the balance of power in the hands of the large bloc of remaining socialists. In a sermon delivered on September 2, 1951, at St. Patrick's Cathedral in New York City, entitled, "The Catholic Tradition in the Labor Movement," Father Henry J. Brown declared, "Generally, Samuel Gompers is given credit, and rightly so, for keeping down socialist control in the Federation, but who can gainsay the influence of those Catholic members and leaders of organized labor in whose ears there echoed such words of the Vicar of Christ as these? It is clear that the main tenet of socialism, the community of goods, must be utterly rejected. Our first and fundamental principle, when we undertake to alleviate the condition of the masses, must be the inviolability of private property." 29. Another Catholic historian, Professor Aaron Abel, uses more concrete language to make the same point. Speaking of the militia of Christ, he observes, "Members of that society, mostly Catholics in key positions in labor unions, helped conservative trade unionists, the pure and simplers, to thwart the continuous endeavors of the socialists to capture the A.F. of L. 30. Gompers took pains to convince the Church's emissaries to the labor movement, particularly Father Dietz, Father John A. Ryan, and Father, while Gompers was quite willing to accept Church support in combating radical influences in the A.F. of L. He rejected attempts to build such close relations with Catholic organizations that might lead to the Federation being taken over by them in an organizational sense. Thus, when Father Dietz called for closer affiliation in a virile relationship between the A.F. of L. and the American Federation of Catholic Societies on the ground that their objectives were basically the same, and recommended cooperation by committees from the two organizations on issues such as industrial education, legislation and social service, at the same time warning that there could be no compromise on policies that would adopt fundamental tenets of Marxism, Gompers wrote the Executive Council's rejection of this proposal. He acknowledged that there were many issues on which the two organizations saw eye to eye, but pointed out that it was impossible for the A.F. of L. to enter such agreement with a religious body as you propose. The Federation was anxious to continue existing relations with the Catholic societies, but to take the step recommended by Father Dietz would create a real danger of splitting the A.F. of L. Peter E. Dietz to the Executive Council of the A.F. of L., January 12, 1915. The Executive Council of the A.F. of L. to Father Dietz, September 24, 1915, A.F.L. Co. William J. Kirby, with whom he was on close personal terms, that he gave careful consideration to the Church's social program in his role as A.F. of L. President. He praised the militia of Christ, and even conceded that Father Dietz held the unique distinction of having secured a reversal of decisions by the Executive Board of the A.F. of L. on December 14, 19N, on the occasion of the publication of the Common Cause, an anti-socialist Catholic journal which was to concentrate on educational work among trade unionists. Gompers wrote, in 1891, Pope Leo XIII laid down in Rerum and Novarum a gospel for the social problem. We in the American Federation of Labor are proud to admit that this gospel has served as an important guide for our own activities in the whole area of capital-labor relations. 31. It was in December 19th, too, that Gompers received his reward. F. P. Kenkel, director of the German Roman Catholic Society's Central Bureau, assured him that the society was pleased with the A.F. of L. because it was in consonance with the social principles expounded by the Catholic Church, and that, under his leadership, the Federation had advanced a major objective of the Church, prudent cooperation between capital and labor. In principle, Kenkel declared, the Central Verein and its Central Bureau are in sympathy with your movement, and with the principles of the National Civic Federation. 32. The NCF and Catholic organizations. The leaders of the National Civic Federation were fully aware of the valuable role the Catholic Church could play in influencing the American labor movement, particularly the A.F. of L, in the direction of class collaboration, and they cooperated with the Church's campaign. I expect to have a conference tomorrow, Easley wrote to Gompers in April 1906, with David Goldstein and Martha Moore Avery, and will try and help them get some writing and speaking in a number of organizations. In 1908, Easley invited Father Francis W. Howard, later Bishop of Covington, Kentucky, and one of the leading Catholic speakers and writers for the trade unions, to become a member of the NCF, with whose cooperation he increased his activity in the labor movement. In January 1912, Easley hailed our Catholic friends for their contributions to the conservative program of the A.F. of LT during the spring and summer. On May 14, 1908, Father Howard gave the leading address to the Brotherhood of Locomotive Engineers at their national convention in Columbus, Ohio. In 1910, John P. Frey offered Father Howard the columns of the Mulder Journal, and he wrote regularly for the labor paper. T. Easley specifically cited 3 very strong anti-socialist movements of our Catholic Friends, Common Cause, the American Federation of Catholic Societies, and the German Catholic Central Society. Ralph M. Easley to Nicholas Murray Butler, January 8, 1912, NCFA. Of 1912, the Civic Federation held a series of conferences in New York City on the problem of defeating the efforts of the socialists to unseat the conservative leaders of the trade unions and to influence the A.F. of L along more radical lines. After prolonged discussion, it was finally decided that 2 types of campaigns should be waged against the socialists. They were to be conducted separately. One part of the work was to be taken over by the Catholic organizations such as the Militia of Christ, the Common Cause group, and the German Catholic Central Society. The other was to be conducted by the National Civic Federation. 33. James Wilkinson, delegate of the Amalgamated Carpenters Union of Canada to the 1911 A.F. of L Convention, returned to Vancouver alarmed by the enormous influence of the Catholic Church at the meeting. The Vancouver News-Advertiser on January 5, 1912, featured Wilkinson's report to that city's Trades and Labor Council. Under normal conditions, the Jesuits control 65% of the vote of the Congress of the American Federation of Labor, and under extraordinary circumstances they can control 75 or 85% of the vote. I made the discovery at the Congress that 9/10 of the responsible officials of the American Federation are men who are owing allegiance to a religious body that usually demands first rights to a man's intelligence. Such a state of affairs is not a thing that should be present in a gathering of the kind, and I think that if some of the unions knew more about their delegates, the latter would be forced to relinquish their connections with these societies, such as the Militia of Christ. Although Wilkinson's picture was exaggerated, it was widely reprinted in the radical press and caused concern among many A.F. of L members. At the 1912 convention of the International Molders Union of North America, Delegate Thomas J. Mooney, representing Local 164 of San Francisco, introduced the following resolution. No member of the International Molders Union of North America shall be a member of the National Civic Federation and the Militia of Christ for social service. The resolution was defeated by a vote of 221 to 148, 34, but the large vote cast for it showed that there was a growing realization in the American labor movement that the NCF and the Catholic Church were seeking the same objective in their relations with the trade unions: to foster the principles of class collaboration and rob the labor organizations of militancy. In his work, The A.F. of L in the Time of Gompers, New York, 1957, p. 336, Professor Philip Taft asserts the theory that Catholic influence prevented American labor from endorsing socialism and independent political action never gained a following outside of radical and anti-Catholic circles. This is not entirely accurate, for the radical circles charged that Catholic influence was only one of the forces responsible. Presbyterian Department of Church and Labor. Why should the Roman Catholic Church insist on meddling with the internal affairs of our American labor organization? A group of A.F. of L trade unionists protested. Other churches don't do it. This, of course, was not true. The Catholic Church was not the only religious body in America to show interest in guiding the labor movement along conservative lines. The Protestant churches similarly expressed fear that workers would entrust class agitators with leadership of the trade unions, and determined to assist the conservative leaders in forestalling it. There is going to be trouble, Reverend R. L. Paddock, a leading Protestant minister, declared in 1902, unless the good men take the situation in hand. If they do not, when the storm breaks, others will lead. 311. At precisely the same time, it will be recalled, Bishop Quigley of Buffalo New York, was issuing the same warning. The Presbyterian Church was the first Protestant denomination to take such action. In 1903, the Presbyterian Department of Church and Labor, the first of its kind in any denomination, was organized, and Rev. Charles Stelzl appointed its superintendent with instructions to function as a special missionary to the workingmen. The hold of the church on this large and important element of the population is not what it should be, the Board of Home Missions declared in announcing Stelzl's appointment. The past year has signally illustrated the power of the workingmen at any moment serious to affect economic conditions. It is believed that only the gospel of Christ can solve the great problem which is thus presented to the church. It is of the utmost consequence that the church should be aroused to the necessity of doing more than she has done to strengthen her hold upon the working class. 36 Full effect on the thinking of the AFL leaders along conservative lines. Dr. Thomas J. McDonough sums up the conclusion of these scholars when he writes, basically conservative as an institutional force, American Catholicism had a significant role as one environmental factor which influenced American unionism's economism. Some aspects of the Roman Catholic attitude toward the American labor movement. 1 Gu-1914, unpublished Ph.D. thesis, University of Wisconsin, 1951, page 188. In his book, Workers and Utopia, a study of the ideological conflict in the American labor movement, 1865 to 1900, Northwestern University Press, 1961, pp. 165-66, Gerald N. Grob dismisses the issue with the statement that the anti-socialism of the Catholic Church served to reinforce that which already existed within the framework of trade union ideology. He totally ignores the wealth of evidence revealing that it was not so much socialism, but militant, class-conscious trade unionism in the economic and political arenas that the Catholic Church opposed and equated with socialism. The protest was directed at Bishop Carroll for having threatened that if socialism entered our AFL, they would withdraw the Catholic membership. Leaflet, Rochester, New York, November 21, 1912, per megapixel. The reference is to the anthracite coal strike in 1902. Reared on New York's Bowery, Stelzl had been a machinist and labor leader. He was still a member of the International Association of Machinists before ordination as a minister. He was the moving spirit behind the Presbyterian Church's approach to the labor movement. During 1903 and 1904, he spent most of his time studying conditions throughout the country and preaching to workers in shops, halls, and churches. By 1905, the headquarters of the Department of Church and Labor were bustling. An extensive number of pamphlets were printed and widely distributed, some gaining a circulation of nearly 250,000 copies. During 1906, Stelzl's department directed shop campaigns at the noon hour in 6 cities for 60 days. 400 shops were visited by 500 ministers who addressed 200,000 workingmen and distributed 150,000 pieces of literature. All this was apart from Stelzl's own extensive work in addressing labor meetings throughout the country. He toured the country to address noon-hour shop meetings, attended by 1 to 10,000 men, 37. Starting in 1905, the Department of Church and Labor's Press Bureau furnished every week an article for the labor press of the United States and Canada, usually written by Rev. Stelzl, syndicating it to 250 weekly papers and 100 monthlies. The author speaks every week to millions of working people through articles syndicated to 250 labor papers, the department reported proudly. In 19CX, Stelzl announced that nearly 300 labor papers print regularly a syndicated article, which he furnished with plenty of religion, 38. The department also sponsored conferences between employers and workers for the purpose of discussing upon a Christian basis the industrial problem. In language similar to that employed by the NCF, the Presbyterian Church announced that as a result of these conferences, men who cursed one another for years came to know each other better. The ethical basis upon which both sides must rest their case was discussed, and misunderstanding which had been a chronic source of friction were explained away but not removed. Another important activity undertaken by the Department of Church and Labor was the exchange of fraternal delegates between central labor unions and ministerial associations. In 1905, following a plea by Stelzl for support of his department and its activities, the AFL Annual Convention gave its endorsement, and recommended to all affiliated city and state branches that whenever practicable, they exchange fraternal delegates with the various city and state ministerial associations. In 1906, the AFL Executive Council voted to seat a fraternal delegate from the Department of Church and Labor. Stelzl attended as a delegate from 1906 to 1915.39. By 1906, ministers appointed as fraternal delegates to labor unions had been slated in more than 75 cities. The next year, the number of these cities had increased to about 100. A large number of AFL unions established the office of chaplain for these fraternal delegates. The minister, supplied by Stelzel's department, opened and closed union meetings with a prayer, and addressed the gatherings. Their influence in social, economic and moral questions, the Presbyterian Church announced, has been such as to revolutionize completely the discussions and tendencies of the labor element in the labor unions. 40. The nature of this influence is revealed in the literature issued by the department as well as in the speeches of its emissaries, especially Stelzel, to the labor movement. Stress was placed on the point that the church and labor have much in common, this mutuality being partly a matter of historical relationship, since there was much evidence to prove that Christianity was simply a great labor movement, that the early church was a great labor union. Like the church, the labor movement was a permanent feature of society. It was here to stay, and all efforts to destroy it was as doomed to fail as were those to destroy the church. The labor movement could not be annihilated by outside forces, but it could be destroyed from within by the adoption of incorrect policies and the election of professional agitators, i.e., socialists, to leadership. The church was prepared to stand with organized labor in its struggles for conditions which were basically just and fair, but it could do so only if the unions abided by correct policies and tactics in securing their goals. The approval of the church of the methods whereby these conditions are to be obtained should be given only when they are lawful and moral. This approval could never be given to unreasonable strikes and other policies concocted by unscrupulous agitators, who sought to arouse in the workers feelings of discontent with their lot in order to increase class division and class warfare. 41. In his articles syndicated in the labor press, Stelzel regularly offered the following credo. An everyday creed for the man who works. I believe in my job. It may not be a very important job, but it is mine. Furthermore, it is God's job for me. He has a purpose in my life with reference to his plan for the world's progress. And again, the man on the fob. Those who succeed get there principally because they hang on when others let go. It isn't because they possess more originality or because they give greater knowledge. It's because they stay on the job. It's the man who can stay on the job in spite of all supposed wrongs. Apart from his weekly releases to the labor press, Stelzel was also the author of several books on religion and labor, and of one pamphlet, An Open Letter to Ministers of the Gospel, Washington, 1905, published under the AF imprint, but without the author's name. The one who has learned how to laugh them in the face who will win out in the end. 42. Small wonder that Stelzel and the other department's emissaries were welcomed by employers in hundreds of shops to address workers on their Christian duties. Small wonder that the department could boast that a large number of businessmen, who are leaders in the industry, have been secured as sustaining members. Small wonder that easily hailed Stelzel's work and placed him on important committees of the NCF. The real wonder is that labor leaders should have turned over the facilities of the trade unions to such propaganda. But, then, it was better for such leaders to have Stelzel's articles in the labor press than those by radicals. Indeed, the department pointed with pride to the fact that since syndication of Stelzel's weekly articles, radical articles are now rarely printed in the labor press. Moreover, Stelzel's articles continually reminded the rank and file that the conservative leadership of the A.F. of L was the type approved of by the church. Follow the leader who is quiet, thoughtful, conservative. This is the type of man who is coming to the front in labor circles, and it prophesies better things for the working man. 43. Statesmanship was needed for labor leadership. The day had passed when the counsel of radical Blather's kites should be heeded. Statesman-like labor leaders, learning through personal contact that the captains of industry were sincere, religious-minded people, could be relied upon to show the workers that the labor-capital relationship could be solved without bitterness. The A.F. of L was fortunate in having such leaders, and as long as they remained at the helm, the members of the Federation need have no concern about receiving the Church's support. 44. As in the case of the Catholic Church, the theme of social justice became secondary in the Presbyterian Church's approach to the struggle against radical influences in the labor movement and support for existing conservative leadership. Indeed, the theme of social justice was little more than a vehicle to push the main objective. The major objective, one student points out, was the desire of circumventing the development of labor extremism. Protestantism in America assumed a cast of social liberalism in the attempt to guide the direction of the labor movement. This rapprochement was aided by the fact that the destiny of, at a meeting of the Chicago Federation of Labor, however, a bitter attack was launched upon the AFL leadership for endorsing Stelzel's Doctrine of Brotherly Love. Terre Haute, Indiana, Gazette, April 12, 1904, in Eugene V. Debs. Scrapbooks, No. 6, page 195, till, in 1910, the Spokane labor world criticized Stelzel for knowing nothing about actual conditions facing the working class and advised him to quit trying to teach the working class. He is another example of the worker graduating into a parasitical position and keeping his place at the expense of those whom he boasts of trying to help. Out on such hypocrites. Reprinted in the Working Man's Paper, Seattle, June 18, 1910. The labor movement was now in the hands of the conservative leadership of the American Federation of Labor. Dignity and rectitude in the church found mates for themselves in the ranks of labor. Frank Morrison, secretary of the A.F. of L., provided substance for this statement when he publicly declared that the A.F. of L leadership found in the Department of Church and Labor a most useful ally in the battle against radical forces who threatened their position. 45. Federal Council of the Churches of Christ. In 1908, the Federal Council of the Churches of Christ in America, which included Baptists, Episcopalians, Methodists, and Presbyterians, adopted a platform of 16 articles called the Social Creed of the Churches. The platform, supplemented and readopted in 1912, opened with the sentence, "We deem it the duty of all Christian people to concern themselves directly with certain practical industrial problems." It then called for the protection of the worker against dangerous machinery, occupational disease, and injury, the abolition of child labor, the regulation of conditions of toil for women, the suppression of the sweating system, the establishment of the 6-day week, and suitable provision for the old age of workers. Largely the work of Rev. Harry F. Ward, pastor in the Stockyard District of Chicago and secretary of the Methodist Federation for Social Service. The Creed was the most advanced position adopted by the Protestants on the labor question during this period. The Federal Council openly acknowledged that the masses of those who toil have drifted from the church and lost faith in the church, and that to win them back, it was necessary for the church openly to ally itself with organized labor. The Federal Council asserted that its interest lay with the labor movement, and that the fundamental purposes of the labor movement were ethical. Despite the errors of individuals and groups, the fault of spirit, the imperfection of methods, and, in some instances, most deplorable results, organized labor is to be regarded as an influence not hostile to our institutions, but potent in beneficence. Trade unionism should be accepted not as the church's enemy, but as the church's ally. But the Federal Council also made it clear that its chief objective was to eliminate the class struggle, the existence of which it did not deny, and that its support for organized labor was for those unions which the National Council of the Congregational Churches adopted the Creed in 1910, the General Assembly of the Presbyterian Church in the USA in 1900, the Northern Baptist Convention in 1900, the Seventh-day Baptist General Conference in 1913, the General Conference of the Methodist Episcopal Church, South in 1914. The Churches and Industrial Questions, Federal Council Bulletin, Volume IV, April to May, 1921, page 53. Proclaimed class collaboration as their goal. With Christ's example before us, declared the Council in 1908, it is impossible to accept a class gospel. The Federal Council threw its support to employers' welfare programs as a means of eliminating class conflict. It regarded them, with the greatest satisfaction, as an evidence that some employers had a paternal spirit and a disposition to deal justly and humanely with their employees. 46. The Federal Council concentrated its entire aid to the labor movement behind the leaders of the A.F. of L and the railroad brotherhoods whose conservative policies, it declared, were helping to eliminate class conflicts in the United States and keeping the trade unions free of socialist control. As William John Viome points out in his study of the Federal Council and labor problems, the Council was primarily interested in supporting the American Federation of Labor and the railroad brotherhoods, which were the only socially acceptable organizations working to organize American labor. It showed no interest in labor organizations which advocated industrial unionism and independent political action, and none in the problems of the great mass of the unskilled workers, Negro and white, who were excluded from the A.F. of L and the railroad brotherhoods by the exclusiveness of craft unionism. Frank Morrison and John B. Lennon, secretary and treasurer of the A.F. of L, worked closely with the Federal Council. 47. Even Stelzl recognized that the indifference of the Federal Council to the plight of the unskilled, the majority of the workers in the United States, limited its appeal to the working class. In 1910, Stelzl declared that the immigrant working man is alienated from the church. To gain the respect of these workers, the Federal Council had to concern itself with their problems, and the church had to take sides. To be neutral in the class struggle only earned it the contempt of all classes. It was neither respected by the powerful, whose interests are conserved because of its silence, nor honored by the lowly whose struggles it ignores. 48. Some council leaders, notably Harry F. Ward and Charles McFarland, endorsed socialism. They were decidedly a minority. Charles McFarland, The Christian Ministry and the Social Order, New Haven, 1909, page 20. This was also brought out in the Federal Council's investigation of the steel strike of 1910 in South Bethlehem. Report of the Federal Council of the Churches of Christ in America concerning the industrial situation at South Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, pamphlet, New York, 1910, page 14. J. Stelzl's remarks shocked the leaders of the Presbyterian Church, and charges were raised that he was a socialist. Although he denied the charges, he was forced out of his position in the Presbyterian Church by the conservative elements. C. H. Hopkins, The Rise of the Social Gospel in American Protestantism, 18,651,915, New Haven, 1940, page 283. One labor paper commented, "Poor Rev. Chas. Stelzl, machinist preacher, he struggled to bring the workers from whose ranks he sprung to understand capital. The results were, first, labor distrusted him. In general, the influence exerted by the Protestant Church on the direction of the American labor movement could not equal that of the Catholic Church. As one student correctly notes, probably none of the larger Protestant denominations are representative of the working man as are the Catholic and Jewish groups in foreign industrial centers. 49. Role of the Jewish rabbis. Of the three denominations mentioned above, the Jewish was the only one whose religious leaders did not make an effort to influence the ideology of the American labor movement along conservative lines. For one thing, socialist thinking was the main force in organizing the Jewish trade union movement, and any efforts on the part of the rabbis to influence the policies of these unions or the ideology of their leaders would have brought down severe condemnation on their heads. For another, any leader of the Jewish trade unions who would have tried to establish close relations with the rabbis or help them in bringing their message to the rank and file would have been denounced. In a few cases, rabbis were called upon to intervene with Jewish employers in strikes, and they were even asked to act as judges in labor disputes and in issues involving arbitration, but any effort on their part to influence the policies of the unions would have been keenly resented. Knowing the strong anti-religious sentiment among large sections of the Jewish workers who were socialists and anarchists, the rabbis refrained from interfering. The theme of social justice was the major one struck in Jewish religious circles. Between 1900 and 1915, concludes one student of the subject, social justice became almost an obsession with the rabbis. The pulpit spoke of it incessantly. 110 While the rabbis were against socialism and all radical plans for the remaking of industrial society, they emphasized that poverty was man-made and not the inevitable consequence of the operation of economic law. Labor was held to have the right to organize and to share in the determination of its destiny. Rabbi Stephen S. Wise of the Free Synagogue in New York advanced this theme vigorously, carrying the fight for the right of labor to organize into the very halls of the economic barons, excoriating the profit system in their presence. The largest contributors to his free synagogue deserted him when he participated in a series of union meetings, but Wise continued to insist that no genuine betterment in working conditions could come about without collective bargaining. 51 He is now facing charges of being a socialist before the Presbyterian Church General Assembly. Moral: no man can serve both God and mammon. Solidarity, May 22, 1915. Although he was a leader in the Christian Socialist Fellowship, Stelzl rejected the class struggle. In 1912 he declared that socialism could not mold a highly moral being, and was non-effective. Charles Stelzl. The Gospel of Labor, New York, 1912, page 91. Conclusion: had the theme of social justice been the only one stressed by the Catholic and Protestant churches, the course of American labor's development would have been different. Unfortunately, this theme was subordinated to the task of preventing organized labor from adopting a militant program of action and of fastening upon it a conservative leadership which would uphold the church's doctrine of class collaboration. And all in the name of combating socialism. It is indeed ironic that the very labor leaders who were most vehement in their opposition to the socialists on the ground that they represented an outside force, seeking to control and shape the policy of the trade unions, not only did not oppose the church for doing precisely this, but actually joined hands with its emissaries to maintain a labor program that would win approval of this outside force. In Belgium, Germany, and other European countries, trade unionists separated themselves from unions that reflected socialist policies and leadership and established Christian, Catholic unions. 112 Although the organizations which sought to imbue the American labor movement with Catholic social principles established relations with the Christian Union movement in Europe, and though they and the church hierarchy threatened to establish such unions in the United States, no unions of this type were actually organized in this country during the period under discussion. Their absence was due in part to the fact that Catholics occupied a minority position in the American scene, though they did occupy a majority position in the unions affiliated with the A.F. of L. And Catholic unions would probably have brought down the condemnation of anti-Catholic organizations in this country. But, in a real sense, the Catholic unions were not needed, for as one writer in the first issue of The Common Cause pointed out, in Europe workers have had the need to establish special Catholic unions to carry out the labor philosophy set forth in Pope Leo XIII's encyclical. But this has not been necessary in the United States. Thanks to conservative leadership, this is the attitude generally taken by organized labor in this country. 113. What had happened, in effect, is that the church had agreed to support the A.F. of L leadership as long as it adhered to a conservative labor program. In exchange, this leadership proved to the church that its policies and activities merited this support, Since the above was written, 2 new articles on Charles Stelzl have been published, both by George H. Nash. 3. Charles Stelzl, Apostle to Labor. Labor History, 11, Spring, 1970, 151, 4, and Charles Stelzl, Social Gospel. Pioneer, Fernal of Presbyterian History, L. Fall, 1972, 206-28. See, however, my letter in answer to the article in Labor History, published in Ibid. 11, Summer, 1970, 396-97. Chapter 6. Business Unionism. In February 1901, the Atlantic City, N.J., Union Herald, under the heading, Managed by Business Methods, boasted editorially, Trade unions are more and more being based on business principles, and are more and more being managed by business-minded leaders who operate according to business methods. The more completely the mastery of these principles, the greater the success attained. In November 1909, the official organ of the Bricklayers and Masons International Union quoted with approval the following comment by a leading commercial paper. In practically every trade we now have one strong organization of labor, with large funds, and more than that, able businessmen and more conservative field generals at the helm, with the unions conducted in a business-like and conservative manner. 1. As we have seen in previous volumes, the original objective of business unionism was to enable the unions to function efficiently and effectively as tightly knit, well-organized, soundly financed instruments of the working class in their day-to-day struggles. Indeed, efficient internal organization was crucial, especially in the years after 1873, to trade union survival and growth. Major innovations associated with business unionism were centralized control, especially of strikes, benefit payments for sickness, unemployment, and death, high dues and high initiation fees. To be sure, even in the early development of business unionism, there were union leaders who became so obsessed by the accumulation of funds per se that this was for them the sole objective of trade unionism. Such leaders were reluctant to engage in struggles lest they cut into the union treasuries. But so long as business unionism in the main sought, see Foner, Op. Cit. Volume I, pp. 346-47, 515-16, Volume 2, pp. 93-96. Philip Taft traces the origin of business unionism to the very beginnings of trade unionism in the United States in the 1790s, but his definition of what constitutes business unionism is so loose as to make his analysis fairly meaningless. See Philip Taft, on the Origins of Business Unionism, Industrial and Labor Relations Review, Volume 17, October 1963, pp. 20-38. As its basic objective the creation of labor organizations able to fight effectively for the improvement of the wages, hours, and working conditions of the membership, its adoption by the labor movement was inevitable and necessary. Point 2. Emergence of business-minded union leadership. Unfortunately, by the turn of the century, the business unionism concept that was beginning to rule many unions meant application of the ethic of the marketplace, the ethic of the businessman to the labor movement, the ethic which justified the use of position and influence for the self-enrichment of the union leadership and the increased profit of the employers. The majority of union organizers were men and women who willingly faced loss of job, blacklists, and other hardships in order to organize and unite the working class in struggle. Their only reward was the greater militancy and class solidarity resulting from their labor. As Debs wrote of one such organizer in a letter to Morrison, he has the spirit of self-denial and energy. His very heart is in the work. He has suffered much and done much and is capable and willing to do more. Free the Secretary of the International Association of Blast Furnace Workers and Smelters of America wrote to Gompers in 1903. My salary is but $15 a month, but I do the best I can at that, knowing that the association is not able to do any better at this time, and all the money that comes in can be used to build up the organization instead of paying salaries. 4 of such men, Debs wrote. The labor movement is his monument, and though his name is not inscribed upon it, his soul is in it, and with it marches on forever. 11. This spirit never entirely died in the American labor movement. Unfortunately, a different spirit also emerged, represented by the type of union leader who saw the developing labor movement as a lush business through which he could enrich himself. In the late 80s and early 90s, the trade unions faced savage attacks by employers. Spies infiltrated and wrecked local after local. Militant unionists were blacklisted. If a committee of workingmen approached an employer with demands for improved conditions, they were likely to be fired. In the face of this employer's offensive, the youthful A.F. of L unions found it necessary to delegate authority to organize workers and represent them in negotiations to full-time organizers who would not be dependent upon employers for their livelihood. The man who filled this job was the walking delegate, also called the business agent. He was employed by the union on a salary and was usually an appointed official on the payroll of a local union or a city-wide federation. He had the power to grant or withhold work. He examined the work of the members of the union, organized non-union men, penalized the Boss for infraction of rules, called strikes, controlled payment of benefits and the collection of dues, and represented the local union in the Central Labor Union. Point 6. Since his was a full-time job, his power might easily overshadow the authority of the elected officer of the union who stayed at his trade and devoted himself only part-time to the union. When employers lost the power to intimidate union leaders by discharging them or threatening to do so, they tried the next best thing to buy them out. They quickly learned that it was cheaper and more expedient to pay off union officials than to meet the demands of the rank and file. The mere savings to employers if they could shave even $1 per week off the wage demands of the workers was considerable. Assuming a union of 10,000 men, it would mean more than $500,000 per year. And to a leader who negotiated such an attractive agreement would be a small price to pay. The new type of labor leaders fitted in neatly with the employer's designs. Most of the business agents were, to be sure, honest and sincere men at the outset. They had actually worked in their trade, and had engaged in voluntary organizing long before they became paid union officials. They were still workers at heart, and many remained this way during their entire career. But others found the opportunity to supplement their union salary with employers' contributions too much to resist. They gradually lost their initial zeal and became interested primarily in augmenting their income. Then there was from the beginning the type of business agent who was well described by rank and file unionist in 1904 as nothing more nor less than a saloon burn. He was hardly an example of a man who had risen in his own trade. Although he had spent years working at various jobs, he had done little work in the trade in which he now operated as a union leader. It is doubtful that he would even know how to hold, much less use, a working tool of the men he ruled. Much of the earlier life of this type of business agent had been spent in activities which had enabled him to acquire a formidable reputation as a tough guy, and some of it in prison. Some had been arrested from 12 to 20 times on charges ranging from gambling and disorderly conduct to robbery, larceny, and assault and battery. But accusers had a way of clamming up when trials came around, and they usually went free. These kinds of union leaders shared none of the zeal of the earlier organizers who thought in terms of serving the workers' interests. Indeed, they viewed their predecessors with scorn, labeling them as fools, starry-eyed idealists, and asses guising under the name of organized labor. 7. To these labor leaders, the trade union was not an institution to improve the lot of its members. To them, as one student notes, trade unionism was primarily business and, in business, one's principal object is to acquire more and more money. 8 is one of these. Men wrote in 1900, the union should be run on just the same business principles as a business firm is. The union needs a man to manage it just as much as a business house needs a manager. Then why not reward him as the business firm rewards its manager? 9. In short, these labor leaders regarded themselves as businessmen whose business was trade unionism. They had a vested personal financial interest in the union business. The corruption system. Once they took over as union leaders, these men extended their outlook. Gompers could still define trade unions as the business organizations of the wage earners to tend to the business of the wage earners. 10. But the new labor leaders regarded the unions as their booziness organizations, to be run primarily for their profit, and only incidentally for the welfare of the wage earners. From his union position or positions, this type of union leader drew more or less legitimate salary of $2 to $8 a year plus expenses. 11. However, his illegitimate earnings were often far greater and might even be more than 10 times the above figures. In the latter category would fall the following. 1. Income derived from robbing union treasuries. The new type union leader collected the hundreds of thousands of dollars in dues, as the case might be, paid into the union local which he controlled, but he seldom kept a bank account or even bothered to record the payments in a book. A common complaint found in letters from A.F. of L members to Gompers or Morrison was that their union leader receives every dollar that goes into the local and gives no receipt for the same. Union funds less than L dwindled away on swindle sheets, which recorded their payments merely for the good of the local. Although the union constitutions provided for the issuance of financial reports, none were issued by these leaders, or, if issued, proved meaningless. An example which aroused widespread attention involved Peter J. McGuire, Secretary-Treasurer of the United Brotherhood of Carpenters and Joiners, a pioneer founder of the A.F. of L, and a powerful force in its executive council. An audit of McGuire's books by the Carpenters Union revealed shortages and discrepancies. Even McGuire's associates in the A.F. of L leadership conceded that no one could make sense of his books. McGuire was replaced as Union Secretary-Treasurer and later arrested, but the matter, a financial report by the National Office of the International Hod Carriers. Building and Common Laborers Union, AF of L, although it covered a period of 10 years, consisted of 3 lines. Michael A. Saracino, International Hod Carriers and Common Laborers Union of America. A Case Study of Corruption, unpublished MA Thesis, Sociology, New York University, 1955, pp. $4,849. Was settled when he agreed to return to the Brotherhood the funds which were missing. 122. The payment of large sums of money by employers for preventing or calling off strikes, negotiating reasonable contracts and neglecting contract clauses. On June 22, 1903, the Terre Haute, Indiana, Gazette carried the following report under the headline, Walking Delegate. Blackmail. District Attorney Jerome, of New York, has caused the arrest of 2 walking delegates on charges of extorting money from employers to end strikes. $2,300 were the amounts paid by contractors in these cases to have strikes called off. In another case, the district attorney says that $17,500 was paid by contractors for the Union Club to 5 walking delegates as a bribe to call off a strike. One of the walking delegates arrested appears to have made a regular business of calling and settling strikes for his own profit. By the turn of the century, such payoffs by employers to union grafters became standard practice in a number of industries, particularly in the building trades. Graft was not the exception but was the rule in building construction. One investigation concluded union labor was exploited in the interests of dishonest leaders who amassed fortunes for themselves. Usually employers paid a certain percentage of the total amount of their profits from 1 to 3% to union leaders to assure themselves of peaceful labor relations. In most cases, the original demand for strike insurance came from the employer's side. In others, the employers went along, many willingly, some reluctantly, even fearfully. 18 inches. The feeling of the membership underscores intense against the agreement, but they have been forced to accept. This sentence appeared in scores of letters from union members to the A.F. of L leadership. When it was revealed that the union leaders who negotiated these agreements were paid off by the employers in sums varying from $1,000 to $21,000 and $50,000, it was clear why the demands of the workers were nowhere to be found in such agreements. 14. Even the most praiseworthy agreements from the workers' standpoint became worthless scraps of paper in the hands of the business-minded union leaders. The employers simply ignored the agreements, and the business agents kept their eyes closed and pocketed the boss's bribes, presented to them ostensibly for being a good guy. 15. Naturally, employers who refused to pay off were forced to live up to the terms of the union contracts. Finding their competitors enjoying quiet advantages through the intercession of the union leadership, these employers usually joined the company of those who paid off. In no time, the wage scales and working conditions throughout the entire trade were completely undermined. 3. Income derived from cooperating with employers to form monopolies in their particular trade. Type union leader especially valuable to emerging monopolists. For a payment, the union official would call strikes against competitors who refused to join the monopoly or do its bidding. Agreements were drawn up under which the union leaders were to share some of the increased profits resulting from the monopoly control of the industry. In a secret agreement drawn up between the A.F. of L. Building Trades Council and the Mill Owners Association of San Francisco, the union leaders guaranteed that no material would be used in building construction that was not made in the mills controlled by the association. Out of the enormous profits resulting to association members from higher prices, a percentage specified in the secret agreement went to the union leaders. Under an agreement between the Window Glass Company, the trust which controlled 1,800 pots of the 2,800 in the United States, and the leaders of the Window Glass Workers Association, a block of stock with par value of $500,000 was placed in trust to be paid out to these leaders in accruing dividends. The union was required, under the agreement, to furnish the company an adequate number of skilled workers to run its plants even if it had to take them out of the plants of the company's competitors. Simon Burns, president of the union, was made a director of the company. 16. Here, as in numerous other cases, the union leaders became part owners of the companies which belonged to monopolistic associations. Sometimes the ownership was placed in the name of their wives. Thus they had a double interest in using their union power to kill off competitors and increase the profits of the companies in which they were owners. In collective bargaining, these leaders had an interest on both sides. Indeed, there were instances in which these union leaders actually supplied scabs to the companies in which they owned interests to help break strikes that threatened their personal profit. 174. Income derived from the sale of union labels. To many A.F. of L. leaders, the union label was a magic talisman for the organization of labor and the improvement of its conditions. As they saw it, the major attention of the labor movement should be devoted to promoting the use of the label by employers and its recognition and demand among consumers, both union and non-union. As Thomas H. West, composer of the official A.F. of L song, "Stick to Your Union," wrote in the song, "Don't forget the union label. There's nothing can your rights so well defend. So help it on with deed and word. In every way you can. Don't forget the union label, it's your friend." 18. As we shall see, this emphasis on the union label as a chief organizing weapon was short-sighted and naive. But more shocking is the fact that the label became an integral part of union corruption. Once employers learned that the producers of a label product had a ready market among union men and their families, many were ready to pay for its use. An A.F. of L organizer wrote to Frank Morrison from Los Angeles in 1900. There is a manufacturer of overalls and shirts here and he is simply crazy to pay me to organize his help. He wants the label. In 1904, in return for the use of the Union label on its paints, the Liberty Paint Company of Liberty, Indiana, offered the Brotherhood of Painters, Decorators, and Paperhangers of America $25,000 preferred stock, calling for the payment of dividends out of the annual profits of the company, and, in addition, it promised that when the sales of the paints shall have increased by 3 million gallons per annum, the company was to pay the Brotherhood the sum of $RNO, in cash. 19. Here, then, was a lucrative field for profit, and the profit-seeking union leaders were quick to take advantage of it by entering into agreements with employers for the sale of the Union label. That sort of unionism, a union official, himself guilty of the practice, concluded in 1903, as only a burlesque. The companies would ostensibly recognize the union, but continue to operate, in practice, either as an open shop or completely ignore the rules governing the union label and the union conditions the label was supposed to guarantee. After an investigation, the District Council of Cincinnati, Ohio, complained to the Brotherhood of Painters, Decorators and Paperhangers. The Liberty Paint Company of Liberty, Indiana has the label of the A.F. of L stating that it is union-made. Our investigation proves that the Liberty Paint Company had only unionized their business so they could get use of the label and after having obtained same, did not insist on the men being union. Neither did the union leadership which had obtained a sizable income from the agreement granting the company use of the label. 20. In many instances, the union label was nothing but a selling point from which the union leadership derived an income. 21 And of none was this more true than of the leadership of the United Garment Workers. Henry White, General Secretary of the UGW and an active labor representative in the National Civic Federation, devoted most. The A.F. of L set up a series of 9 rules governing the union label issued by the Federation itself or one of its affiliates. These included provisions for union wages and hours, 8 per day usually, for employment only of A.F. of L members, for enforcement by the employer of all union rules, and for the guarantee by the employer that should he violate the rules he should return the labels to the union or union officers from whom he received them. Leaflet, 1900, AFL Corps. T. White constantly lauded Ralph M. Easley and praised his tact and enterprise. In the steel strike of 1901, White worked actively to get President Schaefer to waive his demand for union recognition. Henry White to Gompers, July 19, 1901, APL Corps. For White's role as a defender of the trusts, see Foner, Op. Cit. Volume 2, p. 377. Of his time to the sale of union labels. No labels were issued unless arrangements were made through White and unless he received proper compensation. When a group of A.F. of L organizers unionized the garment workers in Columbus, Ohio, the local received a charter from White, but the request for labels was rejected. After investigating the matter thoroughly, the Columbus Central Trades and Labor Assembly protested to Frank Morrison. In our opinion, based on our experience and knowledge of organized labor in general, and information received from some prominent international officers of other organizations, we have arrived at the conclusion there is something very rotten in the management of this organization. We have been reliably informed that the Garment Workers National Organization, or at least the secretary thereof, Henry White, does not put out the label, except under certain conditions, and those conditions are arranged privately with the party who is asking for the label and for a certain consideration. 22. A student of the United Garment Workers notes that, during his nearly 10-year tenure of office of General Secretary, Mr. Henry White succeeded in making the label business the paramount issue of the organization. As a result of this policy, the bulk of the workers were left unorganized and oppressed, and their only means of seeking relief from the horrors of the sweating system were the sporadic strikes that convulsed one market after another. These strikes interfered with the orderly sale of labels and, at times, involved some expense to the national treasury, and the business-like officers of the United Garment Workers terminated many strikes by expelling the locals that initiated them and ordering the strikers to return to their job. 23. White resigned as General Secretary of the Union in RGO 4 after he was unable to prevent a major strike which interfered with his sale of labels. I hold, he wrote in explanation to Gompers, that if the chief officials of a national union allow themselves to be overridden by the members on a question which they are not in a position to determine, to surrender the right to decide whether a strike should take place or not, the union cannot endure. This remarkable piece of arrogance fooled nobody. The members of the union made it quite clear to Gompers that what really concerned White and led to his resignation was his realization that once he lost the power to prevent strikes, his label racket could not endure much longer. 24. The label racket was not the only one White was guilty of. It was disclosed after his resignation that he was a member of a company from which he regularly purchased union supplies, including the labels. In 1907, White was ordered by the Supreme Court of New York to pay back to the Union the profits he derived from the transaction. Industrial Union Bulletin, March 23, 1907. In 1913, White appeared on the public platform under the auspices of NAM, denouncing trade unionism. New York Call, July 2, 1913. 5. Income derived from sale or rental of union working permits. The work permit system refers to the arrangement whereby unions, for a fee, give permission to non-union members to work temporarily in an enterprise, in which hiring or continuation in employment is controlled by the union. Union leaders, finding it necessary to supply workers on a job, but having no desire to jeopardize their control by opening the union to thousands of newcomers, solved the problem by issuing work permits that enabled outsiders to work on the job by paying the union a fee. That brought thousands of dollars into the union treasuries supervised by the business-minded union leaders. In other cases, the union leaders rented working permits to an employer who was hiring non-union labor and received an income directly from these businessmen. They, in turn, deducted it from the wages of the temporary workers. Once the job was finished, the permits were returned. In either case, the union leaders derived large incomes from the wages of the unorganized workers. In most unions which used this system, no record of the permit cards issued was kept, nor of the fees paid for them. 25. There were other sources of illegitimate earnings for business-minded labor leaders which helped them pyramid their incomes. In this category fell 1. Collection of gifts from members of the union and from employers, the latter often in the form of loans which were never repaid. 2. Pocketing of high fees for granting membership in the union. 3. Payments from employers for permitting union workers to work on non-union goods. 4. Kickbacks from the members' wages. Workers, under this arrangement, are required to return part of their day's pay to the union boss in order to assure themselves a job, and, with hundreds of men kicking back, this quickly became big business. 5. Payments from big business organizations for mobilizing trade union support behind programs and policies favored by the corporations, thereby helping these corporations defeat legislation demanded by organized labor. The last named source of income merits further comment. In 1913, OC occurred what has been described as one of the most disgraceful incidents in American history. 26 On June 29, 1913, the editions of the New York World and the Chicago Tribune carried huge front-page headlines. Lobbyist bears his 10 years' work as tool of officials of Manufacturers Association. Under this heading came the first of a series of exposures made by the so-called Colonel Martin M. Mulhall, for many years lobbyist for NAM and its subordinate organizations. Among other things, these articles disclosed that hundreds of union officers throughout the country had accepted bribes from the NAM agent to support the political program of the open shop movement, a program which included opposition to any attempt to remove the use of injunctions in labor disputes. In addition, these leaders had been paid off to throw support of their unions behind NAM-sponsored political candidates and oppose A.F. of L-sponsored candidates. Later, in testimony before the Senate Lobby Probe Committee, Mulhall confessed that he hired labor leaders from Philadelphia and New York to turn over to the chairman of the Republican Committee in the Congressional District of New Jersey, where William Hughes, a labor-supported candidate, was a candidate. 75,000 circulars prepared by the A.F. of L to aid Hughes. These circulars were destroyed and thus kept out of the hands of the voters. Then these men, all holding cards as members of organized labor, worked day and night and finally accomplished Hughes' defeat. And they were paid from the funds of the NAM. Mulhall told various other stories of similar exploits in different states, including aid given by labor leaders, hired by him, towards the election of the arch-reactionary Senator Nelson P. Aldrich and his NAM followers in Rhode Island. Mulhall revealed that for years Frank Feeney, president of the Philadelphia Central Labor Union, had accepted $40 a week from NAM. In return, Feeney had betrayed the Printers' Union during the strikes of 1905 and 1906, and helped Mulhall secure the defeat of William Hughes. 27. In January 1910, the Saturday Evening Post featured an article entitled, "A New Kind of Organized Labor," which perfectly illustrated business unionism in operation. The article described the formation of the American Railroad Employees and Investors Association at a meeting attended by the presidents of the leading railroad corporations and the presidents of the 4 railroad brotherhoods. The association was headed by P. H. Morrissey, formerly president of the Brotherhood of Railroad Trainmen, who, the article proudly pointed out, had distinguished himself as a good businessman during his 14 years as head of the Brotherhood, and upon whose retirement in 1908 was presented by the general managers of the railroads, with their portraits inscribed with their names. The executive board of the association was composed of the presidents of the Chicago, Milwaukee and St. Paul, the Chicago, Burlington and Quincy, the Atchison, Topeka and Santa Fe, the Chicago, Rock Island and Pacific Railroad Companies, and the 4 brotherhoods of railroad employees. The purpose of the association was to lobby for legislation not to protect the railroad workers from one of the most hazardous occupations in the country nor to improve other working conditions on the lines. Rather, it was to mobilize public opinion against laws regulating railroad rates, requiring the elimination of dangerous grade crossings, and the end of discriminatory practices by the railroads in favor of monopolistic corporations. Already, the article reported 25,000 railroad workers had been organized by the brotherhoods in local branches of the association, most of whose expenses were paid by the companies. That the American Railroad Employees and Investors Association is certain to exert a considerable influence on future legislation can hardly be doubted. It has large financial backing and, in Morrissey, a leader who unites, more than does any other man, the confidence of railroad managers and labor unions. But when a branch of the association was set up in Toledo, Ohio, early in 1910, the Toledo Union leader labeled it one of the most artistic pieces of labor skinning yet devised. A careful reading of its objectives, the Union leader commented, will show that the railroads receive all the benefit, and care is taken that brother capital will not be used to give brother labor a share of the profits, for it is specifically provided that the new organization shall take no part in controversies between railroad employers and employees, but the latter is privileged to maintain lobbies at Columbus, the state capital, to work against any legislation that impairs dividends. At the present time, railroad workers are demanding wage increases, but the American Railroad Employees and Investors Association has guarded against taking part in these differences despite its claims that it intends to work for the benefit alike of their employees, investors and the public. 28T. Living Standards of Business Union Leaders. From the varied sources we have just examined, as well as others, the business-minded union leaders extended their bankrolls until their annual incomes bore no relationship whatsoever to their union salaries. Between 1901 and 1903, to cite but one instance, Sam Parks, corrupt leader of the Housesmiths Union in New York, deposited thousands of dollars into his own bank account on a weekly salary of $48. These men felt a terrific compulsion to act big, to look big, and to live big in order to prove that they were operating a successful business. Newspapers and magazines disclosed their plush living, showed them parading their wealth with great ostentation, strutting about at high-priced dining places, at exclusive hotels, and at fashionable resorts frequented by the wealthy. They told of union officials who spent money on lavish parties while most of their members were having difficulty keeping their families fed. Officials who lost thousands of dollars in one night. One of the bylaws of the association stated, "The association shall at no time be used for partisan political purposes, nor shall it take any part in controversies, if any, which may arise between railroad employees and railroad officials." It did not take long for the rank and file members of the brotherhoods to see through the association. Opposition to the association grew rapidly among the railroad workers, especially after it lobbied against the 10-hour law for women workers in Illinois. In 1913, the association had to disband and Morrissey lost his job as president at $15,000 a year. Upon its dissolution, Morrissey became assistant to the vice president of the Chicago, Burlington and Quincy Railroad, the syndicalist. June 1, 1913, New York Call, June 8, 1913. At gambling resorts, officials who lived in opulent houses in exclusive residential sections and conducted their union business in big, expensively furnished offices with gleaming desks and numerous secretaries. 29. From Atlantic City, New Jersey, the famous seaside resort, came an interesting dispatch which was featured in the press during the summer of 1910. Engaged in a game of bathing suit baseball with President Sam Gompers, Secretary Frank Morrison and other leaders of the A.F. of L. on the beach this morning, John Mitchell, former head of the Mine Workers Union, lost a $1,000 diamond ring presented to him by his admirers after the settlement of the big Pennsylvania coal strike. Capt. George Burke, a veteran lifeguard, found the ring, whereupon Mitchell peeled a $100 bill from a roll he carried in his pocket and handed it to the captain as a reward for his find. 30. In deadly seriousness, the New Orleans Daily Picayune drew the following lesson from the incident. It must be a matter of much pride and self-congratulation by the millions of organized workers who acknowledge allegiance to Mitchell and those other distinguished chiefs that are able to sport such magnificent gems and pay such royal rewards. $RNO. For their recovery after they have been lost. This mere incident shows that labor organizations are great blessings to their millions of members and that, at a small cost to each, the members are able to maintain their chiefs in opulence and splendor. 31. But the socialist appeal to reason was quick to note that the admirers who had presented expensive gifts to Mitchell were none other than the mine operators. It commented further, labor leaders who sport $1,000 diamond pins presented to them by capitalist admirers and peel off $100 bills a la Harry Thaw belong bodily to the capitalist class. 32. In August 1909, the Chicago Examiner carried in its society columns a report of a dinner given by Mrs. J. Borden Harriman at her home in New York State. The entertainment consisted of a dinner, al fresco, with the stars as a canopy and the trees and flowers of her beautiful home as accessories. Dinner was served on the lawn at 3 long tables. From tree to tree low 11-gram strings of Japanese lanterns lent their charm of fairyland to the scene. Waiters in gorgeous livery served, pretty misses in costumes led by Miss Edith Harriman, posed in quaint tableaux and sang patriotic songs, and Mrs. Harriman, John Mitchell and Tim Healy delivered addresses. Mrs. Harriman later posed specially with John Mitchell and Tim Healy in a souvenir photograph of the occasion, after a flashlight had been taken of the dinner party on the lawn. The tables were laid upon the lawn in the shape of the letter E. Mrs. Harriman presided at the center table. To the right and left of her saw Tilda Mitchell and Healy. Others present were Frank J. Field, IL. Grand President of the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Thomas B. Levy of Isaac G. Johnson and Company, of Spuyten Duyvil, N.Y., Edward A. Moffat, former editor of the Bricklayers and Masons Journal, Camden, New Jersey, C. L. Champ of Omaha, Neb. Secretary of the International Stationary Firemen's Union, 33. One labor paper commented caustically, "Every coal miner's shack should be ornamented with a copy of the photograph which was taken of the revelers." 34. Whether or not such type of living, as the appeal to reason argued, placed these labor leaders in the capitalist class may be debated, but it certainly caused them to grow apart from the union membership and to lose real touch with the current needs of the rank and file. Furthermore, it contributed to their thinking like capitalists. These men were not opposed to capitalism. They talked the same language as businessmen, and felt more at home with them than they did with the members of their unions. They loudly proclaimed that cooperation was much more reasonable than resistance, and, in the midst of struggles waged by their members, they could be found enjoying themselves in the company of the very employers against whom the workers were striking. 35. Labor leaders were invited to meet important figures in the social, economic, and political world, and they quickly learned to fit into this environment. In December 07, at the height of the depression of that year, the foreign editor of Le Petit Journal of Paris attended the dinner of the National Civic Federation at the Hotel Astor in New York. He reported his amazement at the spectacle of leaders of organized labor enjoying the best of food and wine in luxurious surroundings at the same time that hundreds of thousands of workers were unemployed. He added, "I was amazed to see well-known labor leaders like Samuel Gompers, John Mitchell, Timothy Healy and Samuel Prince on good terms with great capitalists like August Belmont, John D. Rockefeller Jr., Andrew Carnegie, and James Spire. I could hardly credit the spectacle of John Mitchell sitting between Mr. Charles A. Moore, the manufacturer, and Mr. Percy A. Rockefeller, the capitalist, and later between Miss Morgan, when Gompers and his family visited Paris in the summer of 1909. Several American labor papers carried reports of the amazement of Parisian journalists at the contrast between Gompers' style of living and that of the French labor leaders. Gompers, his wife and daughter occupied an expensive suite of rooms in a fine hotel. The newspapers remarked that French labor leaders cannot afford such luxury. When they visit another city they are glad to share a bedroom with one of their associates. Gompers calmly pointed out that while the Confederation Générale du Travail, Confederation of Labor, here has only about 300,000 members with perhaps $75,000 in its treasury, the American Federation of Labor has 2 million members. It counts its deposits in banks by millions of dollars. Industrial Worker, August 19, 1909. And Mrs. Harriman. In France, the workers would regard what happened at the Hotel Astor as proof that labor's leaders were playing into the hands of the capitalists. 36. In the United States, too, there were labor papers that voiced the same opinion. While Gompers and his aristocratic friends were enjoying a sumptuous banquet in a fashionable hostelry, commented the Miners' Magazine, hundreds of the common working people gathered on the outside of the banquet room to watch the festivities and to wonder if a time would ever come in our civilization when the man with the horny fist and the shoddy clothes, who furnished the per capita tax that paid the salaries of labor leaders, would be permitted to sit down at a table and enjoy a square meal, washed down by high-priced beverages. Mother, Mary Jones was more terse. Poor John, she said of John Mitchell's presence at such banquets, he couldn't stand feasting with the rich. He is no good to his own people any longer. 37. Apart from enjoying the luxuries of good food, good liquor, and the best Havana cigars, these meetings brought the labor leaders important contacts which enabled them to increase their incomes. Mitchell found these associations useful in playing the stock market, and he was occasionally good enough to pass on to other labor leaders the advice he received from leading financiers as to what stocks and bonds to buy and when to buy and sell them. When he died in September 1919, at the age of 49, Mitchell's estate was valued at almost $250,000, largely in coal, railroad, and steel securities. Later, the estate was valued at $347,151. George L. Berry started out as president of the A.F. of L. printing pressman in 1907 with a pair of patched pants. He left a $750,000 fortune when he died in 1948.38 John P. Frey candidly summed up the effect of the living standards enjoyed by the business-minded labor leaders. Their environment tends to make the labor leaders conservative. When the leaders get away from the bench, their environment becomes more of the character of the employers than the workers. Moreover, the leader who rises from the rank and file at once encounters temptations hard to withstand. Many go. Ralph M. Easley, the Civic Federation secretary, often acted as Mitchell's contact man in obtaining such advice from Wall Street finance capitalists. On November 16, 1907, Mitchell wrote to Easley, "After you wrote telling me that you had assurance, from August Belmont, that the Interborough Metropolitan bonds were O.K. Along with some relatives I purchased some of them. The bonds having fallen in value, Mitchell was anxious to know whether he should sell or continue to hold them. He asked Easley if Mr. Belmont would tell you as to what the possibilities are, and convey the information to him." Mitchell to Easley. November 16, 1907, marked, personal, per megapixel. Part of Barry's wealth came from kickbacks he received from building contractors during the construction of the tuberculosis home of the Pressmen's Union at Rogerville, Tennessee. Barry had the union spend $200,000 on the home, which left the UNIOP bankrupt. Solidarity, May 25, 1912. Wrong because they cannot stand prosperity. The sudden release from the bench, from machine power, unsteadies them. They become dissipated and dishonest. They may fall victim to the mahogany table, and to what is on it. 39. Justification of business unionism. These union leaders were not embarrassed by reports of their wealth. They justified their conduct on various grounds. They argued that union leaders should be in a position to make a good showing when they meet with the employers, that businessmen had more respect for union when they saw it could afford to provide its leadership with a living standard comparable with that of heads of corporations, and that the social acceptance of union leaders by the capitalists at meetings and dinners helped to break down the widespread opinion in the United States that representatives of organized labor were undesirable citizens. They conceded that there were elements who objected to a labor union being run as a business from which labor leaders profit, but these men were, by nature, misfits and troublemakers, radicals of all sorts, and they certainly did not represent the viewpoint of the mass of the union membership. The members were not concerned about ethics. What concerned them is what they find in their pay envelopes, and as long as their leaders delivered the goods in wages, hours, and working conditions, it did not matter what their leaders put into their own pockets. What they, the rank and file, demand of the leaders, declared John P. Frey, is that they deliver the goods, that is, in terms of high wages, short hours, and good conditions. So long as they do this, they do not care how they do it. They are not surprised if the leader is crooked, or gets his rake off. 40. There is, of course, some truth to this. It is true that the corrupt union leaders, in order to obtain some base of support within their unions, did win certain concessions for the membership. The employers, moreover, were prepared to pay a better than average wage to the skilled minority of the workers in these unions in the hope that they would remain content with a leadership that practiced class collaboration and did nothing to organize the unskilled. And as long as these improvements were handed down, there were workers who were prepared to condone their leaders' unethical practices. A member of the Housesmiths and Bridgemen's Union, which Sam Parks ran as a labor racketeer and despot, exclaimed, "Once a workman in the iron trade got $1.50 a day. Parks arose, became our Moses, and led us in the promised land of $s a day. Suppose Parks grafted more or less, and made a bunch of money, he did not get it out of us." Such workers were indeed short-sighted, for Parks, like other labor racketeers, did get it out of the union members as well as the employers. They got it by playing fast and loose with union treasuries filled with the dollars of membership dues, and they got it from the members' wages. Workers in corruptly led unions never obtained what they were entitled to. They received just enough to keep them from revolting. Employers who said they would rather put the money they were using to pay off the corrupt leaders into wage increases or other benefits for the union rank and file soon discovered that this was not an adequate substitute. They were usually told, as the business agent of the Painters Union told one such employer, "Don't be a fool. Who tells you to pay the donkeys $5 a day? Who pays union wages these days? Give them $2 and $3 and they'll be glad of it." To be sure, $2 and $3 were more than the unorganized workers were getting, and, in this sense, the members even of racket-ridden unions could feel they were not too badly off. But the whole point is that any chance they had of making much more was hampered by a leadership which was paid off precisely to keep the workers' demands in check. The hundreds of letters to the A.F. of L leadership from union members accusing their officials of betraying the workers' interests proved that most rank and filers were not content with corrupt control of their organizations. Had wages and working conditions of Philadelphia reflected a bright picture, notes one student, Self-interest might explain the anomaly of labor unions allowing their leaders to be allied with industrialists and political bosses. But it was not so. On the contrary, Philadelphia wages in organized trades lagged behind most of the other larger cities of the country. A machinist was paid 62 cents per hour in 1907 while his professional colleagues in New York received 70 cents. For a linotype operator the comparison in 1907 was 41.67 to 70. And for bricklayers in 1912 it was 62.50 to 70. As for the working conditions, Pennsylvania failed to keep pace with its northeastern neighbors in passing statutes designed to correct abuses. To complete the picture it is necessary to add that Philadelphia workers were bedeviled by insecure tenure. That the labor turnover each year equaled the total number employed regularly. Thus, Philadelphia offered relatively lower wages and insecure employment, while the state legislature lagged in providing the kind of laws wanted by union men. 41. A major justification advanced by the business-minded union leaders was that they were no more guilty of crimes against their members than were scores of respectable businessmen of crimes against the public. "Show me an honest man and I will prove to you he is a fool," one labor leader declared. Another quoted the following comment by the American banker. "No man succeeds unless by hook or crook or threat he forces or bribes other men to assist him. This habit of thought is to be admired," the labor leader commented. 42 Was this not, after all, part of the American tradition? In every field where there was the possibility of profit, a racket existed. The land grabbers had defrauded the government wholesale. The nation's natural resources had been pillaged by the businessmen who had constructed the railroads. There were the peddling of worthless stocks, market manipulations, and cheating of small investors. There were the insurance rackets, the adulteration of meats and other foods, the steals by traction and other utility companies. Indeed, was it not recognized in our American way of life that the mighty dollar is king and that the highest success one can achieve is in some form of extraction of profits legally or illegally? Why should labor leaders who pursued the same goal be treated otherwise? They were not. In the main, the commercial newspapers hailed these union leaders as constructive forces in American life. Their major contribution was the creation of a potent and restraining INFFUENCC against radicals. Under their leadership, trade unionism was sensible and conservative. Business needed such leaders to keep the rank and file in check. The rank and file are ignorant and impulsive. They do not know anything about business and market conditions and trade. They think all businesses are making enormous profits, and that there is no limit to the amount they can squeeze out for themselves if strong enough. Business-minded union leaders knew differently, and they could be relied upon to be sensible in their dealings with employers. What if they were corrupt? As a New England paper said in 1907 when leaders of a United Textile Workers local were exposed as racketeers. This may or may not be true. But what is definitely true is that they are thoroughly opposed to any radical action of any kind, and have proved that they are for the most part conservative in their conduct. It is this conservatism that commends them to the confidence of the businessmen with whom they are from time to time called upon to deal. 43. Business, a student of labor racketeering correctly writes, prefers to deal neither with honest nor dishonest unions. But given a choice it chooses the latter, encourages them and frequently makes them an integral part of its labor policy. 44. The corrupt union leaders were worth their weight in gold to business, for they did their utmost to prevent any expression of the militant mood of the workers. More than one industry spokesman boasted that such union leaders were good for business because they keep the worker in his place and maintain order. After Sam Parks was sent to Sing Sing for extortion, employers worked for various sums, ranging from $1 to $500. Sam Parks called strikes and called them off, made contractors rich or ruined them. William Haber, Industrial Relations in the Building Industry, Cambridge, Massachusetts, 1930, pp. 318-20. Parks was sentenced to prison for 2.5 years, but served less than a year. He died in the prison hospital on May 4, 1904. Needless to add, the employers who bribed Parks to declare strikes against their competitors to drive them out of business did not go to prison. Pardon said that he could, upon his release, make his contribution to soften or even wipe out any ill feeling that may at present exist in the ranks of organized labor toward the employers. 411. The businessmen and the business-minded union leaders had the same foe to combat. The militant workers who believed that a union existed for the interest of the rank and file and not to increase the profits of the employers and the incomes of the union leaders. We both have the same enemies. Your opposition is our opposition, the president of the Texas and Pacific Coal Company wrote to John Mitchell. Mitchell agreed. He even instructed the company president on how to deal with the leader of the opposition. I wish to assure you that I have no sympathy with men like him and I would promptly have him expelled from the organization if we could get a clear case against him. I would suggest that you permit him to remain in your employ, having your manager watch him carefully, and if it is demonstrated that he creates trouble, have him discharged and we will sustain you in your action. Of course, it would be advisable to get a clear case against him, so that he could not have any grounds upon which to appeal from my decision. 48. Despotic control of unions. For selfish reasons they do not want to turn over a good graft, and A. F. of L member noted in a letter to Frank Morrison, describing his union's officials. 47 To protect their lucrative union business, the business-minded union leaders organized an entire system to entrench themselves in office. While an analysis of union constitutions revealed that many of the major labor unions were structurally authoritarian, or almost so, there still did exist in these documents provisions for the basic elements of trade union democracy. But when one looks beneath the outer trappings of the union constitutions, it is easy to discover that in many unions some of these democratic procedures were not practiced, and in some of the major ones, none were. There is not space enough here to describe the hundreds of tricks bureaucratic union officials developed for securing and maintaining power in their organizations. Let us, however, examine the most basic of these. 1. Building up of a paid clique that maintained the union leadership in power. This was achieved, first, by the leadership's control of the union's finances, either personally or through subservient committees. Many union constitutions empowered the president and the majority of the executive board to disburse the funds of the international in whatever manner they decided upon. This placed the finances of the union completely in the hands of the machine. And second, by control of the appointing or nominating power of officials. Thus, the president of the United Mine Workers had the power to fill by appointment all vacancies occurring in any international office, except executive board members who were to be elected by the district. He could appoint such organizers, field or office workers as might be necessary to conduct the affairs of the union. He could suspend or remove any international officer or appointed employee for insubordination, for just or sufficient cause, and he was the sole judge of the justice or sufficiency of the cause. In most unions, the president had similar powers, though few gave him as much authority as did the mine workers. In every union, however, loyalty to the president was the price for appointment to and for remaining in office, and on this loyalty, along with the power to disburse union funds, the bureaucratic machines in the American labor movement were based. 482. Fraudulent elections. In nearly all American unions, the top officials were elected, on the record at least, by conventions or referendum. But in unions dominated by the bureaucratic machines, the elections were meaningless. Ballot boxes were stuffed. Those who took part in opposition slates were intimidated, and in other ways elections were manipulated to guarantee victory for the incumbent leadership. So cut and dried was the procedure at union elections that opposition came to be the great exception. A study of union elections reveals that between 1910 and 1941, of 764 officers who won the election in 7A. F. of L unions, 634, or 83%, ran for office unopposed. These were all national officers. In the 86 presidencies, 63 were unopposed elections. Faced with the threat of expulsion if they dared to challenge the union leadership, opposition candidates simply refused to accept nominations for office. 493. Control of union conventions by the local and national machines in the organization. The bulk of the delegates were paid officials, the majority international organizers, chosen in elections which were very questionable, to put it mildly. In most unions, as we have seen, the president had the authority to replace these officials by other appointees. So the delegates to the convention were on a good behavior test. Delegates often came from paper locals which were created simply to provide votes for the union bureaucracy. Other locals, known as trustee locals, were denied self-rule altogether. Their delegates were appointed by the national officers who kept them under trusteeship in some instances for as long as 30 years. Delegates who were not regarded as trustworthy were limited as to the number of votes they cast, whereas those who were part of the machine were given a greater number of votes. 60. Since the Credentials Committee was appointed by the union leadership, the seating of delegates pledged to the bureaucracy was a foregone conclusion, regardless of whether they came from phony locals or were chosen in invalid elections or through no elections. Naturally, opposition delegates failed to obtain certification. A local of the Tobacco Workers Union protested to Gompers in 1902. We elected delegates to the convention, and just as soon as the international officers found out that these delegates were not going to sustain them, they objected to them on technical points. They finally did seat a few of the delegates whom they were able to buy out to sustain them in their re-election. 51. Evidently there were men who specialized in crooked work at union conventions, for a group of New York unionists published the following indictment in the labor press. Trade unionists. What think you of one who boastfully tells how successfully he managed to stuff the ballot box at the recent convention of the New York State branch of the American Federation of Labor to secure the election of the candidate from Syracuse? It may also be interesting to read of the same individual being denounced in the American Craftsman for performing the same sort of work at the convention of the International Typographical Union, held at Colorado Springs. As a person is judged by the company he keeps, we would like to ask his two chief lieutenants, who served as delegates to the Albany Convention from United Garment Workers Local Union, No. 18. Whether they could give an accounting of the time which they spent at the capital the city of interesting resorts during the week of the convention? 52. Operating on the principle that money makes the mayor go, the union leadership spent the organization's money lavishly to ensure that the delegates would enjoy themselves at the convention. A group of rank and filers published the following description of events at the 1905 convention of the International Brotherhood of Teamsters. Steering committees were sent to meet each train on its arrival in Philadelphia, and all delegates were urged to locate at the Columbia Hotel. On arriving at the hotel, delegates received a most royal and cordial welcome, and there was plenty of money in sight to make every poor delegate who was in danger of becoming short of cash feel that he had certainly fallen in with the right bunch. The delegates were told that there was plenty of money available and that everything had been arranged to look out for their interest and welfare during the entire convention. For the whole period of the convention, the delegates were wined and dined to their entire satisfaction. These workers also charged that the most important business at the convention was delayed to the last day and transacted, with less than 50 men in the hall, the majority of the delegates having already left the city. This procedure was a violation of the Union Constitution which provided that it should take a majority of all delegates to constitute a quorum, that fake names appeared on all the roll calls and that objections to this procedure were put in a basket. The minutes of the convention were not accurately kept in order that it would be impossible for local unions who had sent delegates under instructions to know how they voted. 118. This picture of an international union convention is fairly typical of proceedings in unions dominated by the business-minded union leaders. From a union suite of rooms whose luxuriousness rivaled the sanctums of great corporations, these leaders ruled the convention with an iron hand. Discussions were usually limited to finding better ways of operating the union _sa private business and to long speeches praising the great talent of the national officers. Most of the proceedings were deliberately filled with unimportant details, for the purpose, one group of trade unionists pointed out in 1905, of consuming so much valuable time as possible, thus robbing the membership of the opportunity to investigate the transactions of certain questionable characters more closely. The problems of organization of the unorganized, working conditions and many other matters vitally affecting the lives of the membership were subjects that were tabooed. If such issues arose, the top officials juggled parliamentary rules to table them. We attempted repeatedly to secure the floor, to explain what we sought to accomplish for the union. A group of delegates to the Shirt, Waist and Laundry Workers Convention complained to Gompers, but to no avail. To make it brief, our president assumed the role of a czar and practiced czarism throughout the entire proceedings. 114. But even these emasculated gatherings put too much of a strain on the time and patience of some business-minded union leaders, and, in a number of unions, conventions were done away with altogether or their frequency drastically reduced. The Hod Carriers Convention in September 1941 was the first in 30 years. The granite cutters did not convene for 30 years between 1880 and 1912. 19 years went by before the United Leather Workers met. For 8 years the journeyman tailors went without a convention, and from 18 cents to 1912, the cigar makers held no convention, nor thereafter until 1920. The tobacco workers met in 1939 for the first time in 39 years. The abolition of conventions, the leaders of these unions argued, would save the union a great deal of money. Another argument was that issues of importance facing the union could be settled by a referendum vote of the membership. But as a group of local unions of the International Union of Brewery Workers pointed out in exposing this argument, we know from past experience that when matters are left to a popular vote, the opponents of the schemers in the International Board are always at a disadvantage, because they flatly refuse to print our arguments and proofs in the Brouwer Zeitung, the union's official organ, though they publish their side of the story very plainly. 56. This last, incidentally, was a common complaint registered with the A.F. of L. Executive Council. The leaders of quite a few international unions were accused of using the union's funds, full-time apparatus and the official journal exclusively for the election of pro-administration candidates, with opposition slates not even able to get their names into the union paper. The fact is that when the union leadership was convinced that it could not prevent a thorough investigation of its misdeeds at the convention, it solved the problem by doing away with the convention. But with this type of leadership, the presence or absence of conventions was largely academic in either event. The membership was deprived of the opportunity to express its sentiments. 4. Perpetuation of the union leadership in office. In 1899, John B. Lennon, General Secretary of the Journeyman Tailors Union and A.F. of L. Vice President, commenting on the discontent of the rank and file in his union over the absence of regular international conventions, wrote to Gompers, "You are well aware from long experience that a man who is for years at the head of any organization finally comes to be considered, by some people at any rate, a dictator." As this comment reveals, the question of longevity in office was already creating resentment in union circles in 1899, but the problem at this time bore little relation to what developed in ensuing years. Daniel Tobin became president of the Teamsters Union in 1907 and continued to head the Brotherhood for 45 years, no one even opposing him after L9RO, William D. Mahan became president of the Street Railway Workers in 1908, held the office for over 40 years, and was unopposed after 1918. Andrew Faruseth headed the International Seamen's Union for 52 years. By 1940, George L. Berry had been president of the Printing Pressmen for 33 years, William Hutchinson president of the Carpenters and Joiners Union for 22 years. The average length of term of office of presidents of international unions affiliated to the A.F. of L proved to be about 26 years. Samuel Gompers was president of the Federation for 38 years. The membership of the A.F. of L's Executive Council did not change at all for RR years. 57. Few union leaders were able to arrange to have themselves elected for life, as did Martin B. Skinny Madden, who forced the Steamfitters' Helpers Union of Chicago to elect him president, treasurer, and business agent for life, 58, a feat later accomplished by Joseph P. Ryan, the notorious president of the A.F. of L's International Longshoremen's Association. But, for all practical purposes, all of the permanents, as the leaders of the international unions came to be called, did hold lifetime jobs. No limitations being placed on the number of times a union leader could serve, he remained in office as long as his machine was dominant. When Tobin retired and became president emeritus of the Teamsters Union, he continued to draw an annual salary of $50,000. Upon his death it was reported that he had left a trust fund of undisclosed size. New York Times, November 20, 1955. Unions held no meetings for over 10 years, and elected no new officers for over 15. As long as no new officers were elected, the old clique remained in power. It required a little revolution to displace the autocrats who dominated such unions. 5. Prohibition of all criticism of the union leadership. We are never allowed to say anything at meetings, a group of workers complained to a labor paper in 1901. If one of us gets up to say anything, they tell us to sit down. If we persist, they call us troublemakers and threaten to throw us out of the union. The Union Herald of Atlantic City, New Jersey, in printing the complaint, added the editorial comment that in too many unions such conditions prevailed. The union leader in such organizations wins his position in a questionable election, and as soon as he is installed, he assumes authority not within the province of the union constitution and by laws, surrounds himself with a gang who know nothing about honest work, and persecutes any of the more manly members of the union who challenges his rule in every conceivable way. Such a union leader is the hyena of the labor movement. 59. Unfortunately, there were not a few such hyenas. Year after year, reports told of suspensions and expulsions of members in Venhole locals when they dared to challenge the corrupt union leadership. Many unions provided for expulsion without a trial under such vague provisions as undermining the union and creating dissension, or even, when the evidence is plain and the circumstances require immediate action, 6 degrees for daring to oppose the policies of the international leadership of the Amalgamated Meatcutters and Butcher Workmen, local. No. I of Syracuse, New York, was expelled from the union at the turn of the century. A trade union committee of Syracuse, after an impartial investigation, concluded that the charges against the local union, undermining the union and creating dissension, were fake, and merely raised to hide the real reason for the expulsion, opposition to the leadership's policies. Likewise, a committee which investigated the expulsion of the Brockton local of the Boot and Shoe Workers International Union about the same time and on the same charge as a local which, incidentally, was composed of 3,100 of the 8 members of the national organization, concluded that the real reason for the expulsion was the locals' opposition to the undemocratic methods of the national leadership. 61. In 1900, 4 southern lodges of the Boilermakers and Shipbuilders Union were expelled on the grounds of undermining the union. The real reason was opposition to the international leadership's action in abolishing union conventions. These lodges had dared to condemn the leadership publicly, and to assert as a basic trade union principle. We believe, on December 9, R95R, the New York Times reported that local U8 of the International Longshoremen's Association had not met in 28 years. That the only way to have a progressive order is to meet annually or biannually in convention to discuss the greatest good for all concerned. Shortly thereafter, they were suspended and then expelled. 62. In 1904, the North Adams, Massachusetts, local of the Shirt, Waist and Laundry Workers International Union was expelled as agitators. We were expelled, the local protested to Gompers, without even a hearing which is prescribed by our Constitution. This is an act which merits the severest condemnation of all working men and working women. In the same year, the officers of Local No. 18, Milwaukee, of the Tobacco Workers International Union were suspended by President Henry Fisher because they had dared to expose his sale of the union's label to a non-union firm. 63. Another way of disciplining members who were opposed to the officials who ran the union as a private business was to fine them heavily, and when, as was inevitable, they were unable to meet the payment, to suspend them from the union. While they were suspended, they could not work at the trade and shops controlled by the union. Employers were only too willing to cooperate with the union leadership in refusing employment to these troublemakers. 64-6. The use of terror. To combat the strike-breaking tactics of employers and protect picket lines from attacks by employer-hired strong-arm squads, by sheriffs and their deputies, and by the police, the unions gradually organized committees of robust members. These members were usually assigned to what was euphemistically called the Entertainment Committee. Many strikebreakers and their strong-arm protectors were entertained by the committees and, in the process, lost their appetite for scabbing. By the late 1890s, the membership of the entertainment committees was supplemented, in a number of unions, by thugs furnished by gangster leaders. The wrecking crew, as the hired thugs were called, was paid out of the union treasury usually about $6.50 per day during the duration of the strike. It did not take long for the trade union bureaucracy to use the strong-arm methods not primarily for the defense of the union against employer-sponsored strikebreakers, but for the protection of the leaders' vested interests in the union. Sam Parks ran the union meetings with his entertainment committee, made up of 6-foot, hired sluggers, paid out of the union treasury. These goons and hoodlums were particularly adept at stemming opposition to Parks with the toe of a brass boot or by tearing the cheek flesh of rebellious rank and filers. "We're afraid of the goons." This refrain, in various words, was repeated often in letters to Gompers and Morrison from rank and file A. F. of L members, some of them sent anonymously for fear of reprisal. The letters told how hired thugs, gangsters, and professional criminals of all sorts were employed by union leaders and paid out of union treasuries to slug, maim, shoot, break up meetings, tear up ballots, do whatever they were commanded, no matter how rough the job. "We're afraid to lose our jobs," was another common refrain in this correspondence. The writers told how faithful followers of the union leadership got the best jobs at the highest wages, while men and women who opposed the leaders either received no employment or the lowest paying jobs at the most dangerous work. 8g. Terror and starvation thus became powerful weapons in the hands of the corrupt union officials in maintaining control. Together with the other methods described above, they enabled the business-minded union leaders to become a law unto themselves. One correspondent correctly sized up the situation in a letter to Morrison in 1903. As the situation prevails now in quite a few of the unions, there are no restrictions whatever on the officers. 88. The A. F. of L. and corruption issue. People should not judge the whole labor movement by gangs of this kind. The labor record of Newburgh, New York, pleaded in 1 as it conceded that labor corruption was becoming more widespread. In our Revolutionary Army we had our Benedict Arnold, and unfortunately in the labor movement, as in all others, we have our Arnolds. 87. The labor record was correct in calling attention to the fact that the entire labor movement should not be judged by dictator-run bureaucracies. While it is impossible to estimate even in the roughest terms the exact extent of corruption that existed in the labor movement in the period we are discussing, it is certainly true that it did not bulk large in the total orbit of union operations. Of the thousands of union officers in this period, only a small percentage were exposed or convicted as racketeers. The problem, however, is not so much the percentage as it is the fact that corruption was already entrenched in the most influential sections of the labor movement, such as the building trades and Teamsters unions, and that, like any cancer, it tended to mushroom when left unchallenged. Nothing could be gained by ignoring, ostrich-like, the rise of corrupt practices or minimizing them by arguing that they tended to be concentrated in a relatively small number of unions. Unfortunately, the A. F. of L leadership did precisely this. During the early years of the A. F. of L, Gompers frequently emphasized that the principles of decency, honesty, and democracy were the key to the growth of a progressive labor movement, and that the evil power of corruption would, if not checked, destroy the vitality of the trade unions. Lowering the tactics of the capitalistic class. In 1892, Gompers urged the dismissal of a union organizer because his whole being is controlled by money considerations. 2 years later, he spoke out sharply against a high-salaried labor leadership. It is a mistake to pay a man so high a salary in the labor movement that he shall be in his method of life so far removed from the wage workers as probably to wean him from their conditions and interests and possibly from sympathy with his fellow workers. Yet, as we have seen, precisely what Gompers feared soon came to pass. Nevertheless, Gompers and his associates in the A. F. of L leadership either ignored this development or dismissed it as not worthy of attention, because only an infinitesimal part of labor was actually implicated. A resolution was introduced at the 1902 A. F. of L convention calling upon the organization to investigate the giving of bribes by employers and their acceptance by union officials. Gompers opposed the resolution, and it was defeated. An isolated case of bribe giving, went the report of the committee urging the resolution's defeat, does not warrant the conclusion that dishonesty on the part of organized labor prevails. A conclusion nowhere to be found in the resolution. On the contrary, we are convinced that the representatives of organized labor are by far the most reliable, honest, and trustworthy in any walk of life. 68 That became the traditional view of the A.F. of L for many years. Its leadership remained deaf and blind to some of the most shocking exposures of racketeering in the top circles of some of its affiliates. But the rank and file refused to remain deaf and blind, and the demand for action against corrupt forces in the labor movement mounted after 1902 as the open shop drive increased in intensity. The open shoppers spent money lavishly, as was revealed by Colonel Mulhall, lobbyist for N.A.M., to buy up labor leaders to support their program, and, at the same time, made effective use of racketeering in the trade unions in their drive to eliminate unionism from American industry. The failure of the A.F. of L to act on the issue enabled the open shoppers to build up a Sam Parks, a Skinny, Madden, and Umbrella, Mike Boyle, a roughhouse, Frank Feeney as the very personification of American labor leadership, and by creating an atmosphere of distrust of unions, to create an atmosphere for repressive legislation and judicial decisions. Some of the top A.F. of L leaders privately conceded that corruption in unions was a stumbling block to the labor movement, but contented. Boyle, a leader of the building trades unions in New York City, obtained his sobriquet from his practice of receiving payoffs from employers and kickbacks from workers in his open umbrella as he sat in his favorite bar with the umbrella hanging from the rail. See William Z. Foster, Misleaders of Labor, New York, 1924. pp. 129-30. Themselves with the consoling thought that, when you compare unionism and its leaders with capitalism and its leaders, unionism will take the prize from any fair-minded jury. In any event, in the end, justice would win out, as it always had in the past. The influence of those who are sincerely working for the collective benefit of the working class, wrote an A.F. of L. executive council member, will, for a time, perhaps be nullified by those who have only personal ends to serve, but in the end those who best serve their fellow workers will triumph. Or as Gompers put it, in every great movement the world has ever witnessed, it has always been attended by some characterless monstrosity. Need I call your attention to Judas Iscariot or Benedict Arnold? But such traitors never prevented the onward movement of humanity and progress, and neither will despicable figures who for a few dollars lend themselves to the injury of the cause of the working people of the country. 611. But others in the labor movement were not content to leave the future of organized labor to pious wishfulness. In 1904, Joseph R. Buchanan, the militant, pioneer labor leader, declared emphatically that efforts by the unions to stem the open shop drive were being frustrated by the intrusion into the labor movement of that cub of corrupt municipal politics known as the grafter. It was pointless to deny, he argued, that men holding responsible positions in trades unions in some of our large cities have used their positions to extort from workers and employers money which they appropriated to their own private uses. These developments produced disillusionment and cynicism among union members, the kind of apathy which resulted in poorly attended meetings, in a breakdown of union discipline and solidarity and the paralysis of organizational activity. Buchanan publicly demanded that the A.F. of L leadership immediately take steps to eliminate these corrupt elements. The trades union must sit down upon the grafter, and sit down hard. He has no proper place within the labor movement. It may be true that he is a natural product of the conditions which have grown up in the country's industrial centers. So is quack grass a natural product of the soil, when the seed is sown or the roots creep in. The capable and far-seeing gardener roots out and destroys the quack grass. The trades unions must uproot and cast out forever the grafters. It is not enough to say, though it is undoubtedly the truth, that the employers are responsible for the grafter, that their crooked dealings created him and gave him the opportunity to grow. While the grafter carries a union card, the union must answer to the public for his vicious career. Union labor cannot confidently face a crisis with a grafter on its back. 70 For Buchanan's role in the labor movement prior to 1 Gu. See Foner, Op. Cit. Volume 2, pp. 51, 90, 92, 141, 150. 162, 245-46, 24 grams so, 413. See also his autobiography, The Story of a Labor Agitator, New York, 1903. Buchanan's appeal for immediate action was endorsed by A.F. of L. unions and members. The secretary of the Hod Carriers and Building Laborers Union supported his call, citing the dishonesty of local officers as the principal cause delaying the advancement of the organization, for corrupt officers not only disrupt a local union, but make future organization doubtful. The official organ of the hotel and restaurant employees union agreed. First and foremost, the greatest evil we have to contend with in the labor movement is dishonesty. Officers to the number of over 200 have been accused, and in a major portion, found guilty of embezzlement of the funds of as many locals. Some of the unions have been scorched several times, and all without exception suffer, while a large number have quietly laid sick down and ceased to exist. Reasonable allowance is made for other causes of numerical decrease, but the flagrant dishonesty of financial and other officers is actually responsible for better than 2/3 of the falling off in membership, and the setting forth of scandalous stories that have been used to the disadvantage of organizers who sought to perfect locals in territory contiguous to where such things happen. 71. Occasionally, in special cases of malfeasance by officers of central labor bodies and federal, local, unions, the A.F. of L. Executive Council did step into the situation and assist in cleaning out a crooked leadership. In 1908, the A.F. of L. Executive Council unseated Frank Feeney and his clique from leadership of the Philadelphia Central Labor Union after it was proved that the election was stolen. Secretary-Treasurer Morrison presented the Federation's decision in person at a meeting in Philadelphia on August 10, 1908, a meeting marked by hand-to-hand clashes among the delegates. 72. But this occasional gesture against corruption was not convincing. For one thing, it was not sustained. When Feeney and his clique regained control of the Philadelphia Central Labor Union by roughhouse tactics and stealing elections, the A.F. of L. Executive Council ignored appeals from protesting delegates to the Council. 73. T for another, on the major aspect of the problem, that involving the international affiliates, the A.F. of L. refused to budge from its do-nothing policy. Confronted with glaring exposures of racketeering in the international affiliates, Gompers conceded that these conditions were deplorable, and that there, Feeney, it was also disclosed, was on the payroll of the Philadelphia building contractors, and was on the city payroll as well, receiving $3,500 annually as Chief of Elevation Inspection. Philadelphia North American, August 10, September 15, 1908. Frank Morrison to A.F. of L. Executive Council, August 14, 1908, AFL Corps. It was later revealed, as we have seen, that Feeney was also on the payroll of NAM. We, of the minority, have been bulldozed and browbeaten in every quarter, the delegates protested. Philadelphia North American, August 25, 1913. See also Ibid, July 28, 1911. Was some justification for the demands of A.F. of L action to clean up these unions? But he insisted that under the A.F. of L's constitution, this was impossible. Each international union had full autonomy to carry on its internal affairs. 74. This was the explanation and the threadbare excuse put forth again and again by the Federation's governing hierarchy for failure of the A.F. of L to bring to account racketeering elements in its affiliates. It added up to a policy of passive acquiescence and complacency in the face of corruption. The excuse of autonomy did not hold water. As we have already seen in a previous volume, the A.F. of L did not hesitate, in its early career, to invade the jurisdiction of unions which discriminated against workers because of race, creed or color, and, as we shall see, it did exactly the same thing in the case of unions where radical elements gained control. In both instances, it acted to purge its affiliates. Then again, the A.F. of L. Executive Council threw its support behind corrupt elements in the international affiliates. It never lifted a finger to help the anti-racketeering elements in these unions, but, instead, put obstacles in their path, and even refused to recognize them after they had succeeded in cleaning up their racketeer-infested organizations. In short, the argument that the A.F. of L was forced to remain aloof from the corruption issue, as it applied to its international affiliates, because of the principle of autonomy, was proved to be a hollow fraud by its support of the leadership of the unions infested with corruption. The most glaring illustration occurred in the widely publicized battle in the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. For years, the membership of the Brotherhood had sought to rid the organization of the corrupt leadership headed by President F. J. McNulty, a labor representative on the National Civic Federation, and Secretary Peter W. Collins, later an organizer for the Militia of Christ and the German Catholic Society, and, as we have seen, one of the most active propagandists for the Catholic Church's concept of the correct type of trade unionism. Finally, in 1907, the members of the Brotherhood decided to call a special convention as provided for in the Union Constitution. Plus resolutions. See Foner, Op. Cit. Volume 2, pp. 195-200. It is significant that during this period, neither the National Civic Federation nor the Catholic Church ever condemned the corrupt leaders of the trade unions nor threw their support behind the cleanup efforts of rank and file members. The attitude of both groups could well be summed up in the expression, rather conservative corrupt leaders than radical honest leaders of unions. Section 3 of Article 17 of the Brotherhood's Constitution read, on motion of 5 local unions in good standing, no 2 to be in the same executive board district, a convention can be called by a TW 0/3 vote of the locals voting, each local having only 1 vote, the votes to be decided by a TW 0/3 vote of its members. Michael A. Mulcair, The International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Washington, D.C., 1923, page 16. From scores of local unions demanding that a special convention be called were ignored by the union leadership. On September 1, 1908, after Secretary Collins had refused again and again to issue the call for the special convention, Local Number 39 of Cleveland sent out a call for a convention to be held in St. Louis, September 15, 1908. In its call, the local accused the McNulty-Collins leadership of repeated violations of the Union Constitution, stealing union funds, making deals with employers at the expense of the membership and for their own profit, and rigging regular union conventions so that the proceedings were fraudulent and farcical. 193 delegates, representing as many locals which constituted 95% of the total number of locals in the Brotherhood, responded and presented their credentials at St. Louis. After endorsing a lengthy document outlining the dishonest and tyrannical practices of the international officers, the delegates deposed the leadership and elected a new slate of officers, headed by President J. Reed, a former vice president. The action at St. Louis aroused nationwide interest. For the first time, a rank-and-file membership had succeeded in ridding their union of a corrupt leadership, despite the whole evil system developed to maintain such leaders in power. The electrical workers had set a precedent under which the leaders of a union became accountable to the rank-and-file membership, and, in so doing, encouraged workers in various unions to begin preparations to clean their own houses. But not for long. Although the A.F.L. Executive Council conceded that the action taken at St. Louis represented the sentiments of over 80% of the Brotherhood's membership, although it acknowledged receiving hundreds of letters and telegrams from city central labor councils, local unions, and rank-and-file unionists hailing the steps taken by the special convention and urging the Federation to endorse them. The council lined up solidly behind the discredited officials, and declared the action ousting the McNulty-Collins clique illegal and as constituting secession from the Brotherhood. Furthermore, all state federations of labor and city central labor councils were ordered to recognize only representatives of the ousted officials and to expel any from the new leadership. Those who refused to abide by this order were threatened with expulsion from the A.F.L. The Executive Council's edict stirred a storm of protest in labor circles. 2 state federations of labor and 18 city central labor bodies In his study of the Brotherhood, Charles Franklin Marsh points out that the St. Louis gathering was considered, by the representatives of the 193 local unions, to be an official convention of the Brotherhood. Trade unionism in the electric light and power industry, Urbana, Ill. 1928, page 55. JECTED The ultimatum. The Iowa State Federation of Labor protested vehemently to Frank Morrison. It is true, the Executive Council of the American Federation of Labor can revoke our charter. No doubt such revocation would satisfy the ousted officers of the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. Of that craft there are nearly 6 who organized in Iowa, 75% of whom conscientiously believe those officers scoundrels, the other 25% willing to let it go at that. Will the revocation of our charter bring these men back into the confidence of the membership, and if not, who is to be benefited? The electrical workers of Iowa, under their new leadership, have been as active in securing for their membership improved conditions as any other craft organization. They have rendered as many services in procuring better conditions for other unions as any other organized craft. Who has been injured by these actions? Another forthright protest came from the United Trades and Labor Council of Cleveland, which had also rejected the ultimatum. The council insisted, in a letter to Morrison, that what was at stake in the battle in the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers was the inalienable right of the members to revolt against international officers who are wrongfully carrying out the purposes of the organization, and who refuse to recognize the members' appeals for a convention. To right these wrongs, also the inalienable right of the majority rule, and that of the international unions to the autonomy or self-government guaranteed by the A.F.L. Constitution, and which at the present time you are denying to a 3/4 majority of the electrical workers and with all your might using the big stick to club the 3/4 majority to bow to the will of the 1/4 minority. The Cleveland Council made it clear that it could not be true to the basic principles of trade union democracy and endorse the A.F.L.'s Executive Council's autocratic action. These appeals to reason made absolutely no impression on the A.F.L. leaders, nor did appeals from the membership of the Brotherhood. When they tried to communicate with Gompers or Morrison, they were never available. When they wrote to the A.F.L. leaders, they were never answered. The 2 state federations and the 18 city central labor bodies who had refused to comply with the autocratic ultimatum had their charters revoked. And in their fury against workers who had dared to rise up against a corrupt leadership, the A.F.L. leaders cooperated with key employers to break strikes waged by the electrical workers under their new leadership, even aiding the companies to import strikebreakers. In the end, the corrupt McNulty faction, materially assisted by the A.F. of L. Executive Council, regained control of the International Brotherhood. The outcome of the struggle was a tremendous setback to the whole battle against corruption in the labor movement. A.F. of L. members who had been rallying their forces to rid their unions of despotic leaders had received a clear object lesson. They knew now what to expect from the A.F. of L. Executive Council. Bitter opposition. 75. After an analysis of the history of labor racketeering, a student concluded in 1948, the question might be reasonably raised as to what, if anything, the American Federation of Labor has done concerning the various evils that have been discussed. The answer is practically nothing. 76. Why the A.F. of L. refused to ACT. Samuel Gompers did not share in the loot derived by the union racketeers. But he did not dare to oppose them nor even to publicly criticize conduct which he had once predicted would be disastrous to the growth of a progressive labor movement. Not only did he keep silent, but he actually came to their defense when their crimes were exposed, and they were unmasked as betrayers of organized labor. It was Gompers who joined with the top command of several A.F. of L affiliates in urging that Umbrella Mike Boyle be released from jail after this notorious labor racketeer was imprisoned for extortion. 77. The corruption of Gompers was of a more subtle kind. One of Gompers' passions was to keep the presidency of the Federation till he died, writes Lewis S. Reed in his book, The Labor Philosophy of Samuel Gompers. 78. He relished the prestige that went with the office, the opportunities it offered for meeting important figures in the social, economic, and political world, the world of corporation executives, bank presidents, congressmen, senators, and even the President of the United States. He liked nothing better than to wine and dine with these leading figures in the nation, and to have his picture in the newspapers and magazines with these tycoons and politicos. You know, Warren S. Stone, Grand Chief of the Brotherhood of Locomotive Engineers, wrote to Ralph M. Easley, Sam likes to be in the public press, and in fact if he were going to walk around the block, he would want to be preceded by a brass band. 79. Gompers had great power on his own in the A.F. of L. As editor of the American Federationist, he could and did build up his prestige. John P. Frey conceded that, publicly I don't recall his, Gompers, ever having said anything about it, racketeering in A.F. of L affiliates, Harvard University. Seminar, May U, 1948, John P. Frey Papers, Library of Congress, Manuscripts. Division. Hereinafter cited as, F.P. Actually Gompers advised A.F. of L leaders to write and talk about only those things which are commendable, and try to cover up those things which will have a tendency to discourage or mislead. Gompers to John F. O'Sullivan, October 12, 1898, Samuel Gompers Letter Books, American Federation of Labor Archives, hereinafter cited as GLB, and converted it into an organ for the promulgation of his principles of unionism. He wrote all of the editorials himself and very often the leading articles as well, and generally published excerpts from his addresses besides. The other articles were usually written upon his invitation, often with suggestions as to how they should be written. Gompers used his position as president of the Federation to weld together a group of loyal supporters whom he could always count on to stand with him against his opponents. They were his organizers, labor men whom he selected and commissioned as official representatives of the A.F. of L in various localities throughout the country. In 1888 he issued about 80 commissions, but before long, he had several thousand organizers, a few of whom were employed on a full-time basis with regional offices. They were responsible to no one but Gompers, and their jobs depended on being loyal to his policies. At A.F. of L conventions, Gompers exercised great control by his power to appoint committees, to which he always selected a majority of his cronies, with members of the Executive Council generally receiving appointment as chairman of the most important committees. He, John P. Frey pointed out, determined who the chairman of the committees would be. He was the only one. He didn't consult at all. Often when his cronies were thrown out of the leadership of their international unions by a revolt of the rank and file, Gompers would appoint them to an important position in the Federation, and they would continue to work for him at A.F. of L conventions. Often, too, Gompers increased the representation of his supporters by paying the delinquent dues of their unions from A.F. of L funds, thus entitling them to send delegates to the convention. Gompers also influenced the outcome of deliberations by his rulings as chairman of the convention, and he even ignored decisions of the convention, refusing to enforce them when they were not to his liking. 81. On August 18, 1906, the Lewiston, Maine, News noted that Gompers was severely criticized for opening the advertising columns of the American Federationist to leading open shop corporations. Why should Standard Oil, that greatest and most powerful of all trusts in the United States, wrote one critic, advertise not once, but 8 times, in one issue, September 1908, of the official organ of the American Federation of Labor? Ask workingmen. Standard Oil is not in the habit of throwing away its money. It is usually put where it will do Standard Oil some good. Clipping-headed, Gompers prints advertisements of Standard Oil, Eugene V. Deb's Scrapbooks, No. 8, pp. 192 G3, till. T. When James O'Connell was removed as president of the International Machinists Union, Gompers immediately appointed him president of the Metal Trades Department of the AFL and retained him as third vice president of the Federation. This, one commentator observed, in spite of the nationwide agitation at the time against lame ducks, M. Ria, organized labor or business? New Review, September 1, 1915, page 206. Ria observed of O'Connell, he has the business mind. Paired with Gompers' well-organized powerful machine in the A. F. L. The ones forged by Powderly in the Knights of Labor and even by P. M. Arthur in the Railroad Brotherhoods were exceedingly primitive. Gompers alone has endured and has accumulated strength as the years have passed. Yet fundamentally Gompers was dependent upon the business-minded labor leaders for the fulfillment of his passion to remain president of the A. F. L. The building trades unions were the most powerful group of labor organizations in the country, and represented the largest constituent element within the A. F. L. The leaders of these unions were the most notorious racketeers in the labor movement. Yet if Gompers were to oppose these corrupt leaders and expose their misdeeds, he would be seriously endangering his tenure of office. Fearing that the corrupt element in his constituency had sufficient strength to turn him out of office, Harold Seidman points out, Gompers did not dare to antagonize them by proposing even the mildest reforms. 82 Matthew Wall, one of the permanents on the A. F. L. Executive Council, summed it all up when he told William F. Morgan, Commissioner of Markets of New York City, who had urged the A. F. L leaders to do something to eliminate the corrupt, gangster leadership of the Federation's affiliates. We can't do anything about it. Commissioner, you see, we got to look to the vote of the boys down the line to hold our own jobs. 83. Yet there was still another reason for the A. F. L's reluctance to wage a struggle against corrupt labor leadership. The key to the struggle, of course, is the issue of democratic unionism. When unions become dictator-run bureaucracies and the membership, in effect, lose their democratic right to decide union policies, then the door is open to all forms of racketeering. For the A. F. L leaders to raise the banner of democratic unionism would be to focus attention on their own bureaucratic control of the Federation. We are a democracy, declared the call to the A. F. L convention held at SCL, Anton in 1901. At this convention, 8 unions with 32 delegates had 3,686 votes, and 233 unions with 278 delegates had 3,583 votes. 84. 3 elements were present at the annual conventions of the A. F. L under Gompers' leadership. 1. An element made up of the self-perpetuating officers of the national and international unions. They had 1 vote for every 100 members of their respective unions, so that they had a large voting power. About 150 delegates of the 350 who made up the 1-Go-6 convention were controlled by this element. Thus about 1 dozen of the top union leaders controlled almost the majority of the votes cast at the convention. Most of these union leaders were also represented on the A. F. L. Executive Council, thereby constituting an important section of the machine that controlled the Federation. The Executive Council, meeting 4 times a year, was the body which really formulated the policies of the A. F. L. 2. An element made up of the general organizers of the A. F. L, who were appointed by Gompers and controlled by him. 3. An element made up of the representatives of the state federations, of the central labor bodies of the cities, the federal labor unions, and unaffiliated labor unions. These delegates were usually closer to the rank and file membership of the Federation than any of the others at the convention, but their influence was limited, since they had only 1 vote each, no matter how large the body they represented. Thus the delegates from the State Federation of New York and the delegate from the Central Labor Body of Kenosha, Wisconsin, had 1 vote each. 85. There were frequent complaints that the whole voting procedure at A. F. L conventions was undemocratic. A delegate to a convention from Kansas City wrote to Gompers, "It is my humble opinion that the A. F. L will make a mistake by continuing to curtail the privileges of state federations, central labor unions, and federal labor unions by restricting their representation at the conventions. It seems to me to be a mistake to show such great partiality in favor of national organizations as against these other organizations. I think if any favors are shown, it should be in favor of the organizations which come directly from the common laborers, as do those, for example, from the federal labor unions." It looked unfair to me that I should have only one vote while representing 700 men in a federal labor union and Delegate Kennesaw have 20 votes, while representing 2,100 men in a national organization. In other words, he represented 3 men to my 1, and cast 20 votes to my 1. This don't look right, and I can't see any good reason why it should be so. I would advise you and others who have influence in these matters to take heed of the past history of the labor movement. No labor organization ever reached the acme of success if once despotism took firm root therein. The leaders of organized labor must learn the lesson of democracy and honesty if success shall crown our efforts. 86. Such appeals were filed and forgotten. In March 1909, Austin Davis, Secretary-Treasurer of the Utah State Federation and a delegate to the 1908 A.F. of L Convention at Denver, blasted the proceedings in his report to the State Federation. I proceeded to Denver to the 28th A.F. of L Convention for 15 days as your representative, and on this trip I learned more to make me pin my the fact that the AF of L Executive Council did occasionally move against corrupt leadership of some central labor bodies should be weighed against the limited power these organizations had at the annual Federation conventions. The delegates from these bodies did not threaten the continuation of the AF of L leadership in office. Faith to the State Federation than by any other union lesson I have ever experienced. I found there that the 24 men representing state federations and the 36 who were there from city central bodies almost to a man observed the union label and were fearfully careful as to union precepts. They were from the rank and file of everyday life. Quite to the contrary, most of the delegates and officers from the higher realms of international unions and officers of the A.F. of L. ate, slept, and even drank at places notoriously non-union. The greatest were no exception, and I call attention to this common laxity to show that although all men are merely human, how much superior is the real, actual producer, whether farmer or mechanic, to those who toil not, neither do they spend to those surfeited in the power given them for real good. As we ask for the election of senators by a direct and popular vote of the people, so let us have a general federation composed directly of men from factory, forge, lathe, or mine, to strike at the living, real evils that beset us from day to day. As it now stands at the A.F. of L. Convention, there is too much attention paid to securing votes and too little time devoted to the welfare of the rank and file. 87. But the A.F. of L leaders had long before decided against rank and file control of the organization. In 1897, Gompers had recommended that the officers of the A.F. of L should be elected by referendum as a means of placing more responsibility upon all the workers and of furthering the achievement of a labor movement of the workers, for the workers, and by the workers. Within 3 years, however, he changed his mind on the question, for when Max Hayes, the delegate of the Cleveland Federation of Labor, introduced a resolution to that effect, Gompers opposed it in debate and helped to secure its defeat. He and most of the other leaders of the A.F. of L had lost confidence in the wisdom of the rank and file to control their affairs in a labor movement of the workers, for the workers, and by the workers. In 1888, Gompers warned the A.F. of L against entrusting great power to the executive officers of the labor movement, particularly in the matter of strikes, and urged that the power should be vested in the masses who must learn to govern themselves in labor organizations as well as in the state. But 10 years later he was urging that the question of strikes and boycotts should be determined by the calm judgment of experienced officers, rather than by the membership, which was prone to do many things, under the influence of enthusiasm, and he thought it very peculiar when, in 1903, the Machinists' Union conducted a referendum vote on the issues of socialism and industrial unionism. Gompers thought that after 9 or 10 hours of labor, the workers had neither the time nor the inclination to make a study of these questions which would qualify them to pass an intelligent judgment. Such questions should not be decided by the rank and file. 88. The increasing loss of confidence in and fear of the rank and file was reflected in the organization of the A.F. of L conventions. The will of the membership could not be adequately expressed. The conventions were dominated by the top officials of the various internationals. These delegates were elected at machine-controlled conventions or appointed by the national executive boards of the unions. In this manner, the A.F. of L conventions were controlled, year after year, by an entrenched bureaucracy who were without mandate from the membership. The process of corruption thus became part of the warp and woof of the A.F. of L, even though most of its affiliates were not racketeer-infested unions. It seeped up through the Federation from key unions to the top leadership of the organization. Many of the local unions of these key affiliates were controlled despotically by known racketeers. Members of the Federation's Executive Council were heads of the national unions in which these piratical local bosses operated. But they refused to take action to clean out the labor racketeers because this would threaten their sinecures. The top leadership, headed by Gompers anxious to perpetuate themselves in office, depended, in turn, upon those heads of national unions and local bosses for their own self-advancement. The result was an organization that was beginning to be dominated from top to bottom by men who made a private business and career out of trade unionism. As Isidore Feinstein pointed out in a study entitled, Racketeering and the American Federation of Labor. Racketeering represents big business control of the unions. It represents the infiltration into the labor movement of criminal elements, the perversion of trade unionism into a device for maintaining business monopolies and prices, the terrorization of the workers, and the infection of the American Federation of Labor hierarchy, which draws Peter's pence from the racketeers being dependent for votes or revenue upon racketeer control. 89. In 1904, Joseph R. Buchanan offered a solution for the corruption problem beginning to plague the American labor movement. It bears repeating today. Organized labor must come again under the influence of the spirit of the olden days when grafters were unknown. The spirit and ideals of a dozen years ago, supported by the 10 times greater numerical strength of today, would make the trades union movement the greatest agency for the uplifting of the poor and lowly that the world has ever known. Those ideals are not dead, though they lie stunned at. Between 1896 and 1906, Gompers was a perennial delegate to the AF convention from the Cigar Makers International Union without having been elected as one. Since there had been no convention of the International since 1896 and since delegates were elected by the convention, his election in that year remained in effect until another convention was held. The feat of a rampant commercialism. Let us drive out the spirit of commercialism from the trades unions and put in its place the belief in the glorious mission of United Labor. 90. 53 years later, at their convention in Atlantic City, the United Automobile Workers reaffirmed Buchanan's doctrine in the Declaration. The labor movement is not a business. It is and it must remain a crusade. Chapter 7. Reaction to Technological Change. At the opening of the century, the American Federation of Labor was composed primarily of unions of skilled workers who were employed in the building trades and in small establishments, such as cigar, printing, tailor, and barber shops. The unions in several mass production industries, steel, textiles, glass, and shoes, consisted almost entirely of the skilled crafts in those industries. The affiliated organizations of the A.F. L in 1900 included less than 20% of the entire working class. The vast majority of the unskilled workers, Negro and white, women and men, native and foreign-born, and the so-called common and general laborers, such as the men who built the roads and railroads, lumberjacks, foundry laborers and stevedores, were largely unorganized, as were the migratory and agricultural workers. Despite the fact that the A.F. L was comprised of a small minority of American workers, the leaders of the Federation spoke of their organizations as representing the industrial force of the nation. 1. The fact that such an overwhelming percentage of the working class was still unorganized was, in the eyes of these leaders, the fault of these workers alone. As Gompers put it in a report to an A.F. L convention, that the trade union movement has not made faster progress, is not due to us who have done our duty to our fellow workers, but to those who have failed to ally themselves to our noble cause. 2. In oft-repeated writings and speeches, Gompers spelled out precisely what he meant by the expression, done our duty. He pointed out that one of the primary purposes of the A.F. L was the organization of new unions, the objective being the complete unionization of all wage earners. He stressed that the A.F. L, guided by the experience of the labor organizations of the past, had, by 1900, evolved a labor program that was designed to meet the needs of all workers, regardless of skill or lack of skill, race, creed, sex, or national origin. Moreover, it went to great pains to acquaint all unorganized workers with its program, in an effort to convince them that the principles for which we stand will bring greater relief. 174. To oppressed, overworked and low-paid wage earners, male and female, than any other form of relief heretofore advocated in their behalf. 3. The coming of the 20th century found the Federation with well-developed policies and methods, was the way Gompers summed it up in his autobiography. The Federation was aware that the first step in securing permanent betterment for the wage earners of America was to organize them into bona fide unions of trades or callings, skilled or unskilled, and it had, by the beginning of the 20th century, developed concrete and comprehensive methods of work. Recognizing that the working class was confronted by the rapid development of large-scale organization and trusts, its work of organization was extended along lines paralleling industrial developments, and it paid its greatest attention to the extension of the principle of organization to workers in what were then called the unskilled occupations. In short, according to Gompers, the A.F. L had, by the turn of the century, developed the correct machinery to organize the unorganized and the will to do so. The rest was up to the unorganized workers themselves, and, in the long run, they would recognize that the A.F. L's well-developed policies and methods held out the only hope for them and would of their own will join the ranks of their trade union brothers. 11. These bald efforts of the A.F. of L leadership to place the onus of blame for the unorganized status of the bulk of the American workers upon the unorganized themselves, have rarely been equaled for arrogance and cynicism. For the truth is that the Federation never had a plan suited to meet the needs of the unorganized workers, nor the will to organize them. The will to organize. From 1899 to 1914, the A.F. of L's average annual expenses reached $180,000, of which 30%, or about $4 a year, was spent for organizing activities. Not many organizers could be kept in the field with these amounts, and their time was not entirely devoted to the work of organization. In 1912, the Federation had only 23 salaried organizers on its payroll. Actually, Gompers and the other A.F. of L officials were not anxious to see a widespread organizing drive undertaken to recruit the unskilled workers in the basic industries. Gompers felt that a rapid growth in the membership of the trade unions was unhealthy and would usually end with a serious collapse, which would be more dangerous than a slow and steady growth and development. Then again, the A.F. of L leaders realized that the backbone of the Federation was the international unions of skilled workers, and that it was from these unions that they derived their support. The masses of unskilled workers in the basic industries were generally more radical, and their entrance into the A.F. of L would shift the balance and alter the entire character of the Federation and thus jeopardize the position of those who had a vested interest in maintaining the traditional composition. 6. A basic reason for the failure of the A.F. of L to achieve greater success in organizing the unskilled workers was the selfish and narrow outlook of the affiliated organizations. Ready and eager to buy a limited security for the skilled workers at the expense of the unskilled and unorganized workers, many of the craft unions in the Federation entered into agreements with the corporations, including the commitment to refrain from organizing the unskilled workers, thus sacrificing their interests in return for a minimum of union security for themselves and a relatively high wage differential for the skilled craftsmen. In 1908, in a letter to Mary E. McDowell, Chicago social worker and friend of the working class, Homer D. Call, president of the Amalgamated Meat, Cutters and Butcher Workmen of North America, spelled out how these agreements worked. I am going to write you frankly in this matter, feeling assured that you will treat it as confidential. You, of course, have observed in Chicago that the sheep and cattle butchers claim to be the aristocracy of the butchering industry, and what you have observed in Chicago in a small way is duplicated several times over in the other packing centers, notably New York City. The sheep and cattle butchers in New York City have, by virtue of their affiliations, been able to maintain splendid conditions. $50, $60, yes, even $70 a week is often made by the cattle butcher of New York for from 35 to 40 hours work. But to receive that consideration, they have been compelled to enter into an agreement with the packers to prevent the large percent of what they term the unskilled laborer from receiving living wages. While I am glad to see the sheep and cattle butchers, who constitute only about from 5 to 8% of the people in the industry, receiving these conditions, my heart goes out to the other 90 or 95% of the workers who are not receiving wages enough to barely exist. Of course, I have been freely criticized by the sheep and cattle butchers for my position in asking to organize all who are working in the industry under one head, but I yet believe that is the only practical plan by which we can secure results and benefit all of those who are working in the meat industry. The packers are working hand in hand with the sheep and cattle butchers to prevent the organization of the unskilled laborers and the growth of the international organization. The moment a man in any of the large packing centers become active in the organization of the unskilled, he is at once let out. 7. The correspondence in the A.F. of L. archives is filled with similar examples of the aristocratic exclusiveness of the craft unions at the expense of the unorganized workers. Many of the craft unions frankly told Gompers that they did not want the unskilled workers in the industry brought into their organizations. They should be allowed to organize as local unions directly affiliated with the A.F. of L or remain unorganized. 8. Another reason for the Federation's failure to secure impressive results in the organization of the unorganized was that frequently, instead of relying primarily upon organizatio tilde of the workers in the shops and factories, the A.F. of L concentrated on appealing to the public to buy only union-labeled goods. Today, the union label is understood to be a minor instrument in the labor movement, one which basically records the gains made by trade union organization. But in the period after 1900, the label was put forward as the main weapon, as labor's battle flag on the industrial field. Armed with the union label, the A.F. of L could force all employers to recognize the right of their workers to organize. In achieving the organization of the unorganized, it was more powerful TL1 and strikes and picketing. 9. The A.F. of L often spent more money in promoting the activity of its union label trades department than it did in sponsoring organizing campaigns to organize the unorganized. In 1911, the Union Label Trades Department reported that a motion picture dealing with the label had been exhibited during the preceding year to 44,223 people in 9 states and Canada. And this at a time when, as Gompers himself admitted, the A.F. of L's financial resources were strained to meet the demands upon them for strike aid and organizing expenses. This, too, in the face of mounting evidence that the union label agitation had proved generally ineffective in organizing the unorganized and that many A.F. of L. organizers had consistently complained that the label method of organization is barren of results. A.F. of L publications in this period failed to reveal any concrete illustrations of where the use of the label had helped to achieve the organization of the unorganized or even strengthened an A.F. of L union in a particular trade. If anything, it had had a misleading influence on those workers, especially in the garment trade and the textile industry, who had been led to believe that the label would be the salvation of the working class. 10. The union label, AF of L leaders also emphasized, brings about a more friendly feeling between the employer and the worker. Henry White, who, it will be recalled, made a lucrative racket for himself out of selling labels to employers, was fond of pointing out that the union label puts the unions upon a business footing with the employers, identifies to a larger extent their joint interests and reduces the friction between them to a minimum. It reconciles and broadens the minds of both. American Federationist, August 1901, pp. 293-4, July, 1902, pp. 365, 6. Industrial changes. At the time Gompers was proclaiming that the A.F. of L's organizing program was suited to meet the needs of all workers, the unskilled and semi-skilled, as well as the skilled. The character of American industry was undergoing changes that made a mockery of his words. New industries were rising which almost from the beginning were mass production in character. Old industries were being revolutionized through the introduction of new machines and processes and the spread of new forms of business organization. By the end of the 19th century, the large-scale corporation had acquired a dominant position in American economic life. In 1900, 2/3 of all manufacturing was done by corporations. By 1909, only 25.9% of the nation's manufacturing establishments were owned by corporations, but this 25.9% employed 75.6% of all wage earners attached to manufacturing enterprises. In 1914, the value of the products of individually owned enterprises, numbering 148,436, amounted to $1,925,518,298, while the value of the products of corporation enterprises, numbering only 78,151 in the same year, reached $20,181,279,071. Or 83% of all industrial products. At the same time, the individually owned enterprises employed only 707,658 workers, while the corporation-controlled factories had 5,649,646 workers. 11. Changes in basic production processes and techniques accompanied the development of large-scale industry. After 1900, mechanization and minute subdivision of labor, already developing after the Civil War and increasing rapidly in the 188 O's, became widespread in almost every phase of American industry, with the exception of the building industry. By the 188 O's, the fundamental technological changes had already taken place in shoemaking, but inventors perfected and speeded up the machinery, designed new machines to take advantage of the division of labor, and agreed upon measurements for all parts of the last. By the turn of the century, the skilled shoemaker was a thing of the past. A writer of the 1900 census noted, "At the present time, the genius of the American inventor has provided for every detail of shoemaking, even the smallest processes being performed by mechanical devices of some kind. This has naturally made the shoemaker of today a specialist who very seldom knows anything of shoemaking apart from the particular process in the performance of which he is an adept." The same trend was taking place in the textile industry. Although the major textile machines, there were some innovations even in the building industry in the period 1898 to 1905, such as the pneumatic riveter, the power shovel, the electric and gas hoist, and cement gun, but there was little effect of large-scale operations. Few machines were used in house building. Masonry, roofing, carpentry, plastering, painting, and tile setting were all hand operations. Had been invented by 1870, in the next half-century, engineers speeded them up, made them more simple to operate, and harnessed them to electric power. The skilled worker, who had often employed children as helpers, was replaced by a mass of adult immigrants fresh from the docks of the port cities. They took the less skilled and the heavier jobs attending the new automatic machinery. As these changes accelerated in the early years of the 20th century, the skilled workers, mule spinners, loom fixers, and weavers became an ever-decreasing minority in the industry. 12. The spread of mechanical typesetting and typecasting after 1899 revolutionized composing room technique. In place of laborious, handicraft typesetting in which words were built letter by the hand compositor, the pressure of a finger on the keys of the linotype machine did the setting swiftly and automatically. Soon the old hand compositor found himself superseded by the machine operator and his auxiliary workers. Soon, too, The old hand press feeders were supplanted by mechanical feeding attachments and automatically fed presses. 13. The machinist's craft, one of the traditional homes of the skilled craftsman, was also being undermined by important technical developments. Certain of the standard machine shop tools were becoming more automatic, accurate, and costly. A good deal of work that was formerly done on the lathe, planer, and drill press, or at the bench, was being done by IT.or complex planing machines, slotters, turret lathes, and milling machines. Towards the end of the 19th century, grinding machines, formerly used only for sharpening tools, were being used for finishing work. Previously this work had been done with lathes and hand files. Improvements in the standard machines, the increased utilization of special or single-purpose machines, and the greater size of many industrial units made it possible for a marked change to take place in the methods of making machinery. Some machine shops and factories, instead of building machines as in the past, started to manufacture them. Formerly, only a small number of machines were built in a single lot. They were seldom worked upon in any consecutive order and generally stood around the shop in all stages of construction. Under this method, during the same day, a machinist might, for example, perform lathe work, milling, drilling, bench, and floor work. But in machine manufacturing, machines were made in large lots and each operation on each machine was consecutively performed. Under this system it was easy to subdivide and specialize jobs so that a man might be required to do a single type of work. The manufacturer found it easier to train a man to do nothing but lathe work than to train him to do every kind of job performed in a machine shop. It looked less skill as a rule to run a specialized machine than a general machine. 14 George W. Krause, president of a company manufacturing harvesting machines, explained to Gompers in one Goo why his firm no longer needed skilled machinists. Now to illustrate, the men required to do work on a molding machine must possess good, healthy bodies and be industrious. Skilled labor is not required. We have taken unskilled labor right out of the ranks of men who have been in the habit of working for what is commonly known as day laborers. I hardly think a position can be called one that demands the services of skilled labor when you can take the men who were day laborers and never saw a molding machine, and in 2 weeks' time can produce more than a skilled mechanic could in 2 months. 15. The requirement that the machine workers possess good, healthy bodies was frequently waived, for all too often child labor replaced skilled mechanics. In a letter to the American Cereal Company of Cedar Rapids, Iowa, January 25, 1 Goo, the Secretary-Treasurer of the Coopers International Union protested, "We entertained a hope that your company, in introducing labor-saving machinery, would be merciful enough to employ as many journeyman coopers as would be necessary to operate the machine cooper shop. We had hopes that you would at least be willing to divide the enormous saving that will result from the use of machinery with the class who are now thrown mercilessly upon the charity of the charitably inclined. We now learn with a deep sense of regret of the policy that you propose to pursue, that you have discharged the men, coopers, and supplanted them with children, whose natural right it is to be in school learning the things that are essential to existence in this enlightened age." In a letter to Gompers, written on the same day, the union's secretary-treasurer wrote, "Before they place the machinery they employed from 30 to 40 coopers, and with their present policy they will require 1 or 2 as foremen." 16. At the Bethlehem Steel Company in the 18 goes, Frederick W. Taylor carried through his methods of speed up and breakdown of operations in the plant so that each worker had as few functions as possible to perform. In 1903, in his paper, Shop Management, delivered at a meeting of the American Society of Mechanical Engineers, Taylor described how he had succeeded in eliminating the skilled workers through his system and undermining their craft unions. Immediately businessmen requested Taylor to advise them on the methods they should use in their shops to achieve the same result, or for him to recommend someone who was capable of introducing his methods. The Taylor system, glorified under the title of scientific management, spread to industry after industry, breaking down craft skills and weakening the skilled workers' control of their jobs. The whole purpose of scientific management, wrote Gompers, was to reduce the number of skilled workers to the barest minimum and impose low wages upon those of the skilled workers who would be thrown into the army of the unskilled. 17. On January 13, 1900, in an editorial entitled, "The Passing Mechanic," the Columbus, Georgia, Herald commented, "The revolution in industry is doing its work so quietly and so quickly that most people fail to note the great changes that are taking place. Machinery is not only displacing human labor and rearranging it under a new relationship, but it is rapidly destroying the skilled trades. The tendency is towards a common level in labor, and that level has hitherto been known as unskilled labor. This revolution is not simply destroying the skilled crafts by diminishing the percent of skilled mechanics as compared to the unskilled, but it is lowering the grade of skill of those who remain." 15 years later, the International Molders Journal observed that the revolution in industry had almost been completed. There is no body of skilled workmen today safe from one or other of these forces: the introduction of machinery and the standardization of tools, materials, product, and process, which make production possible on a large scale, and the specialization of workmen tending to deprive them of their unique craft knowledge and skill. Only what may be termed frontier trades are dependent now on the all-around craftsman. These trades are likely at any time to be standardized and systematized and to fall under the influence of this double process of specialization. 18. Craft unions failed to adjust. Although it did occasionally make concessions to the unskilled and semi-skilled workers when it was first organized and during its early, formative years, the A.F. of L was based on the needs of the all-around craftsman. The foundation of a craft union is that each member of the organization performs or is capable of performing all the tasks included in the occupation. A secure basis for craft unionism is thus found in those industries in which the individual skill and craft knowledge of the workers is of predominant importance. If, through the introduction of machinery and new processes, minute subdivision of labor occurs, the basis for craft organization tends to disappear. With the further development of mechanization, the blurring and obliteration of craft lines, the entrance of unskilled workers in large numbers into industry and the concentration of industry in gigantic corporations and trusts, the craft union in its turn became obsolete. It was impossible for any intelligent union leader to be unaware of the undermining of craft unionism by the industrial changes. Unfortunately, the majority of the craft unionists in the A.F. of L ignored this development. Industry was rendering more and more operations automatic, but the craft unionists still maintained the fiction that the possession by the worker of a personal skill enabled him to bargain effectively for better conditions, and also the confidence that the organization along trade lines, based on the skill of the members, could enable each craft union to present a strong front to management. 19. For many years trade unions had tried various methods to prevent the introduction of machinery. English handloom weavers wrecked the new power looms, the Knights of St. Crispin refused to run shoe machines, the stonecutters limited the output of stone planers. But none of these methods prevented the displacement of skilled hand craftsmen by new machines, and the craft unions which sought to meet the problem of changing technique by the above methods passed out of existence. As Gompers pointed out, many workmen in trades have fought and borne awful sacrifices in the fight against the introduction of a new machine or a new tool, and some have gone so far as to violently destroy the machine, but it did not destroy the idea. The only result of such efforts was that the new machines and tools were introduced against the wishes of the workers, without consideration of the men who performed the labor by hand. The trade unions went down, and the skilled union workers were replaced by unskilled, unorganized workers at lower wages. The intelligent course for labor to follow was to accept industrial progress, insist that the machine work be given to union members at union standards, and that the machine workers be brought into the union so as to protect those standards against unfair competition. 20. Occasionally, technological changes were recognized in time by the craft unions affected, and they made the necessary adjustment. Instead of ignoring technological innovations in the printing process, the typographical union accepted the inevitable and asserted its claim to operation of linotype machines. It announced in 1889 that, in all offices in its jurisdiction where typesetting machines are used, practical printers only shall be employed to operate them. Within the next few years, agreements were concluded with employers and with the Mergenthaler linotype interests which provided that the union would not fight the introduction of the machine and would encourage union printers to acquire the necessary skill for machine operation. In turn, the employers and the linotype company agreed that only union members would be permitted to operate the machines. 21. By these means the printers evaded, or at least cushioned, the disastrous effects upon craftsmen of the transition from hand to machine processes. But the case of the printers was exceptional. To be sure, there was a difference between the typographical union which had, prior to the introduction of the linotype, most of the craftsmen in its ranks, and unions which had organized only a small part of the industry. But the same problem confronted all of the unions. Would the union recognize the machine and organize the machine workers, or would it cling to old, conservative craft pride? Several craft unions slowly and reluctantly made some minor adjustments to technological changes without ever really dealing with the basic problem. A good case in point is that of the International Association of Machinists. At convention after convention in the closing years of the 19th century and the opening years of the 20th, the question of admitting specialists and helpers, workers on automatic machinery, into the union was debated. From 1897 to 1901, the efforts of those who wished to broaden the union's membership failed. A month before the 1903 convention, P.J. Conlin, a militant union officer, printed an article in the Machinists' Journal which advocated that the I.A. of M. should control the machine shop, and for this purpose, admit any workman engaged in any manner with the making or repairing of machinery. He pointed out that new machinery was so rapidly transforming the status of the all-around craftsman that, very soon it will be a difficult matter to tell a general machinist, unless you tag him, and if he gets a job in a specialist shop his general skill does not amount to so very much. These men's conditions is sick, bad and gradually getting worse. Conlin's proposal provoked a long and heated discussion at the 1903 convention. The discussion revealed that most of the delegates were conscious of important technical changes which had taken place in their trade, or, at least, that the changing relations between the machinists and the specialists and helpers, handymen, as they were repeatedly referred to by the craftsmen, were not satisfactory. Some refused to do anything to meet the problem. They insisted that their aristocratic ranks would be polluted if others than all-around machinists became their brothers, and they shuddered at the possibility of being controlled by their inferiors in skill and social prestige. We do not want to lose sight of the fact that we belong to the International Association of Machinists, and not to the handymen, one delegate observed. If we take these men in, we will have to change our name to International Association of Machinists and Handymen. I want to belong to an association of machinists and none other. Another delegate, agreeing, declared. I am not in favor of taking the handyman into the organization because I believe they are not intelligent to vote on a subject to our interest and to help us. We ought to preserve our dignity, still another delegate declared. Other delegates declared emphatically that the position of the skilled craftsman could only be protected by taking handymen into the union on an equal basis with machinists. I believe that all men are born. The majority opinion was summed up by one of the union leaders who declared at the 1897 convention that admitting specialists and helpers would ruin the machinist's trade. Machinist's Journal, Volume Ix, 1897, page 258. Equal, a delegate declared earnestly, and if they are not born equal, the employers are making them equal by reducing the machinists to the equal of the handymen. I say, take them in and we will make them better unionists or machinists than they ever were. If we build up their standard, our standard will go up in proportion to what they get. Another delegate agreed. I say take him, the handyman, in on equal rights. Fitchburg, Grand Lodge, wants to go on record as not in favor of aristocratic movements, and that we are in favor of taking them in one and all, on an equal basis. We are here for the extension of this organization, and we want an organization of 250,000. Still another delegate declared. I hope you will lay aside this discrimination against the men who are working alongside of us and who will assist us to boost ourselves as well as themselves. Between these two groups were the compromisers who realized that the encroachments of the handymen could no longer be ignored, but who shared the fears of the aristocrats. They proposed to meet the problem by establishing auxiliary locals for handymen which would be under the control of the machinists, in other words, to place the unskilled in the status of second-class union citizens without any of the rights, privileges, and protections of the machinists. We must have these men in our organization, not with equal rights and privileges, but in order to have them under our control, one of the compromisers said flatly. He was answered by another delegate who warned, I do not believe that this thing of establishing an auxiliary will go. Do you think these men will bind themselves to join you and be controlled by you and not have anything to say about their welfare? If they did, they would be fools. 22. When the delegates finally voted on the issue, a majority, 280 to 241, favored admitting to membership any person working in a machine shop and engaged in making or repairing machinery. Apparently this opened the way for the admission of specialists and helpers. But the General Executive Board construed the amendment to the union's constitution to mean that only specialists in addition to all-around machinists could be admitted. Operators of machinery where skill was required might join the union, but operators of automatic machinery where no skill was required were excluded. 23 Since the majority of the handymen fell in the excluded category, the GEB ruling effectively undermined the purpose of the vote at the 1903 convention. After 1903, the conservative aristocratic elements were in complete control. The trend in the union leadership was to restrict the organization to all-around machinists, even though, as we have seen, the trend in the industry was to reduce them to a minority status. President James O'Connell publicly espoused a progressive position. Writing in the Boston Herald in 1905, he pointed out that the machinists, by the nature of their trade, were highly skilled workmen and supporters of the purely trade, craft, organizations, but since they were constantly confronted by changing methods of production, the machinist was becoming rarer and the specialist and helper more common, and the union must cover all. But O'Connell's theoretical discussion was not followed by concrete action. Although a number of specialists were admitted to membership, the union continued to be dominated by the all-around men and to function as an association of highly skilled craftsmen. Helpers were not admitted into the I.A. of M until 19RR, and then only into separate lodges in which they shared few of the rights and privileges of the machinists. Although a special organizer was sent into the field to organize helpers, the results justified the warning of the delegate to the 1903 convention who had said, "Do you think these people, the handymen, will bind themselves to join you and be controlled by you and not have anything to say about their welfare? If they did, they would be fools." The machine workers, the majority in the industry, proved not to be fools. They remained aloof from a union which made a slight gesture of welcome but also made it quite clear that they really did not want them. 24. The old conservative, aristocratic craft unionists had won out, but the victory left the union with a small fraction of the workers in the industry. The vast majority remained unorganized. The membership of the I.A. of M declined from 75,000 in I-907 to less than 50,000 at the close of 1908, and while it recovered its 1907 figure by 1914, it still represented only a small fraction of the organizable workers in the industry. 211. As in the case of the machinists, progressive-minded forces in the coopers, blacksmiths, and boilermakers unions forced the conservative, craft aristocrats to accept the machine and make a gesture towards adjusting to technological changes. Typical of the stand taken by the progressive-minded forces is the position outlined by James A. Cable, National Secretary-Treasurer of the Coopers International Union. I realize, he wrote to Gompers, that the position taken by our Natal president and others on this question of machinery, opposing the introduction of machinery and refusing membership to machine workers, does not meet with the approval of the advanced thinkers in the cause of organized labor. I have drawn up a plan which I intend to submit to the next convention, which, if adopted, will enable us to organize these people, the machine workers, throughout the entire country. My idea is, that instead of following the foolish policy of refusing to organize them and refusing our stamp on machine-made cooperage, we should organize these machine workers, and thereby assist them in maintaining good wages, and doing away with child labor which is invariably employed in the machine factories, and by so doing we can bring the cost of producing the machine-made cooperage up to such an extent that it will be possible for a man running a hand shop to compete with them, and at the same time protect the machine workers and bring to them better wages and conditions. I will say that my reasons for writing this as a personal letter is that I am duty-bound officially to carry out the plan which refuses the machine workers the right to be organized, but conscientiously I know that it is a wrong policy. 26. Part of Cable's policy was adopted by the Coopers Union and by the Boilermakers and Blacksmiths organizations, but the same self-defeating principle of setting up separate locals for unskilled workers, depriving them of equal rights and privileges, was followed. 27 Still, even this was more than most of the craft unions in the A.F. of L were willing to do. The majority refused to do anything at all to cope with the adverse effects of the introduction of machinery on skilled craftsmen. A typical example is illustrated in the history of the National Window Glass Workers Union. This union was organized in 1880 as a local assembly of the Knights of Labor with the brave motto of "Never Surrender." Later, it affiliated with the A.F. of L. At the turn of the century, the union was in a powerful position and was recognized by the employers' associations in the industry. In 1910, it controlled almost every shop in the trade. Its membership at that time was 7,000. Thereafter, its membership declined steadily, except for a slight upturn during the First World War. In 1928, the union that would never surrender passed out of existence. The Window Glass Workers Union went down to defeat for one simple reason: its refusal to recognize technological changes that were transforming the industry. Prior to 1905, the work in the craft, notes Professor Norman J. Ware, was highly skilled, requiring some knowledge of the chemistry of glass, the lung capacity of a prima donna, and the heat-resisting qualities of a stoker. The introduction of the cylinder-blowing machine in 1902 and other devices undermined the basis of skill upon which the industry had formerly rested. After visiting a plant which had just installed an automatic machine, the union president wrote to Gompers in December 1904. The machine works out 11 tons of glass in 23.5 hours. 30 minutes is the only time lost in 24 hours. In about 2 years this machine will displace over 1/3 of our members. But the union refused to recognize the machine or to admit workers in machine plants to membership. It decreed that any member going to work in a machine plant automatically suspended himself from membership in the union. As for the machine workers, they were told quite bluntly that they should not expect this association to lift them bodily, as it were, from the non-union to the union factory. No wonder it was reported that the union's policy had made every man who operates one of those machines a mortal enemy of the organization. 28. Rather than organize the unskilled and semi-skilled machine operatives, the union persuaded the skilled hand glass blowers to take drastic cuts in wages to compete with the machine. In 1924, the union leadership even set up a hand manufacturing glass plant in Huntington, West Virginia, as a means of proving that glass could be manufactured profitably without machinery by skilled workers. The venture, as was to be expected, proved to be a fiasco. The union lost $84,000, and the plant was closed in 1927. Throughout the steady decline of the hand industry and the rise of the machine process, the progressive element in the union continued to point out that the future belongs to the automatic machine, and to agitate for adjustment to modern conditions by the organization of the unskilled and semi-skilled machine workers. But since no conventions were held, their agitation could not force any change in the union policy. Finally, in 1927, the leadership admitted defeat, and called a convention to meet the problem that was driving the union out of existence. The convention ruled that members could accept work in machine plants and still retain union membership, and it called for an intensive campaign to organize the machine plants. But it was too late to save the organization. As the last president of the union sadly observed, no human agency could have saved the handcraft. It was in the way of progress and it had to go. Human agency could have saved the organization, but they chose not to, and the organization, too, passed into history. The mistake we made was clinging to the old guild idea. That has no place in modern industry. 29. A similar mistake was made by the cigar makers. In 1909, the International Cigar Makers Union had 51,500 members. By 1929 its membership had declined to 12,900 even though the number of workers employed in the industry had increased fourfold. The reason for the union's decline is the same as that which caused the disappearance of the Glass Workers Union. Failure to appreciate the significance of the machine and an unwillingness to organize anyone but skilled, hand cigar makers. Indeed, for some time, the union scoffed at the idea that the machine could be a threat. No one will acknowledge, wrote a reporter in 1900 after a discussion with the union officers, that there is a possibility of a machine being invented that will do away with cigar makers. International President Perkins told the reporter, "There is nothing to fear from machinery in our trade. A machine that can make cigars is an impossibility even in this advanced age." 30. But machines did make cigars. For a while, the union sought to use its blue label as a weapon to prevent the introduction of the machine, and it broadcast the news that no union shall be allowed to furnish the label. For cigars made in whole or in part by machinery, it was a futile gesture. The machine spread rapidly, and with it went a transformation in the industry from the small shops of the craftsman era to large corporations. Mass production by machinery changed the cigar industry from one of small hand labor plants to one of large-scale factories. In 1930, 0.46% of the factories produced 49.8% of all cigars manufactured. It is estimated that 21,356 employees had been displaced by machinery between 1917 and 1932.31. In the factories, the bulk of the cigar output was manufactured by girls employed on power machines. But few of the girls were brought into the union. In 1901, the union claimed 3,240 of the 22,250 women in the industry, and even this was an exaggerated figure. Yet in subsequent years, the number of women members in the union declined while their number in the industry grew apace. In 1912, the union enrolled about 2/5 of the total number of cigar workers, but none of the 19,000 machine workers and few of the 25,000 team workers. 32. As in the case of the glass workers, the progressive elements in the cigar union called upon the organization to abandon its restrictive membership policy and organize the unskilled and semi-skilled workers at the machine. The only thing that can save the cigar makers of the country, a group of socialist members of the union appealed, from the crushing power of the tobacco trust is the complete and systematic organization of all the workers of the industry. Wipe out aristocracy, remove apprenticeship restrictions, break down craft barriers. Go after the unskilled workers and the thousands of women and girls at the machines. Although he did not associate himself with this appeal, Gompers did urge that all persons engaged in the cigar industry should be eligible for membership in the Cigar Makers International Union, his own organization. He wrote to President Perkins in 1908, "I am firmly of the opinion that, if it hopes not only to maintain its present standing but to make progress for the protection of the cigar makers, it will be necessary for the International Union to permit everyone, whether cigar maker, cigar packer, roller, filler, breaker, stripper, or those engaged in the stripping department, to become eligible to membership in the organization, and this too, whether they work by hand, mold, suction table or machines." 33. But these voices of reason went unheeded for many years. No union conventions were held from 1896 to 1912. At the 1912 convention, the socialist delegates called for organization of the women workers in the industry. They argued that the women are becoming more and more important factors in the industry, and the tobacco trust is trying to make it a woman's trade in order to reduce wages. To facilitate the organization of the women and other unskilled workers, they urged the adoption of an amendment to the union's constitution reducing the dues for these categories so as to enable them to join the organization. True to his pattern of behavior, Gompers, who was a delegate to the convention, conveniently forgot about his earlier demand that the union organize the unskilled, and opposed the proposed amendment. He insisted that it would bring the International Trade Union back to the position it was before 1880, when no benefits were paid and when it could not hold its members in line. President Perkins supported Gompers. "The minute you break this chain of benefits by reducing the dues," he cried, "the organization is in danger." That the union was already in danger of passing out of existence because of its unwillingness to organize the unorganized did not seem to bother Perkins. The progressive delegates refused to be moved by Gompers in Perkins, and the amendment was adopted. But, taking a leaf from Gompers' conduct as president of the A.F. of L., Perkins simply refused to enforce the new constitutional amendment. Dues remained the same for the unskilled as well as the skilled, and the union did nothing to organize the former. Between 1912 and 1920 no union conventions were held, so the progressive forces were unable to compel the union leadership to see the handwriting on the wall. Perhaps, writes John P. Troxel in his study, Machinery and the Cigar Makers, if conventions had been held during that crucial period, when machinery was steadily encroaching upon the cigar makers' domain, the Union might have been stirred out of its complacency. 34. He might have added that perhaps if the Union leadership had carried into effect the desires of the majority of the delegates at the 1912 convention, the Union might have been saved. In 1927, the Union leadership was finally stirred, and the Union abandoned its restrictive membership policy. But, as in the case of the glass workers, it proved to be too late. The Union that gave Samuel Gompers to the labor movement was doomed. The glass workers and the cigar makers are only two of many examples that could be cited of old, well-established craft unions that failed to adapt their union policies to the changed technical environment in which they had to function, with the result that they either disappeared or lost their importance. A. F. Of L unions like the bakery and confectionery workers, United Powder and High Explosive Workers, tobacco workers, quarry workers, laundry workers, boot and shoe workers, leather workers, textile workers, and those in the chemical, clay, and stone industries are some of the other illustrations of decaying unions, whose decline is largely attributable to the inability to readjust to the technical progress of industry. 35 Early acceptance of the machine. The conservative delegates for whom Perkins spoke conceded that it might be necessary to do something about organizing the unorganized cigar makers, but proposed only that a general campaign for the Union label be started immediately, as the method to achieve this goal. New York Call, September 18, 1912. And the workers at the machine, democratic trade unionism, a militant organizing policy, and a trade union structure suited to meet the needs of modern industry would have saved these craft unions from the tragedy that overtook them. We get to the heart of the problem in the mass production industries, for example, the iron and steel industry. By the turn of the century, little skilled help was required at the blast furnace in the industry. The Bessemer or open hearth converter and automatic hoisting machinery had gradually replaced skilled men with semi-skilled and common labor, mostly recent immigrants from southern and southeastern Europe. 36 A concomitant effect of the mechanization was the growth of the large corporation. In 1890, there were relatively few large concerns, but production on the whole was carried on by small plants. By 1910, there had been a tremendous transformation. One corporation, U.S. Steel, controlled almost half the industry, and 6 others dominated the other half. A vast, heavily capitalized industry, employing a minority of skilled workers and great numbers of unskilled and semi-skilled operators and laborers, in which managerial control was highly centralized, was confronted by the Amalgamated Association of Iron, Steel and Tin Workers, an exclusive union, composed primarily of skilled workers. Oblivious of the fact that mechanization had reduced the number and importance of the skilled worker, the Amalgamated Association showed little interest in organizing the industry and clung to the craft form of union structure long after it was clear that this was utterly inappropriate in this mass production industry. After the defeat of the Union in the 1901 strike, its leadership persistently fought efforts of progressive elements in the association to organize all the steel workers, skilled and unskilled, in one union. They took the position that the masses of unskilled workers were unorganizable, blaming this on their lack of intelligence and the impossibility of communicating with them because so few of them spoke English. Since the skilled workers were a small section of the total working force, it was a waste of time and money to conduct an organizing drive. This backward point of view was endorsed by a team of A.F. of L. organizers in the fall of 1904, after a survey of organizing possibilities in the iron and steel industry. We find on investigation, they reported to the A.F. of L. Executive Council, that the number of skilled steel workers has been greatly reduced on account of improved machinery, making the possible number of men whom we sought to interest in the movement, very much smaller than we anticipated. On the other hand, a large number of the unskilled workers are foreigners, hardly able to speak or understand the English language, thereby complicating and retarding our efforts. All told, the field is not a promising one. 37. The inability to organize this vitally important industrial field, given the Amalgamated Association's reluctance to do much in the craft union structure of the A.F. of L. was demonstrated in the steel organizing campaign of 1909 and 1910. In July 1909, the U.S. Steel Corp. provoked a strike for the purpose of completely crushing the steelworkers and tin plate workers unions. At the A.F. of L convention in November, it was decided to call a conference of the officers of all affiliated national and international unions to meet in Pittsburgh and decide on a plan of action. Nearly 50 of the 87 internationals were represented at the conference on December 13. They decided to call upon all the national unions to furnish at least one organizer to the Steelworkers Union, that the A.F. of L place as many as possible of its organizers in the field, and that in every city where steel mills were located the central labor unions appoint special organizing committees. They also planned to call for financial assistance to the strikers, a series of educational circulars, and a statement of grievances against the Steel Trust to the President of the United States and the governors of the states in which the corporation operated. They further urged the steel and tin plate workers to amalgamate into one union. But after 1 month only 5 international unions besides the steel and tin plate workers had complied with the promise to send organizers, and Gompers sent an appeal to them to fulfill their obligations. But this appeal brought little more response, and about 3 weeks later, President P. McArdle of the steel workers wrote Gompers that he was going to discontinue the campaign to organize the Steel Trust. When Gompers called him on the phone, he learned that McArdle had already dispersed the IO or so organizers that had been placed at his disposal by the Federation and some of the internationals. In February 1910, the A.F. of L's most ambitious effort to break into the trusts was abandoned. 88. The fact that the steel union was not really interested in organizing the industry was, of course, a key factor in the failure of the organizing campaign. But the organizers were hampered from the beginning by the craft union structure imposed upon the program by the A.F. of L. The steel and tin plate workers had to be organized into 20 craft unions, each operating independently of the other. As one of the A.F. of L organizers pointed out to Frank Morrison after the campaign was abandoned, to establish 20 different craft unions in the dominion of the Steel King machinists, pattern makers, molders, laborers, electrical workers, puddlers, blacksmiths, boilermakers, structural iron workers, painters, die sinkers, etc. Instead of bringing all of these workers directly into one union is to enter a combat with a mighty giant, its detectives and paid hirelings, with one arm tied around one's back. To organize on this basis, I confess, is no bed of roses. 39. In an article, Failure of a Strike, Llewellyn Lewis, vice president of the Amalgamated Association, criticized the whole attempt to organize the Steel Trust on the basis of craft unionism. He blamed both his own union, from which he resigned, and the A.F. of L. He conceded that the Federation had sent organizers into the field to help the drive, but pointed out that it had hampered them by the craft union structure they were required to follow. The A.F. of L's policies are antiquated and unfit for application to present-day conditions. The policies of 25 years ago won't do for today. The world is moving and we must move onward with it or be left far behind. 40. Having failed to move with the times, the Amalgamated Association was doomed to remain a non-entity in America's major industry. It just managed barely to maintain its existence by holding on to a small body of skilled workers, less than 10,000 in 1910, employed largely in the small, independent plants in the industry. After investigating conditions of employment in the iron and steel industry in 1910, a U.S. Senate committee pointed out the basic cause for the lack of unionism. The general policy of the Amalgamated Association had from the beginning been very exclusive, so that the union embraced only the more highly skilled men in a comparatively limited part of the rapidly developing steel industry, and the organizations of lodges in the steel mills was in large part merely incidental to the development and strengthening of the organization in what may be called the iron branch of the industry. At no time in the history of the Amalgamated Association was any attempt made to work out a logical scheme for dealing with the highly complex situation in the steel mills. 41. Another example of the attempt to apply an outmoded union structure to a mass production industry is illustrated in the meatpacking industry. In no other industry had division of labor been so ingeniously and microscopically worked out. Already by the early 20th century most packing house operations were mechanized, particularly in the chain line of production. Where formerly a butcher workman had to be a skilled and proficient mechanic and know every detail of his trade, he was now reduced to a mere link in a long chain of laborers. 46 operations, again subdivided into over 120 hand operations, were required in the beef killing department. Each of the operations was performed by a separate worker, whose skill was, in most cases, comparatively slight and easily learned in a brief time. Women and children began to work in the meatpacking plants as new machines and minute subdivision of labor pushed out the skilled men. 42. Instead of utilizing an integrated form of unionism to parallel the integrated character of the industry, the A.F. of L's amalgamated meat and butcher workmen organized the workers in the packing house jungle along the lines of craft unionism. 56 craft unions were set up on a department basis, each with its own council, executive board, and set of business agents, and each negotiating separately with the tessel that some crafts continued to work while others were on strike. The weakness of this form of organization in a trustified, mass production industry was pointed out by a far-sighted member of the union who wrote to Morrison in March 1900 from Chicago, the heart of the packing industry. Our experience proves a separation in this craft is not only detrimental to the interests of the workers but also creates the discord and dissatisfaction which injures rather than advances their cause and the cause of all workers employed in this industry. When a union or rather a divided organization attempts to secure better conditions, in most instances, it has failed and the workers have lost hope in the union and their reorganization is a most difficult obstacle to overcome. By the separation of the workers under as many heads as there are departments, the solidarity which is fostered is destroyed. 43. The truth of this observation was borne out in the Great Packing House Strike of 1904 which, despite the militancy of the workers, was completely smashed because of the disunity among the craft unions organized in separate and jangling councils. Some 18,000 divided workers were pitted against one of the most powerful employers' associations in the country and they went down to utter defeat. Although the membership declined from 34,400 in 1904 to 6,200 in 1905, the union leadership refused to learn any lessons from the defeat. Progressive elements demanded the reorganization of the union along the lines of an industrial federation locking the various craft unions firmly together under one council, one executive board, and one set of business agents, creating a solid front in the whole industry. But the union leadership paid no heed to this demand. "I'm informed," wrote Homer D. Call, International Secretary-Treasurer, to the strike, which began on July 12, 1904, was caused directly by the refusal of the packers to accept the demand for LBYZ cents an hour minimum for all unskilled workers. There were other grievances, of course, such as the inhuman speed-up and horrible working conditions, both of which affected the skilled as well as the unskilled workers. Although the union and the packers reached an agreement on July 6 to submit the wage dispute to arbitration and for the packers to retain all workers, without discrimination, the employers broke the agreement by refusing to abide by the employment agreement. Gompers and Mitchell urged the union not to go on strike despite this violation of the agreement, but the workers insisted on striking. The strike continued for 9 weeks until September 6, 1904, when the union, conceding defeat, called it off. Having opposed the strike, the AFL leaders gave the strikers no real support. Harry Rosenberg, Packing House in the Stockyards, unpublished paper, Chicago Historical Society, pp. 6, J, U, 21. The fact that two AFL unions, the stationary engineers and the stationary firemen, remained at work during the strike helped the packers defeat it. The great ice machines were in operation, keeping the meat refrigerated and in a condition that would not spoil. The meat cutters believed that the strike would have been won if the firemen and engineers had joined the walkout. Theodore W. Glocker, Amalgamation of Related Trades in American Unions, in John R. Commons, editor, Trade Unionism and Labor Problems, New York, 1921, pp. 365-66, 377-78. Morrison, that there is a demand in the union that some action should be taken as to changing the form of our organization and also its policies. Why any such action should be taken, I cannot understand. It would seem to me to be more sensible to continue on the old policies. Amazingly enough, this was written by the same man who informed Morrison that there is but very little prospect of saving anything from the wreck, and that we have not a single local union that is today in good standing or has been since the late strike. 44. There was an alternative to the suicidal policies which were weakening if not destroying many of the unions affiliated with the AFL, organization of the unskilled and semi-skilled machine workers, especially those in the mass production industries, on the basis of industrial unionism. But that was just what the leaders of these unions and of the AFL, as we shall now see, refused to do. Chapter 8. Craft versus Industrial Unionism. Basis of the conflict. The adverse effects of the introduction of machinery upon unions' 0 skilled craftsmen brought sharply to the fore the whole question of the proper form of organization. It was clear to many in the labor movement that the changes in the techniques of production could only be met effectively by a change in union structure. There was scarcely a convention of the AFL, even in the 189 O's, where some discussion of the need for this change was not part of the proceedings. Opponents of craft unionism, even in these early conventions, drew up indictments of the flaws in this form of union structure. While its inability to cope with the rapidly changing industrial conditions was advanced as the most important objection to craft unionism, it was also criticized for giving employers a great advantage in collective bargaining by enabling them, in the process of negotiating with several crafts separately, to play one union against another, and for causing bitter quarrels among the craft unions in the form of jurisdictional disputes. Changes in techniques of industry and the introduction of new machinery and new materials, it was pointed out, had made inevitable the jurisdictional quarrels among the craft unions. It was impossible under modern industrial conditions to draw an exact line where the work of one craft left off and that of another began. 1. The emergence of the great trusts gave special meaning to these arguments against craft unionism. How can the trade union meet the Standard Oil Company, the Sugar Trust, or the other swindling syndicates by which prices and wages are fixed? John Swinton asked the delegates to the 1895 AFL convention. Pointing out that profound changes were occurring in the structure of American industry, the pro-labor newspaper editor and publisher inquired whether the trade unions were making. During the 188 O's, Swinton had published Foon Swinton's paper, one of the outstanding papers in American labor history. See Foner, Op. Cit. Volume 2, pp. 30, 42, 48, 54, 63, 70, 81, II 5. II 8, 122, 153, 195. The necessary adjustments to meet these changes. He was convinced that the new situation arising from the emergence of trusts could never be met under the old methods of the trade unions, and predicted that unless new policies, new forms of organization and new tactics were quickly adopted, the 20th century might witness the doom of labor. Swinton's warning was echoed a few months later by George E. McNeill in an article entitled The Trade Unions and the Monopolies, in which, among other things, the veteran labor leader called for a re-evaluation of the problem of trade union structure in order to arrive at the one best suited to organize the mass production, monopolized industries in which the unskilled and semi-skilled workers were becoming the majority of the labor force. Point 2. In the following decade, it became abundantly clear that the type of union structure best suited for this purpose was an industrial union which admits all the workers in a particular industry, regardless of skill or craft. The concentration of industry, wealth, and power on the side of capital called for a corresponding concentration of power on the side of labor. Gompers and the craft union majority in the A.F. of L vigorously defended craft unionism from the assault of the industrial unionists. They argued that only this type of unionism could succeed because it was based upon the principle of the self-interest of the individual worker. They contended that the growth of the federation could be attributed to the use of the craft form of organization, that craft or trade autonomy was the keystone upon which the success of the A.F. of L rested, and that any policy that would jeopardize the principle of craft unionism threatened the entire federation itself. Industrial unionism had been tried before and had failed, and craft unionism had emerged from this bitter experience. Surely, wrote Gompers, the lessons with previous efforts in the general organization of labor have been sufficiently costly to our movement and the workers generally to bid us have a care lest we flounder upon the same shoals of industrial concentration. Specifically, industrial unionism was simply the old K of L idea, and had been mainly responsible for having finally disrupted the whole concern. The decline of the Knights of Labor was proof that it was unsuited to meet the needs of the American workers. In a letter to Gompers, P. J. Maguire sneered, "The brewery workers are possessed of the obsolete K of L notion of bringing all branches of labor employed in a brewery under one centralized head, regardless of their affinity. Of course, you can readily see, all workmen in breweries were members of the United Brewery Workers, but separate local unions were formed for various divisions of the industry: teamsters, brewers, bottlers, engineers, firemen, etc., each meeting separately and transacting all business pertaining to its respective craft. United action by the various local." The nonsense of it, for the logical sequence would be to have every brewery, every factory, and every shop organized in toto, regardless of the distinctive industries employed therein. 8. The United Brewery Workers had a simple but effective answer. The chief factor is the uniting of all trades employed in the brewing industry. Experience has taught us what solidarity means. Solidarity, man from roof to cellar, all for each and each for all, this alone can secure our future. 4. The champions of craft unionism made it crystal clear that what primarily concerned them was the protection of the interests of the skilled minority, even though this was an ever-decreasing minority. There is another current of thought in the trade union movement, declared Andrew Farusith, A.F. of L vice president, which has received the name of industrialism, the primary meaning of which seems to be the coming together in one union, or one federation, that men working for the same end. Employers should cease work together when in their opinion such employer is unfair. Carried to its logical conclusion, it would be a revival of the mixed assemblies of the Knights of Labor, and the danger always will exist of a ruthless disregard of the interests of the minority, hence dissatisfaction and disintegration as a result thereof. The advocates of industrial unionism countered with the argument that this type of unionism was based on the interest of the skilled minority as well as that of the unskilled majority. Through the introduction of machinery and new processes, with its attendant breaking down of craft lines, the unskilled rapidly became the competitors of the skilled. Hence the skilled workers could no longer say that the interests of the unskilled were unrelated to their own. Either the skilled worker could prevent the introduction of machinery or they had to find some other way to eliminate the competition of the unskilled. Since the workers were learning firsthand how futile the struggle against machinery could be, the only logical thing to do, on the basis of the principle of self-interest, was for the skilled workers to bring the unskilled into the unions. This meant adjusting the union structure to meet the changing conditions of modern industry by organizing them along industrial lines. The craft union leaders who raised the scare of the old K of L idea, in opposing the new form of unionism, were really not interested in protecting the skilled workers by organizing the unskilled. They are only anxious to have sufficient organization of labor to guarantee themselves positions. 11. The advocates of craft unionism were forced to agree that industrial unions was secured through a joint local executive board containing representatives of different crafts. Each craft had its own separate contract with the employers, but all contracts had to be submitted to the firm through the joint local executive board. All contracts in a plant had to expire at the same time, and rejection of one by an employer meant rejection by all. Herman Schluter, The Brewing Industry and the Brewery Workers Movement, Cincinnati, Ohio, 1910, page 219. Conditions were changing rapidly, that the introduction of the machine could not be prevented, and that machinery was replacing and would continue to replace skilled hand labor. The artisan of yesterday, Gompers pointed out at the 1897 A.F. of L Convention, is the unskilled laborer of tomorrow, having been displaced by the invention of new machines and the division and subdivision of labor. But when asked how the Federation proposed to meet these changes, Gompers made it clear that the A.F. of L would frown upon any policy that would jeopardize the principle of craft unionism. Gompers was fully aware that craft unionism was outmoded, and that industrial organization was the need of the day. As early as 1888, he had recommended to the Federation that in the near future the basis of the A.F. of L should be modified by having the various industries classified by the divisions of those industries. Thus, the metal industry might have a convention of representatives of all the trade unions in that industry, the building trades in their industry, and the railroad workers in theirs, each legislating on the subjects that affected the general interests of their particular trades and industries. These industrial divisions in turn would be represented by their proportionate number of delegates in the conventions of the A.F. of L, and each would have a representative elected as a member of the Executive Council. The Federation would in due time become a federation of industrial federations rather than a federation of craft unions. 6. In advocating this form of organization, Gompers was more farsighted than others in the Federation. His proposal met with such disfavor among the affiliated unions that he had to admit he was premature and shelved the plan. He never revived it, for he learned that his career as A.F. of L president would come to a swift end if he did not support the position of the craft unions whose servant he was. So Gompers became the bulwark of defense for craft unionism. As Charles Madison has pointed out, Gompers was less conservative and more intelligent than most of the trade union leaders, but he was enough like them and wanted his office badly enough to connive with them in practices that hindered the growth of the union's movement. Instead of opposing them for the greater good of millions of workers, he became their spokesman, their jolly and aggressive chief. Instead of broadening and strengthening organized labor to its fullest capacity, he built up a political machine. 7. Federal labor unions. To cover his capitulation to the craft unionists, Gompers pointed to the existence of the Federal Labor Union as the medium for the organization of the unskilled and semi-skilled. The Federal Labor Union included workers irrespective of trade or calling and was affiliated directly to the A.F. of L. The A.F. L. Gompers boasted, has supplied a splendid haven of protection to the unskilled in the federal labor unions. They extend the hand of fellowship to the unskilled of every creed and color. They give the lie to those who talk of A.F. of L exclusiveness. 8. This argument was hardly convincing. It ignored the fact that the federal labor unions were not permitted to organize extensively and, at best, were regarded as only temporary and, basically, as recruiting centers for the crafts in unorganized districts. As soon as their membership increased substantially, the federal labor unions would find their members parceled out among the appropriate national unions. As early as 1892, when several leaders of these nascent industrial forms attempted to retain their permanency, Gompers wrote sharply, the federal labor unions are intended to be an organization of wage workers of which there are not a sufficient number of one trade to form a union. To be in fact a recruiting ground for the trade unions, and as soon as a sufficient number of one trade or calling is in the federal labor union to place them upon their feet as a trade union. 9. The federal labor unions protested that the craft unions only drew off the skilled workers, leaving the unskilled and semi-skilled to fend for themselves, that the craft unions did not attempt to organize the unskilled and semi-skilled even of their own narrowly defined jurisdictions, but condemned the federal labor unions when they organized these workers, and they urged the A.F. of L leadership to permit the federal labor unions to function as permanent organizations in which skilled, unskilled, and semi-skilled could unite within a single body. But the A.F. of L leadership refused to tolerate this concept of unionism. In his report to the 1901 convention, Gompers conceded that serious opposition is sometimes encountered from federal labor unions who fear that their organizations may become disintegrated by reason of the formation of the trade unions. He went on to say, they do not seem to understand that, after all, the federal labor unions are a recruiting ground for the trade union movement and a convenience for the workers in such localities or diverse callings where there is an insufficient number of any particular trade or calling to form a trade union. 10. This was the role which was consistently assigned to the federal labor unions. At no time within the period 1897 to 1910 did they constitute more than 7% of the A.F. of L membership, and by 1910 they represented only 1.3%, in short, to the A.F. of L leadership. In 1902 the highest percentage was reached. 6.467,800 federal labor union membership out of a total of 1,064,600 in the AF of L. In 1910, the percentage was 1.3 or 21,000 federal labor union membership out of a total of 1,586,000 in the AF of L. Leo Wallman, Ebb and Flow of Trade Unionism, pp. 138, 192-93. The federal labor unions were simply a source of revenue and a convenient substitute for organizing the unorganized. They were the neglected stepchildren of the American labor movement. 11. From 1901 to 1905, several attempts were made to remedy the weakness of the federal labor unions by replacing them with a national union of unskilled laborers. Gompers consistently fought and defeated these efforts, stating that such a union would include all workers except those organized in the unions of skilled workers and would practically encompass the whole labor movement. But it was obvious that he did not want such a union under any circumstances, for he rejected adamantly a proposal to grant it a charter with jurisdiction only over those common and general laborers who were not eligible for any union affiliated with the A.F. of L, and with an express stipulation that it would release any members claimed by other affiliated unions at any time. 12. Scranton Declaration. Although the spokesman for the unskilled could make no headway in the face of the stone wall erected by adherents of craft autonomy, the pressure within the A.F. of L for adjustment in union structure to meet the problems of mechanization and division of labor forced the craft union leaders of the Federation to make a few concessions. The most important declaration on the matter of union structure was made at the 1901 convention at Scranton, Pennsylvania. In the famous Scranton Autonomy Declaration, the principle of craft autonomy was clearly affirmed, as the magnificent growth of the A.F. of L is conceded by all students of economic thought to be the result of organization on trade lines, and believing it neither necessary nor expedient to make any radical departure from this fundamental principle, we declare that as a general proposition the interests of the workers will be best conserved by adhering as closely to that doctrine as the recent changes in methods of production and employment make practicable. Recognition was given, however, to exceptional cases in which all workers should be enrolled in the paramount organization in the industry. The resolution also suggested that the alliance of kindred crafts might be desirable, and urged consideration of the possibility of amalgamations. 18. The section of the Scranton Declaration dealing with the granting of jurisdiction to the paramount organization in the industry was the major advance in the direction of reality. The idea had been proposed in 1899 by John B. Lennon, A.F. of L. Treasurer, who advocated that the principal craft in the manufacture of any product should control the establishment even if it does to some extent infringe upon what many trade unionists insist upon as being trade autonomy. 14. The Scranton Industries in isolated sections of the country and to those in which comparatively few workers are engaged over whom separate organizations claim jurisdiction. The craft unions were assured that it would operate, at least until the development of organization of each branch has reached a stage wherein these may be placed, without material injury to all parties in interest, in affiliation with their national unions. In other words, as in the case of the Federal Labor Union, the craftsmen organized in the paramount organization would eventually be distributed among the different craft unions. It is true that on the basis of the paramount organization section of the Scranton Declaration, the United Mine Workers was granted jurisdiction over all the workers in the industry, and was permitted to retain the craftsmen employed in and about the mines who properly came under other jurisdictions. But this concession was wrung from the A.F. of L. Executive Council only because the UMW was strong enough to convince the Federation that it would keep these craftsmen regardless of what it or the craft unions involved did about it. When other unions who did not possess the strength of the UMW attempted to apply the paramount organization principle, they were quickly told off by the Executive Council, informed that their action violated the trade autonomy laws of the Federation, and threatened with expulsion if they did not rescind this action. I charge, the head of one of the unions so threatened wrote to Morrison, that the United Mine Workers of America continues to hold such workmen as members in violation of said laws. Yet the United Mine Workers have not been threatened with expulsion. Shall it then be said that other affiliates cannot operate on the same basis as the mine workers? The brewery workers were equally indignant in their protest to the Executive Council. We direct the attention of the honorable members of the Executive Council to their partisan attitude in this matter, and to the absence of justice which is the inevitable result of their position. On the one hand, Our organization is to be disrupted by giving its different trades to various organizations as per the firemen and engineers, while other organizations, similarly situated, are assisted and strengthened by exactly the contrary attitude to the one assumed by your Executive Council in this matter. We refer, gentlemen, to the assignment to the coal miners of the control of the hoisting engineers, separately and individually chartered, said assignment being made for the good of the organization. Can a reason more urgent be advanced in behalf of the coal miners than could be urged for us? And if not, are we not justified in believing that we are the butt of partisan legislation? 15. The brewery workers had good reason to complain. In the very year the Scranton Declaration was adopted, the Executive Council helped to break a strike of the brewery workers in New Orleans because the union attempted to organize the beer drivers. The New Orleans Central Trades and Labor Council, under instructions from the A.F. of L. Executive Council, gave Local 701, International Brotherhood of Teamsters, jurisdiction over the drivers, notwithstanding the fact that the contract of the brewery workers provided more pay and better conditions than did Local 701's. When the brewery workers struck, the scabs who took their places and aided the employers to break the strike were organized into a federal labor union by an A.F. of L organizer, acting on instructions from the Executive Council. In protest against the action of the Central Trades and Labor Council, many A.F. of L unions in New Orleans broke away from the CTLC and formed the United Labor Council as an opposition organization. 16. Union scabs. The type of union scabbing that broke the New Orleans strike was an all too frequent occurrence in the A.F. of L. One of the most shameful episodes occurred in 1900 when the International Cigar Makers Union and the A.F. of L. Executive Council joined with the cigar manufacturers of Tampa, Florida, to wreck La Resistencia, the trade union formed by the cigar workers, mainly Cubans, of that city. Unlike the ICMU, La Resistencia was an industrial union which organized all cigar workers, skilled and unskilled, men and women. Even though it did not organize members of the ICMU, the International Union refused to recognize the right of any other organization to speak for the cigar workers, despite the fact that it itself, as we have seen, refused to organize the majority of the workers in the trade. Joining forces with the ICMU, the Tampa cigar manufacturers locked out the members of La Resistencia. Members of the ICMU, with the approval of the A.F. of L. Executive Council, scabbed on the strikers. Other members acted as deputy sheriffs, shot and clubbed the strikers on the streets, and in other ways aided to break the strike. The combined efforts of the employers, the ICMU and the A.F. of L. Executive Council were successful. The strike was lost and La Resistencia smashed. 17. Such, union scabbing, was only one variety of this evil. With employers enabled by craft unionism to use time contracts, expiring at different dates, to play one craft union against another, scabbing on the job became a common occurrence in the A.F. of L. Craft scabbed on craft. Union workers broke strikes of brother workers, and there was even the amazing phenomenon wherein A.F. of L building trades unions built the barracks for scabs to live in who were hired to break the strikes of other A.F. of L unions. As the Commercial Telegraphers Union, affiliated with the A.F. of L, pointed out in a resolution adopted at its 1904 convention and forwarded to Gompers. Whereas, owing to the fact that contracts entered into between various labor organizations and employers do, as at present conducted, begin and expire on widely different dates, and, whereas, by reason of such variance, as above stated, allied bodies are frequently forced to combat the best interests of each other, thereby defeating the main objects of unionism, therefore, be it resolved, that it is the sense of this convention that as speedily as possible, consistent with existing agreements, all organizations connected with the American Federation of Labor cause such agreements or contracts to begin and expire upon a certain date, such date to be hereafter agreed upon. 18. The solution offered by the Commercial Telegraphers was, of course, no solution at all, since the possibility of obtaining such concerted time of contracts within the entire Federation was non-existent. A much more practical solution was offered by the Secretary-Treasurer of the National Union of Textile Workers of America, who explained to Gompers why his union had decided that the only way to end the evil of union scabbing was by organizing all workers in the industry in a single union. Perhaps you have often wondered why the N.U. of T. W. of A aims to control the industry and embraces all branches of the craft in a single organization. I will tell you. To make a strike either successful or effective, or to enforce a demand, in the textile trade, it is necessary to close the mills down from top to bottom. You will readily realize why this is so. If any other department struck for an advance in wages, or for any other reason, the manufacturer would continue to run his mill or mills as usual, and with the forces which would continue at work the aims of the strikers would be defeated. To more effectively illustrate the point I desire to convey, I would state that a few years ago the mule spinners of Fall River struck for an advance in wages, but the manufacturers kept the mills running, and it is a lamentable fact, to be compelled to chronicle this fact, which is nevertheless true, that the members of the weavers, cardroom, and slashers tenders unions remained at work and helped defeat their fellow unionists. This has been repeated time and time again, bro. Gompers with the same disastrous results. Why? Because there was no bond of sympathy existing between them. How could there be with each union operating under its own contract? Hence we decided in creating the N.U. to make the grievance of one the concern of all by bringing all into one organization with one contract for all. I think you will agree with me when I say that the only way to avoid these difficulties is to remove the cause separate contracts, and the only way to do this is to control the industry from top to bottom. 19. The textile trade unionist was taking too much for granted when he expressed the belief that Gompers would agree with him that industrial unionism was the basic solution to the evil of union scabbing. Gompers, like most of the other A.F. of L leaders, was fond of bewailing this evil, but when the obvious solution was suggested, they retreated immediately to the refuge of trade autonomy. Yet, in a personal and confidential letter to Gompers in 1903, John P. Frey, soon to become the ultra-conservative champion of craft unionism and the most vocal enemy of industrial unionism, explained why the policy of trade autonomy and union scabbing were interrelated. The policy of strict trade autonomy leads inevitably to unions striking against each other to the advantage of the manufacturer. Let me illustrate why this is so. Take the Carriage and Wagon Makers Union, an organization representing one of the oldest crafts. No carriage worker today makes the complete vehicle. Each member performs but a part of the work required. Some make the bodies, axles, hubs, and wheels, while others trim, paint, assemble, and letter, while still another group devote their attention to bending the wood that forms the shafts and other portions of the carriage. All of these different groups of workmen are required to make complete the finished product of the factory. By applying strict trade autonomy to this craft, as the A.F. of L has decided should be done, the painters are forced to join the painters and decorators union, the body makers to affiliate with the Amalgamated Association of Woodworkers, and those who work on the springs and metal fastenings are divided between the blacksmiths and metal mechanics union. Thus, several groups whose joint labor is required to manufacture the finished product are members of different national unions, and this results not only in dividing their forces, but in making it possible for the manufacturer to play one organization against the other in the same plant, using one union or a group of unions to break the strike of another union. Frey went on to point out that the same industrial development and the failure of the unions to adjust their structure to it was the basic cause of the jurisdictional disputes that were plaguing the labor movement. In the division of labor, with its manifold subdivisions, it is simply briefly summarized. Jurisdictional disputes may result from one or more of the following causes. 1. Similarity of craft techniques which render actual demarcation between crafts difficult. 2. Changes in the technique of industry which transform the skill requirements of a particular kind of work and thus brings a new group of workers into competition for it. 3. Introduction of new commodities which either partially or entirely superseded the older commodity. 4. Political, social and geographical divisions among workers in the same craft, resulting in the formation of dual unionism. 5. Personal ambition and jealousy of leaders of different factions. 6. Structural differences of unions, which may be the result of any one, or any combination of the foregoing causes of dispute. For a more detailed analysis of the causes of jurisdictional disputes, with special emphasis on those arising from structural differences, see Solomon Bloom, Jurisdiction Disputes Arising from Structural Differences in American Trade Unions. University of California Publications in Economics, Volume 3, Number 3, 1913. Impossible to find a term that will fit the character of work done by any set of men and not apply to some other trade. As long as the policy of strict trade autonomy is pursued, so long will contentions arise among different unions as to where one type of work stops and the other begins. Conflicts are unavoidable so long as more than one union claims the right to organize a particular group of workers. The principle of one union in a trade is the answer to this problem as it is to the problem I have described to you above. Frey might have added, in his keen analysis, that many unions who made the claim to the right to organize a particular group of workers did nothing to organize the workers in the trade until another union took some active steps in this direction. Then suddenly they would exert their jurisdictional claim. 26. Jurisdictional disputes. The first jurisdictional dispute to come before the A.F. of L was that between the carpenters and furniture workers in 1888 over the work to be done on the Exposition Building in Pittsburgh. The number of appeals presented to the Federation increased steadily thereafter, and by 1900 there were 25 cases pending. In September 1899, John B. Lennon predicted that jurisdictional disputes would become so numerous in the near future that the major attention of the men in the front rank of the Federation will be devoted to properly adjusting them and preventing conflicts that will, if unchecked, go a long way towards disrupting the trade union movement. 21. It was an accurate prediction. Hardly a day passed after 1900 that did not find the A.F. of L. Executive Council involved in trying to settle some inter-union quarrel over jurisdiction. Page after page of the American Federationist is filled with reports of such disputes. 22. Indeed, the casual reader easily gets the impression that the total concentration of the A.F. of L. Executive Council lay in the direction of settling jurisdictional disputes. Even Gompers conceded that such a conclusion would not be too wide of the mark. In a private letter to an A.F. of L official, he wrote in disgust and despair, "You may not have the experience of what jurisdictional divisions and separations mean. I have had much experience, and it is the most heart-rending, most destructive, most time-consuming of anything else in our work, bringing forth less results for extraordinary efforts than anything that has yet come to my observation in the labor movement. I have always been a great stickler for the rights of the separate organization, but I would forego much and surrender much to prevent these jurisdictional divisions and disruptions. If I had some time to relate to you in conversation some of the incidents connected with this problem, I believe it would be enough to make your hair stand on end. I assure you that while I am dictating this a cold shiver runs through my frame." 23. So much time was consumed by the individual unions involved in these disputes that it often left little for anything else. In March 1903, Thomas I. Kidd, General Secretary of the Amalgamated Woodworkers International Union, complained to Gompers, "We have just concluded the case between the carpenters and woodworkers. We were in session in Indianapolis about 2 weeks and a half selecting an umpire. We spent about 9 days submitting testimony and making arguments. We will have about 900 pages of typewritten testimony and arguments, the other side insisting upon a stenographer being present at the conference. They also insisted upon introducing a lot of irrelevant matters and thus forced us to combat their testimony by a volume of matter which otherwise would have remained in the file of our office in Chicago. Do you wonder that we have no time for any other union work?" 24. The dispute between the carpenters and the woodworkers had a long history. In 1894, the Machine Woodworkers Union and the Carpenters Union came to an agreement under which the latter granted the former entire jurisdiction over all mill hands, except carpenters who may at times be engaged in millwork, or millwrights, or stair builders. In 1895, the International Furniture Workers Union amalgamated with the Machine Woodworkers to form the Amalgamated Woodworkers International Union, which acquired the rights conceded by the carpenters in 1894. In 1898 and again in 1900, the carpenters abrogated its agreement and claimed jurisdiction over all woodworkers. At the 1902 A.F. of L Convention, it was decided that each union name 5 members to a committee, and if the committee was unable to reach agreement, an outside arbitrator, or umpire, be chosen by the committee. The committee, unable to agree, chose an arbitrator who ruled that all woodworkers in planing mills, furniture and interior finish factories came rightfully under the jurisdiction of the Amalgamated Woodworkers International Union. Although both unions had agreed to abide by the umpire's decision, the carpenters refused to accept it. At the 1903 A.F. of L Convention, the Carpenters Union demanded that the charter of the woodworkers be revoked. The issue was referred to the Executive Council, which ruled that the application to revoke the charter of the Amalgamated Workers be not granted, reminded the carpenters that it had entered into the agreement in good faith to abide by the decision of the umpire, and ruled that this decision would have to be accepted. But the Executive Council did nothing to enforce its ruling, and the carpenters ignored it. The leaders of the carpenters do not seem to have very much regard for the decisions of the A.F. of L. Thomas I. Kidd of the woodworkers wrote heatedly to Gompers in June 1904. The battle continued until 1911 when the Executive Council forced the woodworkers to amalgamate with the carpenters or face expulsion from the A.F. of L.211. The classic illustrations of inter-union jurisdictional battles are in the building construction industry. It has been estimated that 95% of the strikes in this industry during the years 1897 to 1914 were caused by dispute between unions as to the jurisdiction over a particular job. The jurisdictional strike became a feature of the industry. 26. The reason for such strikes is clear enough. With advance in technology and the substitution of one material for another, a union finds its old work cut down and the new work claimed by a competing union. Since the leadership of both unions is interested in maintaining its membership and power, the dispute becomes insoluble by peaceful means, and the unions battle it out in a strike. So, for example, the powerful United Brotherhood of Carpenters and Joiners, faced with the introduction of iron and steel frames in place of wooden frames, iron and stone staircases in place of wooden staircases, and tile and metal wainscoting in place of wooden wainscoting, found itself struggling for its life against the masons, the plasterers, the steel and iron workers, and the marble setters. The policy of the Brotherhood was to claim a vested interest in work formerly done by carpenters even though the material used was no longer wood. It is a wonder that they do not claim the earth. The head of one of the unions involved in jurisdictional disputes with the carpenters wrote disgustedly of the Brotherhood. The series of disputes arising out of the carpenters' jurisdictional claims lasted for years, and during all these years, instead of uniting against the employers, the various unions exhausted their energies by calling strikes on each other's jobs. The Brotherhood's dispute with the sheet metal workers, one of the bitterest jurisdictional struggles in the history of the American trade union movement, lasted 20 years. During this time, some of the largest locals of the sheet metal workers were destroyed because of the dispute. A dispute in Denver involving the building trades workers led President Kirby of the A.F. of L. Building Trades Department to say, "The result of the fight has been the almost complete disorganization of one of the best organized cities in the United States, and a condition created that has held us up to ridicule throughout the country." 27. What has been the effect of this long struggle on organization in the industries involved? Asks a contemporary student of the jurisdictional battle between the carpenters and the woodworkers. He answers. One organization, which had a membership in 1903 of approximately 30,000, has been reduced to just above 4,000 on January 8, 1909. Has the other organization absorbed this loss of membership? The indications point in the opposite direction. The furniture factories have become practically non-union shops. There has been a loss of organized labor also in those factories, manufacturing office and saloon fixtures and billiard tables, etc. Out of some 700 to 82 employees in Chicago, who were all members of the Woodworkers Union prior to 1906, not more than 250 are now, May 1909, organized. It is asserted that not more than 90 were organized in New York, and only those in the departments which employ the most highly skilled workmen. Had the same amount of time, energy and money been spent in maintaining harmony and a strong organization, both in and out of the factory, the cause of organized labor would have been better off. There has been an enormous waste of energy that should have been devoted to the improvement of the working conditions of the men who have had to support the financial burden of the fight. 28. While most internecine wars between craft unions were not as furious as those in the building trades, they always weakened the unions involved, created chaos in the organizations, and retarded the development of organized labor. Pointing out that of over 78,000 Teamsters in the United States in 1910, only something over 68 or 8.8% were organized, a contemporary study concluded that jurisdictional disputes have had an important influence in hindering the growth and stability of the union, and help to account for the low percentage of organization among the Teamsters as a whole. 29. At the 1902 A.F. of L Convention, Gompers devoted a special section of his presidential report to the subject, jurisdictional disputes. Threatened progress of the labor movement. He warned that, unless our national and international unions radically and soon change their course, we shall at no distant day be in the midst of an internecine contest unparalleled in any era in the industrial world. They mutually regard each other with hatred and treat each other as mortal enemies. In speeches delivered from convention platforms and in letters, Gompers continued to inveigh against the ever-increasing jurisdictional battles, stressing that they retard the whole movement for the establishment of justice to labor. That there is nothing which so weakens the force of organized labor as internecine strife, and, if we must fight our common enemy rather than fight among ourselves. This constant friction is doing more injury to the interests of the workers, and is a greater hindrance to the progress and success of our movement than all the antagonism of the enemies of our movement. 30. Such statements were fine, But Gompers was a past master of making fine statements and then revealing no desire to develop the necessary action to give them meaning. He not only refused to couple his statements with the demand for the necessary change in union structure to help eliminate the evil of jurisdictional disputes, but he frowned on any suggestion that he does so. Thus, when it was pointed out to Gompers, on the eve of the 1903 A.F. of L Convention, that a group of machinists had proposed that he give real substance to his speeches against jurisdictional disputes by recommending to the delegates that the Federation go on record in favor of industrial organization, Gompers replied coldly, "The proposal is worthless. Machinists working 9 and 10 hours a day, many of them so fatigued by their day's work, that in their readings and studies, they have little time to study the differentiation between the trade union form of organization and the so-called industrial organization." Likewise, when Charles Zero Sherman, General Secretary of the United Metal Workers International Union, argued in June 1903 that angry toned speeches against the jurisdictional dispute evil were not very helpful so long as the official leadership of the Federation did nothing to remedy the basic causes of this evil, he was reminded that the A.F. of L and its affiliated unions had made great progress since the late 1890s and that all union leaders should be satisfied with these results. Sherman, however, was not satisfied. He replied, "I am more than gratified to read the report submitted by you as to the growth and progress of our trades union movement in the past 6 years. While the figures show magnificent results, they are not what might be wished for, but I am confident that they show all that can be expected when taken into consideration the eternal strife that has existed more or less in the past 3 years on the question of jurisdictional lines. I am not unmindful of the fact that there should be some demarcation lines, but under the system by which our product is produced and with the marked improvement of machinery and facilities, there never will come a time when there can be exact lines drawn, but what there will be a lapping over occasionally, and if those at the head of the A.F. of L and of the various organizations affiliated to it would realize this fact, abandon insistence on craft autonomy and adjust union structure along the lines of industrial production, and not spend so much time and money quarreling and fighting over jurisdictional lines, much greater progress can be achieved. We are still in a condition of very incomplete organization, and if we would only use the same energy and expense in organizing and educating the unorganized that we expend in jurisdictional fights, I am confident the results would be magnificent. My theory is, let us adjust our unions so that they can organize the unorganized, and then let us get labor all organized. Then I am confident the jurisdictional question will be worked out to the satisfaction of the whole." 31. Although he received no reply to his proposal, Sherman did not abandon his theory. A few months later, at the 1903 A.F. of L Convention, he helped to sponsor the first resolution on industrial unionism introduced at such a gathering. After reciting the weaknesses of the craft form of organization, the resolution proposed that the convention appoint a committee whose duty it shall be to study the situation and report to the next convention a plan by which the trade unions can be grouped together on industrial lines, thus forcing contending factions into agreement with each other and promoting the solidarity of labor. The Committee on Resolutions not only reported the resolution unfavorably, but warned that it was time to solemnly call a halt to the attempt by some of the unions in the Federation to force industrial unionism upon the American labor movement. Gompers strongly endorsed the report and its warning. The attempt to force the trade unions, he cried, into what has been termed industrial organization is perversive to the history of the labor movement, runs counter to the best conception of the toilers' interests now, and is sure to lead to the confusion which precedes dissolution and disruption. It is time for our fellow unionists to help stem the tide of expansion madness, lest either by their indifference or encouragement their organizations will be drawn into the vortex that will engulf them to their possible dismemberment and destruction. The resolution for industrial unionism was defeated. 32. The warning sounded against some unions for even daring to raise the issue of industrial unionism was not specifically spelled out. But everyone at the convention knew that it referred to the fact that the forces of industrial unionism were captained by the socialists. After the 1903 convention, the A.F. of L leaders became more specific, repeatedly identified industrial unionism with socialism, and charged that the industrial unionists were involved in a sinister conspiracy of the socialists to destroy the A.F. of L. This they planned to accomplish in 2 ways. One was by undermining the principle of craft autonomy, the bedrock on which the entire Federation rested. The other was by introducing, through industrial unionism, a host of social and political issues which would disrupt the Federation. On the whole, a champion of craft unionism wrote to Gompers, the skilled craftsmen, being better paid, are apt to be ultra-conservative. The unskilled, on the other hand, being poorly paid, are the hardest fighters. But they are also the most troublesome, and I fear that this is the element that we will have to cope with if the socialists behind the industrial union scheme have their way. The members of the industrial unions would not be content, as were those in the craft unions, simply to increase their control over their jobs. They would concern themselves with broader issues: independent political action and a comprehensive program for the basic alteration of the present economic system. Conflict over these issues would as surely tear the Federation apart as would abandonment of the principle of craft autonomy. In the end, organized labor would be the loser. Another champion of craft unionism, the secretary of the Brotherhood of Painters, warned that if industrial unionism were adopted, the leaders of the A.F. of L would be the losers, and what they would lose would be their official positions. Some fine morning you will wake up with a revolution on your hands, he concluded his letter to Gompers.ss. The effect of the use of an ideological weapon against industrial unionism had already been felt by one of the most militant unions in the A.F. of L, the brewery workers. It was as an industrial union that the National Union of United Brewery Workmen in 1887 applied to the A.F. of L for a charter as an affiliated organization. The charter was granted in the jurisdiction set forth in it gave the brewery workers the right to include in its membership any person or persons, in accordance with its, the Brewery Workers Union, own laws. Under this broad grant of jurisdiction, the brewery workers proceeded to organize the brewing industry, including within its framework the members of the various crafts who were employed by breweries. S4 The motto of the union, solidarity, man from roof to cellar, all for each and each for all, was carried out in practice, and the union organized the industry in accordance with this principle. In 1896 the engineers, and 2 years later the firemen, received charters from the A.F. of L, and the Teamsters also formed a national union. Although most of these unions had done nothing to organize the workers of their craft in the breweries, they soon called on the UBW to turn over its members employed at those branches of work. The Brewers' Union refused. As Julius Zorn, national secretary of the UBW, pointed out to Gompers in 1899, it seems the engineers are jealous because the brewery engineers are members of our organization. It is a fact that some time ago, when the engineers of the breweries were not yet organized, the engineers' union did not give the snap of their fingers for their brothers in the breweries, but as soon as we organized them into a local union of our national union, they began to raise a racket. 35. In 1899 the Executive Council ordered the brewers to issue no more charters to unions of brewery engineers or firemen, and to recognize the cards of those who belonged to their craft organizations. Individual engineers and firemen already belonging to the UBW might retain their membership, and their cards were to be recognized by the unions of the engineers and firemen. It was clear that this was only the first step in a drive to weaken, if not destroy, the union. As one of the pioneers in the movement for industrial unionism, the socialist-oriented United Brewery Workmen was a thorn in the side of the craft union leaders. In January 1900, P.J. Maguire warned Gompers that the entire Executive Council must take a firm stand to prevent other unions in the A.F. of L from traveling along the same impracticable Debsian road as the brewery workers. By the Debsian road, Maguire meant the principles of industrial unionism which Eugene V. Debs had advanced in the American Railway Union during the 1890s, in which he was still advocating FOI, the entire labor movement, as a leading socialist spokesman. The UBW National Secretary complained to Gompers that he had been informed by several members of the Executive Council that since our organization is one of the most radical in the A.F. of L, we are disliked by the officers of the Federation and would not receive the assistance due to us in maintaining our industrial claims. These gentlemen even went so far as to call us anarchists and all sorts of ISDS. 86. With Gompers in the lead, the anti-UBW forces in the A.F. of L intensified the offensive against the industrial union. Early in 1902, the engineers' union called a strike in the Cincinnati breweries to force the UBW to relinquish its engineers. Both sides finally urged Gompers to go there and endeavor to adjust the matter. He accepted, after all parties undertook to abide by the decision he rendered. Gompers ruled that the engineers should end their strike against the brewers, but the UBW was to revoke all charters granted to engineers and firemen during the past 3 months. Engineers and firemen could belong to the UBW only as individuals and by their voluntary action, except in cities where there was organization of their trade, in which cases they must belong to their respective craft unions. 87. This decision meant virtually the transformation of the UBW from an industrial union to a craft union, and the brewers protested that the ruling was in violation of the recommendations of the 1900 A.F. of L. Convention, which granted jurisdiction over all brewery workers to the UBW and recognized its right to keep its composite character. At the convention of 1902, the Committee on the Executive Council's report sustained the protest of the brewers and recommended that Gompers' decision be overruled. A bitter battle ensued, during which Gompers relinquished the chair and entered the fight to oppose the committee's report. The report was defeated, and in its place a substitute was adopted upholding Gomper's decision and further directing that future disputes between the three organizations be settled within 60 days by a joint committee representing those unions and the Executive Council. Only the three large industrial unions in the Federation voted against. The convention's decision was of little avail in the settlement of the brewery dispute. Recriminations between the brewers, engineers, and firemen continued, with mutual raiding of membership and imposition of boycotts. The UBW refused to abandon its industrial form of organization while the craft union leaders insisted that it do so. At the 1903 A.F. of L Convention, the brewery workers was one of the unions which sponsored the resolution for industrial unionism. This further infuriated the craft unionists, and at the following convention, the union was given a brusque ultimatum. It must not in the future accept any more engineers, firemen, or teamsters. A deadline of 6 months was fixed, upon the conclusion of which failure to comply with this ultimatum would result in expulsion. 38. The brewery workers refused to yield. It charged that it was being discriminated against because of its political policies and its championship of industrial unionism. It protested that to accept the ultimatum would reduce the union to the same helpless condition as most craft organizations in the mass production industries. The A.F. of L was deaf to this appeal, and at the 1906 convention the Executive Council was ordered to expel the brewers. On May 30, 1907, the charter of the United Brewery Workers was revoked by the A.F. of L. Immediately, the union issued the following statement. The brewery workers have not demanded anything more than was conceded to the organizations of coal miners, of longshoremen and seamen, and other organizations. The union's named demand for their membership the engineers and firemen employed in mines, on the docks, and on the ships on rivers, lakes and ocean. As jurisdiction is granted to the organizations named over all the workingmen employed in their respective industries, and this right of jurisdiction is denied to us, we maintain that the proceedings against our National Union of United Brewery Workmen are acts of class legislation and that they deprive our National Union of its guaranteed rights, privileges and autonomy. 39. A storm of protest against the expulsion descended upon the A.F. of L. Executive Council in the form of letters and resolutions from local unions and central labor bodies all over the country. In 1909 the Executive Council restored the brewery workers' charter on the basis of the jurisdictional limitations imposed by previous conventions of the Federation. The brewery workers were permitted to keep the engineers and firemen they had already organized, if these workers wished to belong to the union, but must not recruit any new members of these crafts into their union. Even these concessions to the brewery workers were made because of the mounting protests from local unions and central labor bodies throughout the country. As one student of the controversy points out, the Federation made concessions to the UBW only because it was forced to do so by the recognition of circumstances which could not be overlooked. 40t. The delay in carrying through the expulsion order was due to some extent to Gomper's reluctance to carry it into effect. He felt that it was a mistake to expel the union, that it would only arouse widespread resentment among members of the A.F. of L, and that a policy of patience and flexibility would gradually win the brewery workers around to a position acceptable to the craft unionists. Gomper's to Lenin, April 29, May 8, 1907. Gomper's to James Duncan, May 1, 1907, GLB. The jurisdictional controversy between the brewers and the craft unions continued down to the mid-193s, making it the longest jurisdictional battle in the history of the A.F. of L. For the details of this continuing conflict, see Benjamin C. As the United Brewery Workers pointed out in their protests against their expulsion from the Federation, the A.F. of L had already granted a number of unions the jurisdictional rights which it denied the brewers. But these unions were, in the main, craft unions, and the ideology of the United Mine Workers, under Mitchell's leadership, was akin to that of the craft unions even though it was an industrial union. But the UBW was a militant industrial union. As Perlman and Taft pointed out, if the Federation repeatedly showed itself complacent to practical departures from the principle of the inviolability of chartered craft unions, when under pressure from strong craft unions or, in its eagerness for new acquisitions, matters were different when the attack on craft autonomy came from avowed advocates of industrial unionism. Then it became a matter of principle rather than expediency and adjustment, and the Federation, if it yielded at all, did so only in the last extremity. This was shown in the case of the brewers. 41. Amalgamations and departments. Year after year resolutions for industrial unionism were introduced at the A.F. of L conventions, generally by the socialists. Just as regularly, Gomper's and the trade union officialdom beat them down. But even a number of them sensed that the evils flowing from craft autonomy would not solve themselves. Since leaving Boston, John P. Frey wrote to Gomper's a few days after the 1903 convention where the industrial unionism resolution was defeated, I have become convinced that a form of industrial autonomy should prevail in certain trades, In fact, I believe that in the future nothing would be of better interest to the trades union movement in general than to have a common-sense application of this form of organization. The policy of trade autonomy adhered to by the American Federation of Labor since its inception is being carried too far, and unless some cognizance is taken of present industrial conditions, there is danger ahead. The rapid introduction of machinery and the specialization that is taking place in some industries have created conditions that cannot be fully covered if rigid trade autonomy is to be adhered to, and I am convinced that the time has come when a form. Roberts, jurisdiction disputes between the brewery workers and other AF of L. Affiliates, unpublished MA thesis, University of Chicago, 1936, pp. 92-163. Although Mitchell was convinced that, as a consequence of the evolution of industry, there is a marked tendency toward industrial unionism, he refused to take an active part in the battle for industrial unionism inside the AF of L. When delegates to the UMW 1906 convention urged him to support the brewery workers in the struggle against the craft unions, Mitchell rejected the appeal. Mitchell to A. V. Brisson, March 6, 19 per megapixel, Proceedings, UMW. Convention, 1906, pp. SSS 6. Of industrial autonomy should be adopted in certain lines of production. By this I mean that where it becomes necessary for a number of men to each contribute a share in producing a finished article, manufactured in large quantities in the same establishment, that these workmen should have an organization that would give them control of all those who were directly occupied in contributing their share to the finished article. 42. As a principle, Fry's suggestion was rejected. Indeed, it was not adopted in practice until the organization on a large scale of the manufacturing industries during the great organizing drives of the 193 O's and 194 O's, sparked to a great extent by the rise of the Congress of Industrial Organizations, which, ironically, Fry did so much to sabotage as the bitterest enemy and red baiter of the CIO from its inception. Yet, partly as a concession to the rising tide of industrial unionism, and partly because it was the only way the unions could function, the A.F. of L did move somewhat in the direction outlined above. At the 1907 convention, Gompers announced his Counter-Reformation, the natural, orderly and well-defined course of promoting cooperation while respecting trade autonomy. He boasted that the A.F. of L was flexible enough to permit necessary adjustments in organizational structure without repeating the fatal error of the past by adopting industrial unionism. He pointed specifically to the voluntary amalgamations and trades councils plus as proof that the trade unions were not rigid organizations which cannot meet new conditions. 48. In 1907, the A.F. of L finally decided to inaugurate the formation of industrial departments. That same year it was decided to charter a building trades department to be composed of the building trades organizations affiliated with the A.F. of L, with authority over the local building trades sections and power to issue charters to such sections. 1. The formation and activities of the Industrial Workers of the World, IWW, were influential in forcing these concessions. We will deal with this organization in the next volume. Amalgamations took place after 1900. The metal mechanics with the machinists, the core makers with the molders, the asters with the shoemakers, and the car workers with the railway carmen. But not all were, voluntarily. The asters were forced to join the shoemakers and the car workers the railway carmen by the AF of L, with the full approval of Gompers, in opposition to their wishes. This was certainly in violation of the Scranton Declaration as well as of the AF of L Constitution, and showed again that trade autonomy was not so sacred that it might not be sacrificed to satisfy the demands of a powerful union in the Federation or to gain the adherence of a large organization. See Lewis Lorwin, The American Federation of Labor, pp. 489 ft. 91, for a list of amalgamations after 1900. J. In the L89Os, the construction workers set up an international building trades council. The United Brotherhood of Carpenters and Joiners subsequently took the lead in creating a structural building trades alliance which united most of the important unions in the industry. Of its main functions would be the settlement of jurisdictional disputes. In 1908, the Building Trades Department received a charter, as did the Metal Trades Department, and in the next 2 years departments were also formed among the railroad employees and mine workers, a union. Label Department was formed in 1909. This action, said Gompers, will prove conclusively that the carping critics of our movement who charge, or insinuate, that the trade union movement does not progress, advance or develop, is baseless and a mischievous untruth. 44. In short, under pressure from within and outside the Federation for Industrial Unionism, the A.F. of L had been forced to make some concessions to minimize jurisdictional difficulties, increase union strength, and achieve coordinated demands and action. But the essential character of the A.F. of L had not changed. It still clung to the idea that union organization could be based upon craft skill. It still reflected one of the principal weaknesses of craft unionism, less than raft separatism. It still geared its structure for the improvement of the conditions of the minority of the American working class, the skilled craftsmen. The vast majority of the unions affiliated to the A.F. of L still refused to admit all workers in a particular industry, regardless of skill or craft, even though the industrial area that lent itself to organization of skilled workers had considerably narrowed. Despite the shift of power to the mass production industries, the A.F. of L still carried out the craft idea, not the industrial idea, still refused to carry on collective bargaining on an industrial basis. What had occurred in the various amalgamations so proudly cited by Gompers as the answer to the industrial unionists was mainly the absorption of small crafts by larger ones. Real amalgamation of powerful unions in the same industry was scorned by a trade union bureaucracy determined to maintain vested interests in their jobs. Even uniformity of action in most of the amalgamations which developed was impossible. When one group struck, the others remained on the job, for a sympathetic strike involving the breaking of a contract was vigorously frowned upon in the Federation. 45. The departments, the rise of which was also proudly cited by Gompers as the answer to industrial unionism and as embodying the principle of an injury to one is the concern of all, were a far cry from meeting the demands of the industrial unionists. Structurally, they were not industrial in form, rather, they were loose, voluntary coalitions between autonomous groups which did little to obliterate craft lines. Factional divisions within the departments prevented them from functioning effectively. When the jurisdiction of a powerful international was threatened, it vetoed the affiliation of the threatening union or seceded from the department. Departments lacked the power to enforce any decisions formulated by them. The stronger unions simply ignored the decisions when it did not serve their interests. The building trades department was rendered ineffective because of the refusal of the carpenters, the largest and most powerful of the building trade unions, to support the department. 46. John R. Commons aptly characterized the departments as industrial unionism of the upper stratum of the labor movement. An official of the Automobile Workers Union commented that they were nothing less than a confession that greater unity is needed, but those in control of the old machinery of the labor movement are reluctant to give way to the new order of things. They would patch up the old vehicle, they would put a motor in the old wagon and thus make an up-to-date automobile of it, but would decline to accept the modern vehicle, because it means a new deal in the labor movement, and they are afraid they would be lost in the Shafi. 47. Thus the attempts in the A.F. of L to modify the single craft principle, while quite numerous, were trivial in their effects. Despite various amalgamations and the formation of departments, disputes kept recurring. The Executive Council generally ruled in favor of the craft union claiming jurisdiction, even though the development of the industry along mass production lines had rendered craft union organization obsolete. This is clearly illustrated in the Executive Council's handling of the jurisdictional disputes in the rapidly developing automobile industry. In 1912, the Executive Council granted to the Carriage, Wagon and Automobile Workers International Union, organized on an industrial basis, complete jurisdiction over the automobile industry. The blacksmiths, however, claimed the right to workers of their craft in the automobile plants. After some conferences between the two unions proved futile, the Executive Council upheld the blacksmiths. In subsequent decisions, it upheld the claims of the carpenters and joiners, the painters and decorators, and the upholsterers to workers of their craft in the automobile industry. The tragic story of the complete failure of the A.F. of L to organize the automotive industry after these decisions reveals clearly the decisive weakness of the craft approach to a mass production industry. 48. The miscellaneous attempts at federation were shattered on the rock of craft autonomy. Basically, the A.F. of L, dominated by craft unionists, consistently opposed any policy that would jeopardize the principle of craft unionism. In practice, the A.F. of L leadership departed frequently from this principle when it came to dealing with the acquisition of weaker unions by strong craft unions. But they adhered to it steadfastly when it involved the all-important issue of organizing the union, founded in 1891, was originally called the Carriage and Wagon Workers International Union. In 1909 its name was changed to the Carriage, Wagon and Automobile Workers International Union. Organized in the mass production industries through the only union structure conducive to the achievement of solidarity and power in these industries, industrial unionism. 49. The success of unionism is not, of course, entirely bound up with the choice of an appropriate union structure. There were many other factors involved in the policies of the A.F. of L which weakened its effectiveness in organizing the unorganized. As we shall now see, the struggle to revise the structure of the A.F. of L so as to make it a more flexible instrument of labor advance, was linked to the struggle to remove other barriers set up by the Federation against the organization of the workers, the Negro workers, the women workers, the foreign-born workers, and the young workers.